that we have taken people off of the Medicaid rolls, so much so that our doctors have said that they do not have sufficient blood, oxygen, anesthesiologists to be able to meet their Hippocratic oath to be able to function in a hospital. That's what's going to happen with the rest of America if we continue on this trend. And for what? Why are we doing all of this? What is the point? The point is to give tax breaks to the wealthy, to refund the top 1% who will gain $778,000 per year. America, you're the side chick. We're the side chick to the one person that they've married, the donor class that they've married, and are giving them the real money. They're getting the real money, and you're getting a little piece on the side. That's what's happening to us. We are getting less than $1 a day, while individuals who do not need the money, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, let's remember that whole front row at inauguration, that $1 trillion of net worth that was there, have to be paid off. And that's what this bill is about. I yield back.
Mr. Swazi is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that our country is so divided, our people are divided, and we see in this committee how divided we are. There's like two complete different universes that we're living in, and it's kind of the same debate that's going to be going on most of my adult life. The Republicans are saying this is a big, beautiful bill, it's going to get the economy moving, it's going to be great for everybody. And the Democrats are saying this is a big broken promises bill, where the deficits are going to explode, we're going to cut health insurance for some of the most needy people in the country, and we're giving tax cuts for some of the wealthiest people in the country that are unnecessary. So the people are concerned about things like the economy and immigration and taxes and crime. People are concerned about health care, and we're just fighting with each other all the time. And this is an effort to just do one party, my way or the highway. Democrats have done it before when we were in power, instead of us working together. So we were concerned about deficits. Everybody's talking about the deficits. The president talked about how he's going to dramatically reduce the deficits. There's not going to be any more deficits here. Chairman Smith is concerned about the deficits. Chairman of Budget, Arrington, is concerned about deficits. Others are concerned about deficits. And as we heard earlier today, this is going to increase deficits by $4 trillion. Elon Musk and Doge says we're going to cut things. We got to cut. And they set a goal of $2 trillion in cuts. But then they reduced it to $1 trillion in cuts. And then they said we could only come up with $150 billion in cuts. And I guarantee you, mark my words, those cuts will end up costing money because they were done in such a reckless manner. So why can't we work together to try and find places that we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse, that we can find efficiencies and things, that we can work together to try and solve the problems that people care about? Why are we reducing the highest tax rate, or keeping the highest tax rate from where it was before? It was 39.6 until 2017. It was 39.6 under the under the Obama administration. It was 39.6 under the Clinton administration. For the wealthiest Americans, it was 39.6. It was reduced down to 37% for people making over $600,000. And for people making over $400,000 or a married couple making $500,000, it was reduced down to 35%. Why can't we just go back to 39.6%? It's not going to hurt those folks. They're going to do fine having that back again, and we won't be increasing the deficit so much. And we can pay for some of the things that we should be working on together to try and provide for the American people. Why can't we use Aaron Bean's committee, the Doge committee that he set up, where we wanted to try and have Democrats and Republicans work together to try and find places for us to find efficiencies? Tariffs. Well, tariffs can be good in some instances. What we've seen this thus far has been reckless. It caused the stock market to go crashing down. It causes prices to go up. Businesses in my district were very negatively affected by the way it was implemented. Why can't we use this committee with its jurisdiction to figure out the appropriate taxes in a way to implement it in an appropriate way so that we can hold our adversaries accountable and we can get our friends to make their markets more attractive for us? So let's try and work together to try and address the problems that the American people face. They're concerned about rising prices and their wages and their benefits and their ability to make it in America. They're concerned about the border. Let's work together to work on the border. They're concerned about taxes. Let's try and do a reasonable tax policy that benefits the middle and the working class and those aspiring to the middle class, instead of giving tax cuts to the wealthiest people in America who don't really need it. Let's focus on public safety, and let's focus on health care instead of taking it away from the people that are most in need in our country. I think if we could all work together, we could get a lot more things done instead of living in this bizarro world where we have this completely different view of what's actually happening before us right now. I think that what we see happening is an accurate portrayal of what's happening. But I know that there's a lot of good people on the Republican side that want to accomplish the same type of goals that we want to accomplish. And instead of trying to ram something down our throats that doesn't really make sense, especially for the people that are going to lose their health insurance, I mean, think of the 14 million stories of people going through some of the worst times in their lives, losing their health insurance. It's going to be awful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And forgive me for doing this, but I wanted to geek out just for a moment, just because I've had a couple people sort of mention it. We were given a distributional tables, and there's a couple parts of it that we need to do a little bit of work on. Maybe I'm going to try to actually make a chart. Can you believe that? Okay, that was actually funny. And for everyone, if you take a quick look at the distributional chart, if you take a look at the first quartile, less to 15,000, as has been pointed out, and Mr. Barthold, thank you for guiding me the right direction. Just understand, denominator, very, very small, tiny changes blow that up. That one we almost have to set aside and build up. If you take a look at that present law, that's as TCJA expires, and you'll actually take a look at, we have multiple layouts of the distributional chart, and the numbers are different. So we're trying to chase down why the numbers are coming out. The other thing you also need to understand is you look at the distributional charts, particularly when you get into probably the top 6, 7 quartiles of income, that has also the pass-through income built into there. So it's total sort of income that is hitting those quartiles. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to actually make a little bit of attempt to chart this because we're trying to get a sense of, most people don't understand in 2017 what we passed. All the rates came down, but it actually became more progressive, meaning the top quartiles of income were actually paying a higher percentage of federal income taxes than prior to TCJA. So our friends here who actually care about progressivity, so I knew I could get that word out, we're going to try to make a chart and sort of demonstrate that I think that nature of the curve actually stayed pretty much the same. It's just the generalization, the rates coming down or staying stable from popping up at the end of next year. All right, and with that, Mr. Chairman, one last thing I want to throw out. I care passionately about the debt. I'm terrified about interest fragility and those things. I have 2 pieces of legislation. One we've been working on since last summer. We have it at CBO getting scored. It is a stunning amount of money because it would reform a big portion of MA. For those of you, this isn't the proper place for it, but if some of you really care about the debt and deficits, come talk to me because kindly even some Democrats have been being very kind in helping us look for savings and reform. It just turns out when you're doing something complex, it takes time and complexity, a whole lot of talent to help you. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for 1 second?
May I recapture? Shoot.
So on the distribution table on the first page, page 1 of the distribution table, it shows for the people from $500,000 to $1 million a year and the people for $1 million and above. Mm-hmm. So between those 2 groups, the total revenues go from about $1.7 trillion down to about $1.5 trillion. So approximately a little bit less than $200 billion a year. $200 billion a year over 10 years is $2 trillion. You could cut $2 trillion from this bill if you just didn't lower the taxes on the people making over $500,000. You're concerned about the debt? You're concerned about pay-fors? There's $2 trillion on the people that make over $500,000 a year.
And, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Suozzi, a good observation. We have to break that down to how much of that is pass-through business, other types, because
No, I know it's pass-through and it's individual
but
rates.
it's all
But
the
both things, why should we be providing tax cuts?
But, Mr. Suozzi, we also need to understand how much of that may be capital gains, other types of things. So we need to break down and figure out what categories that income is coming from. So, look, as you know, I'm just fascinated with distributional tables. It's almost a fetish, so we'll work through that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing that there's no additional members to strike the last word, we'll now move on to amendments. Are there any
I don't know.
yeah. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Do you have a motion or an amendment?
An amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. Belay my last.
Would the gentleman suspend while we look at it?
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentlemen, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can tell, a pretty straightforward amendment that would just strike the unprecedented $4 trillion debt limit increase that's in this bill. A $4 trillion increase that is the largest enumerated increase in the United States history. Look, while raising the debt ceiling is necessary to avoid default, a change of this magnitude does not belong in this type of partisan reconciliation package packed with policies that will only deepen our debt and deficit. Now, during the president's first term, this president's first term, the debt limit was raised 3 times, but each time through a bipartisan agreement, and never on this scale, and never through reconciliation. Now, most recently, Congress raised the debt limit through the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which resulted in $1.3 trillion in primary deficit reduction. This reconciliation bill would undo that progress and add $2.6 trillion to the size of the deficit. And if the Senate makes changes to this bill in line with its reconciliation instructions to disappear the cost of the TCJA, it will be 4 times as much. Mr. Chairman, now's not the time for a bill that experts calculate could add an additional $6.9 trillion to our national debt. As it is right now, the national debt stands at a staggering $36.2 trillion, almost the size of our economy. Interest payments alone on that debt now total $1 trillion annually, which is more than we spend on defense, education, or Medicare. And instead of investing in our future, we're paying down these past debts. You combine the fiscally reckless policies in this bill with a historic debt limit increase, it's just irresponsible. And it will put us in a deeper hole, especially when it comes to our debt and deficit. The $5.3 trillion in additional debt proposed in this bill will hurt working Americans. Extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act without offsets will increase the cost of the average mortgage by $600 to $1,200 per year. The increased deficits will push interest rates higher, increasing costs across the board from home ownership to business investment. Since this president took office, our fiscal trajectory has only deteriorated. Just last week, the Treasury Department increased its borrowing forecast for the next quarter by an astonishing 317%. It now expects to issue $514 billion in net marketable debt in the next quarter alone. We just can't afford a reconciliation bill, Mr. Chairman, that could add as much to the deficit as all the emergency borrowing for COVID relief. We really got to stabilize our fiscal outlook, not worsen it with another irresponsible debt-fueled tax plan. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, like I said, and as you can see, is very straightforward. It's an amendment that would ensure that we have this critical debate rather than giving the green light to massive tax giveaways with an unprecedented partisan increase in the debt limit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. LaHood is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make the body aware here that Secretary Bessent recently warned that a failure to increase the debt limit would, quote, wreak havoc on our financial system and diminish America's security and global leadership position. And in my view, Mr. Chairman, House Republicans will not let that happen. I would also note that even Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Schumer admitted that increasing the debt limit is, quote, about meeting obligations the government has already made. And in this bill, Mr. Chairman, Republicans are taking the first fiscally responsible step to ensure that the country does not default on its obligations. And I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. On the gentleman's proposal, is that a widely held position in the Republican Party these days, that it's responsible to raise the debt limit? Or is that only at moments like this when it's being used to camouflage a tax cut for wealthy people? Because I've listened to these arguments for a long time. And in my own experience, we used to do the responsible thing. If you voted for the expenditure, then you voted to raise the debt ceiling afterwards. That was cast aside in this chamber. The responsible thing is to honor our debts, but at the same time, I've listened to these arguments on the other side where you can cut taxes, do spending, and refuse to raise the national debt unless there's a Republican in the office of the White House.
Further discussion. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to support my colleague, Congressman Panetta's amendment. We're sitting here talking about a bill that is going to add $5 trillion of debt, irresponsibly add $5 trillion of debt to the national account. As my colleague, Mr. Swazi, said earlier, we don't need to do this. We could, in fact, I'm sure we could do it in a very bipartisan way. Look at ways to make sure that those making less than $400,000 or even $500,000 a year don't see an increase in their taxes at the end of this year, but that we figure out a way to start paying down the debt, $36 trillion that we currently have. We know that a big portion of that debt is because of the decisions to save our economy, save American lives during the pandemic. That was the right decision then, but that is also a decision that the cost of that should be borne by those who benefited from it, not passed on to future generations. It's estimated that the bill we're talking about tonight, this one big, beautiful, giant debt bill, is going to add $45 trillion to the debt by the middle of the next century. That number is incomprehensible, or should be for most of us. That's 45 with 12 zeros. Everyone in this room should be saying, wait a second, is this the best we can do for our children and our grandchildren? And instead, you're burying in a sentence in a 400-page bill. In the dark of night, you've got a provision that says, okay, we'll just give a blank check to the president and the current Congress. We should be working at deficit reduction, not deficit expansion here. We have the chance to do that. As the ranking member talked about what now is a generation ago under President Clinton, in a bipartisan way with a Republican Congress, we balanced our budget. We balanced our budget by addressing both revenues and expenditures. That's what we should be talking about. Instead, what we're talking about is a giveaway to the president's friends and billionaires like Elon Musk, and a takeaway from working families. 14 million Americans will lose their health insurance because of this Republican one big, beautiful boondoggle. So we should not be burying a debt ceiling clause in this bill. We should be having a robust debate. We should be having a robust debate about everything rather than in the middle of the night facade of a conversation that we're having today. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Ms. Malliotakis. Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom. Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Arrington.
How is Ms. Plaskett recorded?
Ms. Plaskett is not recorded. Yes. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Mr. Thompson.
How is Mr. Hearn recorded?
Mr. Hearn is not recorded. No. Mr. Hearn, no. Mr. Gomez. You're not recorded. Mr. Gomez, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
How is Mr. Thompson recorded?
Mr. Thompson is not recorded. Mr. Thompson, yes.
How is Mr. Schweikert recorded?
Mr. Schweikert is not recorded. Mr. Schweikert, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the gentleman suspend?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
You'll see. Current policy baseline.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Excuse me. I can't get closer. I'm on mic.
Would the gentleman proceed?
Chairman, my amendment would ensure fiscal responsibility and genuine transparency. Under this amendment, no provision of the Act may take effect unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies beforehand that it will not increase the federal deficit over the next 10 years based strictly on the straightforward current law baseline established by the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. This requirement restores accountability, stopping any part of the bill from moving forward until we have an honest, upfront cost estimate. Right now, Republicans are attempting to use the, quote, current policy baseline gimmick. Current policy baseline is DC jargon for the most fiscally irresponsible bill in history. Let me try to briefly explain what at first might seem like a very boring argument, current law baseline versus current policy baseline. Current policy baseline is a DC fancy way of saying a fraud. Imagine this. I bought and ate a cheesesteak yesterday, the staple of any good Philadelphian's diet. Because I bought that cheesesteak yesterday and paid for it, according to current policy baseline, if I buy a cheesesteak today, it costs $0. If I buy one tomorrow, it costs $0. If I buy one the day after that, it costs $0. And on forevermore, each day into the future. Does that sound legitimate to anyone? Of course not. It's phony. It's a fraud. It would be a great mistake to create this precedent of switching from current law baseline to current policy baseline. And I do fear that under this new precedent, if we move forward with it, it will become the new normal, and that both sides, when they have a trifecta, will find it all too tempting to use. So we think we have a debt problem now? Just imagine if the fraud as known as current policy baseline becomes the new normal. This amendment, my amendment at the desk, and now in front of you, is in the best interests of lawmakers on both sides. I urge you to consider it. I know the way this process works, it is by nature highly partisan, but I truly believe, Mr. Chair, if members on the other side move forward with current policy baseline as the new normal, they will live to regret it. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Estes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make some facts true about what's really happening out here. I mean, this bill, as it's being brought before the committee, is $500 billion less than what the reconciliation instructions were for the bill. So obviously, as we've worked through and we structured the bill, I mean, we wanted to look at how can we be fiscally responsible and make sure that we addressed pro-growth economic policies. That's why it was structured the way it was, trying to make sure that we could jumpstart the economy. I remember back to 2017 when we had foreign companies buying U.S. businesses. We had what was being called the new normal, where we did not have economic growth, at 1 to 1.5%. And this, we can't go back to that. We want to make sure that going forward, our tax law supports good economic growth for American businesses and American workers. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have to say that I find this the most perplexing provision in this bill, and I've spent a lot of time scratching my head on how the current policy baseline can say that, you know, $5.4 trillion worth of tax cuts equals $0. I want to associate myself with the comments of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, that this is just, this is not legitimate. I would yield some of my time to any one of the people, you, Mr. Swikert, I would yield time to you to explain to me how 5.4 equals 0. And you know, you never should ask the question you don't know the answer to, but I'm going to break that rule right now.
Ours is actually based on the law. You're talking about the Senate. So I know there's a little conflation right now. What you're talking about is how the Senate did theirs. This is actually based on how, shall we say, Jody did ours, which actually is the expirations.
That's So
so
there
you
there
guys-
is no current policy in this bill.
Yeah, so I disagree. If you actually look at the math, I think you have it just backwards.
No, I'm saying, you said that the current policy is not the base for this bill, right?
Mr. Speaker, current policy baseline, I believe, is how the Senate did their reconciliation budget.
Okay, thank you. You want some time? Yeah, I would yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Boyle.
Thank you. I will just quickly point out, and the gentleman from Arizona doesn't have the benefit of being on the Budget Committee, where Jody Arrington serves as chair and I serve as ranking member.
Will Mr. Boyle yield for 1 second?
Sure.
They wouldn't let me on it.
Me either.
We do have very good standards, yes. But, well, if one day the good member ascends to the Budget Committee, he would know that actually I gave House Republicans credit for not using this gimmick. Unfortunately, however, your Senate Republican brethren completely used and abused the so-called current policy baseline fraud. And it is a legitimate and justifiable fear that the final bill will reflect more of their version and actually use that gimmick. So what I would say is let's preserve the House prerogative being right on this matter and adopt this amendment. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
I yield back.
Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved on the amendment. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prevents millions of working Americans from losing their health care coverage and will keep health care costs from skyrocketing by permanently extending the advance premium tax credit. If Republicans can claim that extending current tax cuts for billionaires don't cost the government money, then this measure, which is already law and already helping Americans, this should be first on the list. Thanks to congressional Democrats, nearly 20 million Americans have gained access to affordable health care coverage through the advance premium tax credit. These tax credits haven't just helped people afford care, they've drove record-breaking marketplace enrollment and brought the uninsured rate down to a historic low. They've helped millions of hardworking Americans access affordable health care coverage. These are small business owners, farmers, entrepreneurs, they're our neighbors, our friends, and the engines of our local economies. But here's the catch. These enhanced tax credits are set to expire at the end of this year, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing nothing to stop these advanced benefits from disappearing. If we don't act now, nearly every individual and family that's enrolled through the marketplace will see their premiums increase. Now, to my Republican colleagues, this impact is real, you know it. If this bill is really about providing relief to working people, as you said, then this provision must be included. Mr. Schweikert, without these credits, premiums in your district would have been 41% higher for 44,000 people. Mr. Fitzpatrick, the average enrollee in your district saved more than $3,000 last year thanks to these tax credits. And Chairman Smith, the advance premium tax credit saved your constituents an average of $670 on their health care premiums. In my district in Nevada, over 27,000 of my constituents are saving, on average, $424 per month. That's real money for working families. We cannot allow these enhanced credits to expire. Working families need to know that they can count on affordable health care. What will happen if Republicans continue refusing to extend the enhanced health care tax credit? The Congressional Budget Office estimates that more than 3.5 million people may lose coverage. Premiums could rise by nearly 8% each year, and working families would be forced to choose between paying for health care and putting food on the table. And in rural communities, they will feel this pain the most. That's why I urge all of my colleagues to act now, to vote for my amendment, to permanently extend these crucial lifelines. It's the right thing to do. Now, I want to be clear. Don't let them fool you. You cannot, in one breath, say it's okay to provide tax cuts for billionaires, and that can be free, and not provide tax relief for working families, for health care, for God's sake. So let's do the right thing. Let's vote yes on this amendment. Republicans are planning to let these health care tax credits expire, but we can avoid that. This is a choice. And I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I was practicing full-time and Obamacare came out, there were a couple things in it that I thought were okay. Cover people with, pre-existing conditions and some of the other things. The sad thing is that the Obamacare monstrosity, which it's turned out to be, has done nothing but raise health care costs across the board, filter and flow money into insurance companies, which, by the way, are the biggest beneficiaries of all of this, and were the biggest beneficiaries of the last rise in Obamacare subsidies. So in 2024 alone, 5 million individuals were fraudulently enrolled in the Obamacare plans, costing $26 billion. They inflated their own income in doing this.
A permanent extension ends up costing the American public, and remember, we're talking about our debt here, $400 billion. And guess what? Wealthy families making as much as $600,000 a year can still qualify for these benefits. That's not affordable care. That's money for wealthy families that gets flushed through our wonderful insurance companies. So if you look at really what this is doing, guys, this is pushing out more government subsidies, more government subsidies that honestly distort the marketplace and end up causing higher premiums. They cost $400 billion more to make this permanent. And guys, we have illegal individuals who are getting these subsidies. We have fraudsters that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on this. Guys, we need to get back where less is more, because this is not helping the American public. It is not helping keep stabilized premiums. And the only people it really is helping is our insurance industry. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield that that I submit that we turn down this amendment and vote no against this amendment, because I don't believe the scare tactics work. We have fraudulent practices going on, and the whole Obamacare saga was really an absolute disaster. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Further discussion, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of Mr. Horsford's amendment extending the Vital Affordable Care Act advanced premium tax credits. More Americans have health care today than ever before, and that's thanks to Democrats' investments and the expanded APTC. If Republicans want to talk about giving working Americans a tax cut, I hope they know that failing to renew these premium tax credits means that 19.3 million enrollees will see a tax increase. Families are currently saving an average of $2,400 a year on their premiums. What does that mean? It means that in my district, people who utilized enhanced premium subsidies will see a $1,173 increase in their health care premiums alone. In Chairman Smith's district, his constituents will see a $1,672 premium increase. In Ms. Van Dyne's district, her constituents will see a $1,500 premium increase. And what happens when low-income working Americans no longer have access to affordable health care? Well, they go without it. The AHA has called this expiration an effective tax increase of $700 on average for millions of people across the nation, and it would result in a $28 billion reduction in hospital spending over 10 years. So on top of the largest Medicaid cut in American history, they're now going to eliminate this critical lifeline for low-income Americans to be able to afford their health insurance. Republicans are sabotaging the 24.2 million Americans who gained coverage under the Affordable Care Act marketplace, many of whom reside in your own districts. I encourage my colleagues to renew these subsidies for their constituents and to stop thumping their chests and proclaiming that they're for the working American when this is a huge tax increase on working Americans who need health care coverage in order to be healthy enough to go to work. And with that, I yield back.
My colleague yields back. Is there any? Mr. Larson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues, Sanchez and Horsford, and just say this, a constituent of mine called in near disbelief. His name is Rob Yearwood, and he talked about how insurance has benefited him and his family and provided the opportunity for savings of about $1,300 a month. $1,300 a month. So his total savings for a year is in excess of $15,000 that he was paying out of his pocket. So now, with the passage of this bill, he will be in disbelief that while on one hand you say you're cutting taxes, you've just increased his. by 15 grand. I yield back.
Mr. Arrington is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll ask any of my colleagues on the Democrat side. Mr. Horsford, you could answer it directly or not. Just to be clear, this says that we would be extending the advanced premium tax credit to ensure millions of Americans are still able to afford health care coverage. President Biden, through executive action, expanded Obamacare, the ACA, to people who are here in this country illegally. When we say millions of Americans in this amendment, are we talking about citizens of our country, or are we also including the illegal immigrants in this country that Biden signed an executive order to include at tens of billions of dollars? And I honestly would like to know the answer to that, because it says Americans.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Budget Committee. As you know, the Affordable Care Act covers 20 million Americans under the marketplace today. Whatever executive orders were implemented under the prior administration, we know that this administration has issued over 300 executive orders repealing or replacing most of those. Now, my question back is, the underlying purpose of this bill provides permanent tax cuts to big corporations and others, wealthy individuals. What is wrong with providing a permanent tax credit for eligible participants under the Affordable Care Act marketplace? Why are we not prioritizing them instead of giving others the benefits?
I would answer that. Number one, the Affordable Care Act did not make health care affordable. That's a different debate. Secondly, the underlying program has fundamentally changed.
So do you agree
that
that 20 million Americans are currently covered, that they currently have insurance?
Yeah, well, they have, insurance, but they may not be able to afford the health care, and that's the problem.
Do you agree that those tax credits expire?
I'm reclaiming my time. The underlying program has fundamentally changed. You see, in the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, which was a partisan Democrat reconciliation bill, you all expanded the ACA to anyone for any reason at any income level.
That's not true.
It is.
Come on now.
There is
no. That's what I'm not going to allow is misinformation.
Well, is it my time, Mr. Chairman?
Would the gentleman yield?
There is no income eligibility cap, which is why people making hundreds of thousands of dollars, $500,000 and above.
Will the gentleman yield?
Let me return to my first question, because I disagree with the expansion to people who could otherwise afford it or receive employer-sponsored health care. But here's my question for
you agree that it should be for individuals
if
under
I may
40?
just finish this, I think this is my time.
Mr.
I appreciate the
Arrington's.
back and forth. I'll give you time to answer this question. Do you expect people who are here illegally to be part of Obamacare receiving this tax credit, which is the subsidy that allows people at one point under a certain poverty level to receive the subsidy? Now it's just wide open. So my question to any Democrat, do you intend for this to be for millions of Americans, or Americans plus some group of people here?
Would the gentleman
illegally?
yield to answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
All right, and I'm going to read from healthcare.gov, which at the top of it says an official website of the United States government, which currently is under the administration of Donald Trump. And on this website, healthcare.gov, you can go to it, healthcare coverage for immigrants, it says people in these groups can get coverage through the marketplace if they're eligible. 3 bullet points: United States citizens, U.S. nationals, lawfully present immigrants. It then goes on with a highlight of a bold blue bar. Undocumented immigrants cannot get marketplace health coverage. They may apply for coverage on behalf of documented individuals. So the answer to your question is yes, we intend this to be for citizens and people eligible, not for undocumented immigrants.
And people who are here illegally and undocumented.
They're not eligible.
Why did President Biden have to sign an executive order?
I am.
But Brad, answer this question for me. Why would President Biden feel the need to write an executive order to expand to a group of people who are here illegally? Just a simple question. I don't want government.gov. I mean, I don't want the government.gov, by.gov.
I don't want the facts.
I just want an answer.
So, Jody, I appreciate
please.
that. I can't speak for the President Biden.
Okay.
I can speak to what is the law as it's written and how
Okay.
it is presented by the Trump administration on healthcare.gov.
I would suggest
Gentleman's time
this
has
subsidy is
expired.
no longer for millions of Americans. It's now for millions of people who are here illegally under the
Gentleman's
last
time has
administration. We will clean that up as stewards of taxpayers
time has
and the
expired.
American people.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a representative from a state that refused to expand Medicaid, I am delighted to support the Horsford Amendment, extending advanced premium tax credits. I am dismayed that while Republicans don't mind running up the deficit to give tax breaks to the wealthy, but they won't give 1 cent in this bill to extend the advanced premium tax credit. Advanced premium tax credits have made a tangible difference in the lives of my constituents. In fact, 386,000 Alabamians have chosen a health insurance plan through the ACA marketplace. This is a game changer, not just for Alabama citizens and families, but also for Alabama hospitals and Alabama community health centers in our state. However, these health care benefits are under threat. According to the American Hospital Association, 2.2 million people are at risk of becoming uninsured in 2026, while 4 million people are at risk of facing higher costs due to the loss of the ACA marketplace premiums. For my home state of Alabama, over 465,000 are at risk of losing their health care due to increased coverage rates. In 2024, Alabama had a record-breaking number of people enrolled in health plans through the marketplace. The advanced premium tax credits have saved low-income Alabamians real money. Without the advanced premium tax credit, a single parent making $50,000 a year would go from paying $157 a month to $299 a month, representing a 90% increase. These are cost increase on working families that they simply can't afford. The advanced premium tax credit is especially important to my constituents. Barbara from Birmingham wrote to me about her daughter's health care when her daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Without these premium subsidies, health insurance plans would be prohibitively expensive. Unfortunately, Ms. Barbara recently lost her job, resulting in her daughter losing access to health care. Her daughter has no choice but to secure a health plan through the ACA marketplace to continue her necessary treatment. We are talking about a matter of life or death, and the marketplace provided life-saving access to care for Ms. Barbara's daughter, who is able to afford health care coverage because of this subsidy. While Ms. Barbara's story is alarming, it is not just one story. I have many, many stories of my constituents who unfortunately reside in a state that did not expand Medicaid. More than 150,000 low-income Alabamians fall in the gap and otherwise would qualify for health insurance on the ACA. This is why I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the Horsford Amendment, and I'm glad to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
My colleague yields back the balance of her time. I would remind those in the room observing, if you could take your conversations out of the room, that will allow us a better environment to have the exchanges that we need to have here in the room. I now recognize Ms. Delbene for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of this amendment. In Washington's 1st District, over 28,000 people get their health coverage through Washington Health Plan Finder, which is our state's ACA marketplace. Of those, nearly 18,000 save on their monthly premiums because of the advanced premium tax credits. These credits ensure that families can purchase health coverage that allows them to get preventative care, prescription drugs, and emergency care when needed. And we know that access to health insurance supports better health outcomes. My Republican colleagues consistently say they want to make America healthy again. I think the policy they're putting forward does not do that. They should all be in favor of this amendment if they care about making sure Americans are healthy. But instead, we're discussing tax breaks that benefit the wealthiest Americans and hurt Americans who are looking for health care coverage. These enhanced tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year and must be continued. If we don't extend these tax credits, health coverage will become too expensive and people will be forced to go without it. And in my district, ACA marketplace premiums will rise an average of 60%, with some premiums increasing more than 250%. Without these credits, a 60-year-old couple making $82,000 a year in my district will see their monthly premiums increase by approximately $1,200. A small business owner from Woodinville in my district gets her coverage from the ACA marketplace and isn't sure how she'll be able to keep getting the health care she needs if premiums spike. She said the president assumes we have the wealth he and his friends have to be able to withstand, quote, a little pain, as he said in the past. But these enhanced premium tax credits weren't included in the Republicans' massive bill of tax cuts. And instead of investing in health coverage, our colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee are marking up a bill right now that could decimate Medicaid. Collectively, the bill results in nearly 14 million people losing their health coverage. How do you propose that we make Americans healthier while making health insurance unattainable for nearly 14 million people? And it's not just my constituents that'll be hurt if we don't keep these subsidies. In 2024, Florida received $2.2 billion in enhanced subsidies, and Texas received $1.5 billion. This is not a red or a blue issue. It's about creating a tax code that cares about all people, not just the wealthiest. We have the opportunity to do the right thing here, and if we extend these tax credits, we're making it possible for individuals and families to continue to take care of their health needs. I urge all of my colleagues to vote to permanently extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. Vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
My colleague yields back, and now recognized to speak on the amendment, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you. I'm proud to support Mr. Horsford's amendment. And let me repeat what I read a moment ago. And remember, this is coming from healthcare.gov, the government website. Quote, undocumented immigrants can't get marketplace health coverage, end quote. Moreover, due to provisions included by Energy and Commerce preventing all immigrants, legal or otherwise, from receiving premium tax credits, if approved, this amendment would only cover American citizens. My Republican colleagues are tripping over themselves to extend tax breaks for the top 1%, but for those making less than 400% of the poverty level, specifically less than $62,600 a year, oh no, we can't give them a break. 70% of the cost of permanently extending the tax of this credit goes to people making less than 400% of the federal poverty level. The characterization that $600,000 income households are taking advantage of the credit is simply misleading. Working Americans earning $62,600 might be able to make ends meet, but it's really difficult to think that they are getting ahead without this credit. This amendment would extend the tax credit that allows working families, American families, to afford premiums for health insurance, taking responsibility for taking care of their own families, their kids. 21,000 of the constituents in my district depend on this credit to afford their health insurance. These credits will expire at the end of the year. This bill does not extend, or what we're talking about today doesn't extend those credits. Without an extension, these families will see their health insurance rise by $1,000 a year. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that failing to extend these credits will leave 5 million people without health insurance. 45,000 of those would be in Illinois. This amendment would extend the tax credits for health insurance to ensure families stay covered, that parents are able to take care of themselves and their children. No working individual or family should have to worry about affording health care, not for themselves or not for their family. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield to my colleague.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I appreciate you for putting the facts on the record. My good friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee, made a very broad and misinformed statement, and I don't know that he's here to back it up. But again, for the record, If approved, my amendment would only cover American citizens. This is in part because of provisions that are included in the Energy and Commerce Committee markup that prevents immigrants, legal or otherwise, from receiving premium tax credits. That is what you all are moving. So, but my question is still the underlying point. There are 19.5 million of your constituents who are at risk of losing this tax credit at the end of this year. So why would you move to pass permanent tax credits for billionaires and big corporations and not your constituents who need health care? I agree we need to bring down the cost of health care, but taking health care away isn't going to bring down that cost. So what is the plan? And I, for one, will not allow you to put out misinformation to the public and not stand behind it. So wherever Mr. Arrington is, I want the record to reflect that this bill pertains to the individuals that are eligible under the law. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Ms. Moore is now recognized to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I am just absolutely delighted that Mr. Horsford offered this amendment. All of the time that the Republicans were putting their bill together in secret and telling their constituents, those Republicans who had the guts to have town hall meetings, told them that we were lying about them cutting health care. There's no way that they were going to cut health care. This is one of the largest, this contributes to the largest tax cut that this country has seen in its history. And it also is an effort, and I have to admire the Republicans for never giving up. I stopped counting when they tried to undermine the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, 60 times. And John McCain did the thumbs down because he was not about to go meet his maker and denying millions of people health care. And so we've heard all kinds of narratives and excuses as to why Republicans want to cut health care. We heard about the lazy boy that's in his parents' basement playing video games. There have been all kinds of irrational and illogical arguments that have been made. And so now we see, aha, and several ahas, 20 million people are at risk of losing health care. Those who got the premium health care under the Biden administration, and also those people who are in expansion states are going to lose their health care as well. These are not lazy people. These are people who are not going to work. These are people who, in my state, weren't at or below 138% of the poverty level. These are people working at fast food restaurants, waiting tables, bartending, entrepreneurs that aren't covered by corporate employers that want to be responsible and pay for their own health care will now find themselves being driven out of the marketplace. And so I am delighted, Mr. Horsford, that you've offered this amendment. Do you need more time? Need any time? You always need time? And so I will yield some time to Mr. Horsford because I'm just really pleased with this amendment.
Well, I'll be brief. Thank you to the gentlelady from Wisconsin. So under page 315 of the mark, part 2, removing taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants, section 112.101, it specifically lays out who is and is not eligible for the Affordable Care Act or premium tax credits. So Mr. Arrington, wherever you are, it's in the underlying text. Don't put out misinformation and expect your mud to stick. I yield back to the gentlelady from Wisconsin.
That's right. And so there are a couple of other things. You know, I agree with comments from Representative Sanchez. I mean, you don't cut off your nose to spite your face. And Dr. Murphy, I am so willing to work with you, and I think others on this committee are so willing to work with you if there is some shenanigans going on with the insurance companies and they are artificially increasing premiums, not only for people in the marketplace, but for people who are covered by private employers on account of these premium subsidies. We'd be very happy to work with you. But we don't think that cutting off 19, 20 million people is the solution to reining in bad practices of insurance companies. And so with that, I would yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Byer for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I too want to thank and congratulate Mr. Horsford for pushing this good amendment. You know, I had a chance to sit down with representatives of the world's largest healthcare company a few weeks ago. They were very concerned because they told me that getting rid of these premiums would increase the cost of insurance for a family of 4 in Virginia by $10,000 a year. $10,000 a year. What that's going to mean, 4 million people are going to lose their health insurance over the next decade. These are people who are going to go without drugs because they can't afford them. They're not going to go to the doctor because they can't afford it. You're going to have bankruptcies that soar. The number one cause of bankruptcies in America is healthcare. And people are going to die. This is not make America healthy again. This is Namaha. This is taking us back for those 4 million people to the 1930s, to an America without health insurance. I know there's many folks on the other side who like that idea. That, in fact, when you look at the 78 menus, the options they had for this committee in January, not one of them included extending these tax credits. Well, let me remind them that 1937, when the Social Security Act was passed, the average lifespan for a man in America was 62 years old. That's what America looks like without health insurance. Instead, what we have right now is a bill that raises the cost of prescription drugs, pursues an expensive, none-of-the-above energy strategy, and gives million-dollar tax cuts to the wealthiest individuals and corporations. All this on a 389-page bill that we got less than 24 hours to look for. Look, the people that are going to be affected by this are going to be older and they're going to be more rural. They already affect many more barriers to receiving care. They're often half-hour, 2 hours from the nearest hospital, which are going to be, many of those are going to close based on this bill. Longer trips to doctors, and much more expensive coverage. We have had a chance to go to 24 million people under the Affordable Care Act because of these premiums. We're going to tear that away. Where's the sense of tearing away essential health care coverage for more than 4 million people who are already struggling to get by? A little thought experiment. 2 years from now, in the 120th Congress, I think we should plan to get together on the Ways and Means, all those who are still here, to listen to a whole afternoon of those people who have lost their health care because of this action, people who lost their health care in the coming months because they're stripping away the premium. Then we can see the real human impact, and we should be forced ourselves to listen to the damage that we have done to these people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to offer my support to Mr. Horsford's amendment on to extend the advanced premium tax credit to ensure millions of Americans still can afford health care in this country. I grew up without health insurance, so I know a lot of what it's like. I know what the decisions parents have to make when somebody gets sick. When I was about 7 years old, I ended up getting sick with pneumonia. But my parents didn't know it was pneumonia. My parents actually had to see if I got worse or I got better. That's the kind of decision that parents are making. They're seeing, okay, they have a fever, they have a cough, but can we avoid going to the hospital? Can we avoid going and taking on those expenses? If can we avoid those expenses just but with a little bit of home remedy, some luck? And that is kind of what a lot of parents do. But in my situation, I ended up getting pneumonia, went to the hospital, spent a week in the hospital, and that 1 week stay almost bankrupted my family. That 1 week stay almost bankrupted my family because I went through the ER, and you know how that expensive that is. Ended up getting checked in, and then my parents missed shifts from work because they didn't want me to be by myself. They wanted somebody to be there every single day, and my parents worked 4-6 jobs a week to make ends meet. We still didn't have health insurance. So back in the day, if you weren't on Medicaid or Medi-Cal, you had to put down something as collateral. My parents put down their house. So we almost lost our house back then. So families, that's the kind of decisions they make. And the good doctor over here talks about less is more. Well, yeah, less is more. Less health care coverage means more people that will end up in the emergency room, costing the American taxpayers more, costing them a hell of a lot more. That means that also that we're gonna have people that might be sick, but instead of going in right away to get treated for stage 1 cancer, they show up with stage 4 cancer. Or the mother who is pregnant and is having issues, gonna show up to the hospital later, and maybe she will lose the baby because she doesn't have health care. So your less does cost people more. Your less is gonna cost people their lives. Your less is gonna make our country sicker. And here's the thing. Some things that are beyond people's control, it's just in their genes. Earlier in the year, I haven't told this to many people publicly, but I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I don't look that heavy. It's just something that runs in my family. And what I had to do is I had to first get over the shock of having type 2 diabetes, get it under control. And how do you get it under control? Insulin, number 1. You have to start taking shots to reduce the amount of sugar that's in your blood. Do it as quickly as possible. Number 2, you're on metformin to reduce the amount of glucose that's coming in your body. And because I literally quit all sugar, quit pastries, even though I love pan dulce as much as anybody else. I quit any form of 1 glass of alcohol, quit that as well. And I was able to get my tests under control. But then they put me on something called Jardiance, which a lot of people who are diabetic, type 2, have to be on. That just by itself, with insurance, costs $120 for a 90-day supply. $120 for a 100-day supply, for a 90-day supply. So here's the thing. Your less is more is gonna cost people their lives. It's gonna make them sicker. I'm fortunate that I have a job with health care. But if you take away these subsidies, there are people that are not gonna be able to get their diabetes medicine. They're not gonna be able to get their insulin. There are gonna be people that are gonna have to go in and get their limb chopped off because they have no way to control their diabetes. So yes, less Medicaid, less ACA coverage, less means more people that suffer. I wish you would take that same logic, less is more, and apply it to the tax breaks that you're giving to the billionaires and the ultra-rich in this country. Tell them less is more. We're gonna give you less breaks so we can give more to everybody else. But you won't do that. Then that's why this whole committee,
Gentleman's
this
time
bill
has
is a
expired.
fraud. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to point out something that I think everyone's talked around it, but I think it needs to be spoken to specifically. All the people who are going to lose their health care that we on this side of the dais have been talking about and concerned about, they're not going to go away. They're not going to be immune from illness. They're not going to be immune from injuries. And whenever they get sick or whenever they become injured and they show up in a hospital, they're going to be treated. And that's going to create uncompensated care costs for that hospital. And if you consider all the other cuts that the health care facilities are going to sustain
because of this bill and what they're doing down the hall in the Commerce Committee. This is going to take a real whack at health care. And anyone on this dais, your hospitals are going to smart from this. Hospitals are going to close, urgent care centers are going to close, clinics are going to close, and for those of us on this dais who represent rural areas, hold on, because they're the first ones that are going to get hit. Those are the first ones that are going to close. So it's not going to be just people who are on the Affordable Care Act. It's not going to be just people who are on Medicaid. It's going to impact everybody who needs health care. If you've got a pocket full of gold or the best private insurance policy known to humankind, if you get sick or injured and you go to the hospital and that hospital is closed or they've had to make cuts and those cuts happen to be the surgeon that is needed to save your life, too bad. You're going to suffer. Everybody's going to suffer. I yield the remaining time to Mr. Horsford.
I thank the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Revenue Subcommittee. So my friend, Mr. Arrington from Texas 19th, asked me who's eligible. Well, I can tell him for his district, in 2024, an estimated 75,000 people in Texas 19th district that Mr. Arrington represents were enrolled in the ACA marketplace health insurance coverage. Are those illegals? Are those people who are undocumented, Mr. Arrington? That's in addition to the 117,000 individuals who are now at risk of losing their Medicaid under the $880 billion in cuts. Every member of this committee has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of constituents who receive the Affordable Care Act health coverage under the marketplace. And without the extension of those tax credits, you're leaving them without health care. And as Mr. Thompson just enumerated, they're going to still get at health care. Their health care will be in the form of an emergency room. It'll be in the form of uncompensated care that everyone as taxpayers will have to bear the brunt. That's not efficient. That's not making government work better. That's not bringing down the cost. That's shifting the burden to all taxpayers rather than making sure that we maintain the coverage that people need. So to Mr. Arrington and to every other person on this committee, I just ask you, who are you here to serve? Is it the constituents who elected us? I don't work for the federal government. I don't work for Donald Trump or Elon Musk. I work for 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that job is to protect them. And in this case, it's to give them the health care that they need. Now, this is a tax credit. It's not an entitlement. Why is it that it's okay to give tax cuts to billionaires and to the very wealthy, but not give tax credits to the working people? And to my other colleague that tried to insinuate that there's no income limits, that's just erroneous. The way the formula works is you receive the benefit based on the need. So to my colleague, Mr. Arrington, I would encourage you to vote for the 75,000 people in your district
time has expired.
who receive this tax credit. Let's not allow it to expire.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Swazi?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
I voted.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Jam 'em.
That was really good. That was really good.
I'm sorry, because I actually like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Swazi is recognized to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Under current law, state and local, Mr. Chairman, can I ask you for some quiet in the back of the room?
Yes, the gentleman will suspend. Will observers in the room please take their conversations out in the hallway as we conduct the conversation here on the committee. Mr. Swazi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the current law, people are capped at $10,000 as to how much they can deduct from their state and local taxes. Under the reconciliation bill, it's going to be increased to $15,000 for a single person, $30,000 for a married couple. That's woefully inadequate, and even some of my Republican colleagues have come out and said it's insulting. It's much too low. It's not fair to our states. It's not about Democrats and Republicans. It's about different states. And 5 or 6 Republicans have said they will not vote for the reconciliation bill because of this. And I want to try and propose a solution. I'm proposing an amendment that we increase the state and local tax deduction cap to $80,000. And we pay for it by increasing the rate of the highest taxpayers from 37 to 39.6. So I want to just explain to some of the people that may not be familiar with the state and local tax deduction how it works. In 1913, we started the federal income tax code, and the governors and mayors at that time said, we don't want federal taxes because we collect taxes at the local level to pick up garbage, to provide for public safety, to pay for schools, and we want you to just do tariffs the way you've always done tariffs. We don't want a federal income tax. And the federal government said, no, don't worry about it. The first deduction we're going to give people in the history of the United States of America with their federal income taxes is a state and local tax deduction. So you will not be taxed on the taxes you've already paid. It's about basic fairness, because when this bill was passed, it was a big body blow to my state of New York, to New Jersey, to California, to Connecticut, to Illinois, to Massachusetts, to Maryland, to Michigan, to Minnesota, to Oregon, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Hawaii. People are moving away from our states. People are leaving our states to go to lower tax states right now. And when they leave our states, what happens is the middle class and lower income people that live in our states are left behind to hold the bag. And they're either going to lose their services or their taxes are going to go up even more, both of which are unacceptable. Now, why are our taxes higher in these high tax states versus low tax states? Well, we're older states, we're mature industrial states, and we have the lowest rate of uninsured children, for example, in New York State, the lowest rate of uninsured adults in the country. We have some of the highest paid teachers and police officers and firefighters. And when you look at low tax states like Florida and Texas, for example, they have some of the highest rates of uninsured children, the highest rates of uninsured adults. They don't have the same amount of infrastructure or sewers or mass transit that we do. And they are growing states. So right now, most of these states that I'm talking about are actually pretty successful in that they are net donors to the federal government. Most of these states I've mentioned that are high tax states give more to the federal government than they get back in federal services. And most of the red states are taker states, states that get more from the federal government than they actually pay in taxes. So it's really not fair that we are being stuck with this cap on our state and local tax deduction because people are getting taxed on taxes that they've already paid. Now, we set up this law back in 1913. It was in place for over 104 years to 2017. Our states relied upon that, and in 2017, the long arm of the federal government reached into our local states and municipalities and tried to control our policy in complete and direct contradiction to the concept of federalism on which this country is founded. That state and local municipalities have the right to determine how they're going to provide services to the people that they have, how they're going to pay their employees, how they're going to pick up the garbage, how they're going to take care of the schools, how they're going to make sure that they enact public safety laws. President Trump came to my county of Nassau County in the election year during 2024, and he got up on stage and he said, I will get you your state and local tax deduction back. I pledge that to you. I will make things better here in this state than it's ever been before. And many people relied upon that promise from our president, as have many members of Congress who are now saying that what's been proposed in this only increasing to $15,000 or $30,000 for a married couple is, as I said before, an insult and unfair to our state. So I'm asking our colleagues to please support this amendment, an idea that's supported by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and by the teachers and by the firefighters and by the counties and by other municipal officials throughout the country that have relied upon this ability to tax as they see fit at the state and local level for over 100 years and are trying to get that recaptured again. We don't want to see people boasting that they're getting people to leave our states and move to your states, when in fact we've been the largest net donors to our federal government
time has expired.
of any states in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize to speak on the amendment, Mr. Estes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this has obviously been one of the provisions within the state, within the tax bill that came out of 2017. That's generated a lot of discussion, a lot of noise, a lot of talk about. Unfortunately, one of the things that gets lost in the discussion is that SALT gets talked about with blinders on, instead of talking about what's the bottom line on the tax bill. What do people owe? And we saw after 2017, if you look at SALT, you look at the alternative minimum tax, you looked at lower rates for individuals, and you looked at a higher standard deduction. All of that resulted in 94% of the people having lower taxes because of those combined. If you just look at one of those provisions, you don't get the same answer through that process. So we need to make sure that we're looking at a consolidated tax package and all the impact through that. One of the things we did recognize as we were crafting this one big beautiful bill was that there's been horrendous inflation during the 4 years that President Biden was in office, and recognize that that's led to an increase in taxes at state and local level. And that's why we looked at increasing that $10,000 cap to $30,000 to help address that and making sure that people are covered for that additional cost that they have. But we need to make sure that as we look forward, that the bottom line is, what's the total tax bill that people have to pay, as opposed to any one individual provision in a silo. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Neal.
Let me yield my time to Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And Mr. Estes, I appreciate your comments, and I just want to try and I want you to understand, I'm sure you do already, it's so different from state to state in our country. It's just completely different. When we first had the 2017 tax bill passed, I had a woman call me up. She was a nurse, and she worked a lot of overtime. And her husband was a retired supermarket worker, and they made $160,000 a year. And she was crying because her taxes went up. She didn't expect her taxes to go up. She usually got a refund, but her taxes went up because of this cap of $10,000 on her state and local tax bill. And she explained how she had a house worth about $550,000 or $600,000, and the second floor bathroom was leaking down to the first floor, and she couldn't afford to fix that bathroom because she had borrowed a lot of money for her kids to go to college. So I asked her to come into my office. I actually brought my accountant to the meeting and try to talk to, do you have a lot of credit card bills, or do you go out to the restaurants a lot, or maybe a lot of big vacations? No. She's just a hardworking person whose taxes went up based upon the state and local tax deduction cap. I explained that to a friend of mine from Oklahoma, an elected official from Oklahoma, a member of the Senate actually, and he looked at me and he said, $160,000 a year, a $550,000 or $600,000 house, that person must be loaded. They must be so rich. If you had that money in Oklahoma, if you had that type of house in Oklahoma, you'd be living in a gated community. You might even have a pool and an indoor movie theater. You might even belong to the country club. So it's very different from place to place. In our state, where a teacher and a police officer, married couple, two wage earners, could easily be making $150,000, maybe even $180,000 a year between the two of them, but their house is much more expensive, their cost of living is much more expensive, and when we get money from the federal government for infrastructure, we have to do old roads and old sewers and old bridges and old schools and old hospitals and fix those places up. Whereas some of the faster growing states in our nation, when they get money from us in New York, the highest donor state in the country, they're building new roads and new bridges and new sewers and new hospitals and new schools, and they're expanding. We're in fact subsidizing our own demise. But we need to do a better job talking to each other about how different it is from place to place in our country. I'm sure that salt is not a big issue where you live. And I'm sure it's not a big issue in a lot of other states. But in the states that have relied on this provision for 100 years, this is a major factor in our very existence. Why would you have 6 loyal Republicans that are on your team 100% of the time, that support President Trump, coming out and saying they're not going to vote for this bill unless they get the salt cap increased? Because this is devastating to our states. This is unfair to our states.
Well, the gentleman yield.
Yes.
I recognize the point. I mean, obviously, the state and local taxes in a lot of high-tax states are higher than in others. However, it does affect people in Kansas. Just speaking from my personal experience, it's affected me personally. That I hit the salt cap of 10%, but as a result, I ended up using the standard deduction, and ultimately taxes were lower because of that. So I think there's a lot of folks that fall into that category as well, and that's one of the reasons why we were looking at raising the limit, knowing that there were some concerns that affect people in different states.
And so let me just say, Mr. Estes, to reclaim my time, that there are people on the Democratic side, and there are some Republicans that see this as being existential to our communities, that it's essential for us. And we want to continue to be great American citizens that pay our taxes, that subsidize other states. Most of the red states are net takers from the federal government. Most of the blue states are net donors to the federal government. Texas is a net donor also. But again, we've relied upon this for 100 years. 100 years, this is the way we conducted business. And listen, I wish the taxes in my state were lower. I ran for governor of New York State twice on a platform of lower taxes. I got my ass kicked. But, oh, sorry about the language there, Mr. Bean, apologize. And so the bottom line is that we just need to recognize what a serious problem it is. And there are other serious problems that are faced in other parts of the country, like rural hospitals, that aren't an issue that I face in my district, but I don't want to see rural hospitals closed down. We all have different issues that we face in our different communities. If we can move beyond yelling and screaming at each other and working with each other and understanding each other better, we could get a lot more done and make things better for the American people.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Davis to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I come from Illinois, which is a donor state, and I strongly support this amendment and reject efforts to permanently double tax Illinoisans and tens of millions of other Americans by permanently capping the state and local income tax deduction. I am a proud, bold, dyed-in-the-wool progressive. I firmly believe that the rich should pay their fair share, and I reject the false claim that the Republican effort to limit the SALT deduction is to make the wealthy pay. I call that horsepucky. I served on this committee for TCJA. I saw Republicans use the SALT cap to intentionally target blue states that raise revenue to pay for services to improve the quality of life. Limiting the SALT deduction was intentionally designed to hurt blue states, not the wealthy. The Republican weaponization of the tax code in TCJA wasn't limited to SALT. The initial disaster tax provisions in TCJA intentionally covered disasters only in red states, but excluded those in the blue state of California. Speaker McCarthy fixed this by final passage because he knew how unjust it was to deny federal aid to disaster victims due to politics. The Republican tax scam increased the taxes on over almost 2 million Illinoisans by hundreds of millions of dollars, 85% of whom were in the middle class. The SALT deduction is a bedrock part of the tax code since its inception because it recognizes that all levels of government need the revenue to carry out critical services to help citizens, to educate, hire police officers, fix roads, ensure clean water, make sure that the garbage is removed and picked up, and make sure that the quality of life is decent. So I would urge all of us to be real about the tax deal. I support the Swazi amendment and urge its passage.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields back, and now recognize Ms. Chu for 5 minutes.
I offer my full support for this amendment to substantially increase the Republican cap on the state and local tax deduction. It will make a big difference in my state of California. The SALT deduction existed in our tax code for a simple reason. It's a matter of basic fairness. That's good policy because it helps states fund important services. State and local tax revenue goes to law enforcement, firefighters, educators, hospitals, and transportation. These are all fundamental public services, and when states fund them robustly, it takes pressure off of the federal government. But in 2017, Republicans capped the SALT deduction for one simple reason: to finance a massive corporate tax giveaway. This was a trade-off, attacking funding for police and schools so that corporations can make more money. Sadly, this bill is a fake solution that does not undo the immense damage of the original Trump tax scam. You know, prior to the GOP's cap on SALT deductions, 37% of households in my Pasadena, California district claimed this deduction at an average of more than $20,000. And many of these are working class households where the cost of living is high. In fact, in Los Angeles County, the Economic Policy Institute's family budget calculator showed that a family of 2 adults and 2 children needed to earn $102,000 per year, and that was just to meet the basic living expenses. For these families who are just getting by, the SALT deduction can be the difference between saving for a child's college education or having enough savings to deal with an unexpected emergency. These are the taxpayers that Republicans took advantage of to hand out tax cuts to the rich, and they are the same taxpayers that are left behind by today's bill as we consider yet another round of tax cuts for corporations. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Colleague yields back. I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne from Texas.
Thank you so much, Chairman. You know, we've heard over and over again that New York is a donor state, how much New York gets. New York used to be a donor state. New York is no longer a donor state. In 23, New York contributed $320.1 billion. However, they received $337.9 billion. So basically, for every dollar that New York sends into the federal government, they get $1.06 back. They are not a donor state. Texas, though, is a legitimate donor state. We should not have to pay to make up for the rich folks in New York who are getting raped by their local and state governments. If you don't like how much they're charging, stop voting for these people. Stop getting them into law. But the fact is that when you look at how much money that New York is basically wasting, I can't imagine anybody actually still lives in that state. But they attributed substantial federal pandemic relief that they wasted on folks who are in our country illegally. They have expanded their Medicaid to people who should never have been getting it. If you look at how New York spends their dollars, they are like one of the top 2 in Medicaid spending, which is full of waste, fraud, and abuse, SNAP, and rental assistance. And the reason why their rental assistance is so high is because their policies make it so impossible and expensive to build housing in New York where they need it. Do you know where their lowest spend is on federal dollars? Highways and veteran benefits. Absolutely accurate with New York. You'd expect nothing less. But if we should not have to subsidize, the donor states should not have to subsidize high-paying states because they do not know how to fiscally manage their money and they waste it. And with that, I yield.
Will the gentlelady yield, please?
The gentlewoman already yielded back. I now recognize Mr. Schneider, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support Mr. Swazi's amendment. And I want to take a moment just to highlight how unfair leaving in place this cap on state and local tax deduction is for constituents in states like Illinois and New York and California. And just to share a couple numbers. In Illinois, a couple making $200,000. Mr. Swazi mentioned a couple, one's a teacher, one's a police officer. They're in Illinois maybe making $200,000. They hit the cap on just their state income tax. In Lake County, the county I represent, a $365,000 home, their property tax would be $10,000. And that's just slightly over the median price of a home in Lake County. And what's striking to me is this overall bill we're discussing has a $5 trillion price tag, adding to the federal debt. We've talked about this all day. And it disproportionately benefits the most fortunate, the most secure taxpayers. Just like in 2017, the Republicans have decided to hit blue states, California, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Hawaii, and Illinois, and put the burden on them for states that have made the decision. And with all respect for my colleague from Texas, it's up to the states to decide if they want to pay for quality schools, if they want to pay for parks. In my district, I'm very proud of the park districts and the forest preserves that we have that are recognized nationwide, providing spaces for our citizens. That's the choice of each state. But what we're doing in this bill is double taxation. The Republican decision to again use citizens of blue states double down on what is nothing more than a punitive approach of double taxation, and we should make sure that it is not continued. So I support this amendment. I know that Mr. Swazi wanted to add. I don't know if you want any time.
Well, I'm glad that yes, thank you, Mr. Schneider. I'm glad that you gave me a few minutes to calm down, and I'm not going to take the bait from Ms. Van Dyne and get in a tit for tat about my state versus your state. The bottom line is that, do you think that people should be taxed on taxes they've already paid? Ms. Van Dyne?
I think when you have a management of a state,
I understand
that.
You don't like our state.
Their citizens.
You never come to our state.
Yes, they should not.
You never come to our state for fundraising, do you? Because you've been attacking our state here tonight.
Have you been in Texas?
No.
Oh, really?
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Van Dyne.
Well, we're going to check out your
Ms.
FEC
Van
report
Dyne,
and see if that's true.
Ms. Van Dyne, do you think that people should be taxed on taxes they've already paid?
I don't think you should separate out how much you're paying in taxes.
If somebody
to state
makes
and
$200,000 a year,
and it's not the same
if
thing
somebody
as
makes
federal.
$200,000 a
We don't
year-
have an income tax.
Can I just ask you a question, please?
We don't have a state income
Can I
tax
ask
in
a question?
Texas.
I understand you don't. You're very fortunate right now that you're going through a very big boom of growing after years of being not a growing state. But now you're booming, and it's great, and
Because
we're very
people
happy
are
for you.
leaving your state.
Well, they are leaving my state, and they're leaving California also, because of the state and local tax deduction is a big contributor to that. After years of our state contributing to make this the greatest nation on earth, because we were productive and successful, because our people built great things and continue to do great things in our state. But because of a change in the law in 2017, when we capped the taxes deduction at $10,000, you're like gloating. You're enjoying the idea that people are leaving our state to go to your state because you put in place the state and local tax deduction. Yet you come to New York on a regular basis.
First of all, I wasn't here when they did that.
You come to New York on a regular basis to raise money, to come for tourism. It's a great place. It's a wonderful place. And I'm sure your state is a great place.
Tom, I'm going to take back my time.
Yes, okay.
You can, because I think it makes an important point that I want to touch on. You know, my son served 5 years in the Navy, and he did his OCS training in Rhode Island. He was stationed for 2 years in Hawaii. He served in California. He was deployed all over the Pacific. When he was on watch on ship, when he served in the Navy, he was serving with people from all over the country, from Texas, from New York. I represent Naval Station Great Lakes, where every Navy recruit comes for basic training. No matter what state they're from, they are volunteering to put on a uniform to defend and protect our country. We shouldn't be having a debate whose state's better than another state other than in a friendly, competitive way. I want New York to succeed. I want Texas to succeed. I want every state to make decisions how they are going to fund their government responsibly. I don't think we should be double taxing them.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Ms. Van Dyne, I've just been getting a lot of texts from people. Where were you born, Ms. Van Dyne?
I was born in upstate New York. I always
Albany.
say I'm a New Yorker.
And Ms. Van Dyne,
Oh, there's a reason why I left this state. I'm a New Yorker by birth, but a Texan by choice.
Okay, Ms. Van Dyne, where did you go to college?
What?
Where did you go to college?
Cornell.
In New York State.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask at least my New York colleagues, at least them, but hopefully some other states that are being affected by the state and local tax deduction, especially on the other side of the aisle, to please talk to Ms. Van Dyne. This is very unfair to our state. This is unfair to our residents, that people are being encouraged, and people are actually celebrating it. Some people are celebrating it. The idea that people are leaving our states because they're being taxed on taxes they've already paid. The federal government was set up with a concept that state and local governments have a right to decide how they're going to govern themselves. And people can vote whether to keep or get rid of the people. But, Ms. Van Dyne?
Well, I feel like I need to be able to respond to this.
Go ahead.
Part of the problem, and look, I was a mayor in Irving, Texas, way before 2017. I became mayor in 2011. I'll tell you, when we were going out and we were looking for economic development, where we were finding companies that were moving, this was way before the SALT cap. We had companies that were moving and people who were moving into our country, into our state, into our city, not because of the SALT cap, but because they felt like they were being abused at the local and state level because they were being absolutely overtaxed and overregulated. This was back in 2011. We saw company after company after company leaving places like Chicago, New York, and LA for places like Florida and Texas, not having anything to do with a SALT cap, having everything to do with the mismanagement and the horrendous regulatory environment of your local and your state governments.
So and it's still happening. I'm going to reclaim my time. So you really don't like New York, okay? And
New York is a great state run by horrible elected officials.
So you think that New York is just a terrible place, a great place run by horrible elected officials. Now, do you think that under the system that we have, that the federal government should reach in to the state and local governments and tell them what they should be doing?
No.
Do you think that people...
I think
so
if
answer
they
my
want
question.
to be double-dipped, then that's the state and local officials' job, not ours.
So please answer my question I asked before. Do you think people should be paying taxes on taxes they've already paid?
I don't think that's the case. I think you are absolutely mischaracterizing that. In Texas, we have high property taxes. We're paying that. That is the way that our state actually generates a number of its revenues.
Most of your revenues are generated from
tax.
royalties on oil, right? Aren't most of your taxes?
No, we have a very diverse economy. I think the 80s called. They want their question back.
Okay.
We have a very diverse industry.
Ms. Van Dyne, thank you very much. We were sorry that you left New York, but in some ways it may have worked out better for all of us.
Does the gentleman yield back? The gentleman appears
Yes, I yield back.
Yield back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Swazi. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne.
No, but you might want to, Swazi, look at your FEC report. You got a lot of cash from Texas.
Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Mr. Carey. Mr. Yakum. No. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell. Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Delbene. Miss Delbene, yes. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Miss Plaskett. Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Doggett. Ms. Moore. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will record the vote. Will
The
report
yeses are 17, the noes are 25.
There being 17 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman will suspend while the amendment is being distributed. Mr. Thompson is recognized for 5 minutes to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the President and my Republican colleagues like to talk about bringing back manufacturing and energy dominance. And the chairman of this committee said that and I quote, the golden age of American manufacturing starts with the extension of the Trump tax cuts. Well, that can't be further from the truth. Today, we have more Americans working in manufacturing than at almost any time since the Great Recession. In 2024 alone, we invested nearly $240 billion in new manufacturing facilities, a record high. Unlike my Republican colleagues, we understand you don't build new factories by giving tax cuts to folks that don't need them. You build new factories by investing in American ideas, labor, and enterprise. That's exactly what we did with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. We spurred billions in investment in solar, wind, clean hydrogen, carbon capture, biofuels.
Mr. Thompson, will you suspend 1 moment? I'd like to ask those observing once again to take your conversations out in the hallway. Each member deserves to be heard as we conduct business. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We spurred billions in investments in solar, wind, clean hydrogen, carbon capture, biofuels, advanced battery technology, and more. Since 2022, we have created 400,000 new jobs and invested over $400 billion in clean energy jobs. But now, in order to pay for trillions in more tax cuts for those who don't need them, the Republicans are gutting clean energy tax credits, which will be devastating. It's the American worker who will suffer, with many of them in districts represented by my Republican colleagues on the other side of this dais. Representatives Arrington, Bean, Carey, Estes, Fenstra, Fishbach, Kern, Kelly, Kustoff, LaHood, Maliotakis, Miller, Moore, Murphy, Moran, Smith, Smucker, Stubbe, Tierney, Van Dyne, and Yackham. You guys are going to be voting to kill jobs and in some cases, billions of dollars of investment in your districts. You're going to have to answer to your constituents with that vote. By gutting these tax credits, you're not just hurting the current industry, you're hurting the United States in our effort to get back our competitive edge against China. The American people understand that these credits work off one another. You can't have successful manufacturing when you eliminate credits that incentivize purchases. This is all part of one large supply chain and ecosystem. Whether my Republican colleagues believe it or not, clean energy is the industry of the future, and China is doing all it can to dominate the supply chain. This bill would shut off the most impactful tool to ensure America and American companies lead in the future. Everybody on this dais should vote for this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Neal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Let me say this to our colleagues here. This was a sound piece of legislation. The infrastructure law, the CHIPS Act, they were sound pieces of legislation. It's going to endure to the benefit of the American family for decades to come. Everywhere you travel now, the result of the infrastructure bill is apparent. On the clean energy front, for those of you who are market-driven, look what's happened to the cost of solar power and wind. They've come way down. But the Inflation Reduction Act, $412 billion worth of tax credit, it allows local investors to decide what they think might win, what might prevail, but not to miss the point. That's a choice that they make. Coupled with the other, I think, very important consideration here, I've always been offended by those who will show up at groundbreakings after they have voted against the expenditure. If you don't want the money, don't show up at the groundbreaking, and surely don't show up at the ribbon cutting hoping that people have amnesia as to what has happened. The easiest piece of legislation in my years in this Congress to pass, always Republicans and Democrats together, the infrastructure bill. Easily done, easily accomplished. Some of the best chairmen that I've served with in this Congress were Republicans on the Infrastructure Committee, or Public Works as it was once called. They were able to maneuver the system. They made sure that the old-fashioned idea, if you voted for the bill, largely your projects were embraced. I hope, and I expect, by the way, that a lot of what's being bartered here over, it's going to fall by the wayside because the Republican leadership is going to start to hear of what this means. A lot of these projects are already in the ground. It's going to be really hard to take a walk on them. So thanks to Mr. Thompson for this amendment. This is a really sound amendment. Park politics for 5 minutes here. Keep these tax credits, keep the Inflation Reduction Act, insulin, all of the things that are in it. It was great legislation. Yield back my time.
Those wishing to speak on the amendment, Mr. Panetta is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Look, I support this amendment, especially this amendment that strikes provisions of the bill that gut the clean energy tax credits. The amendment eliminates credits. Well, this bill eliminates credits that support the deployment of clean energy projects and credits that lower the cost of efficient homes. It also eliminates transferability of credits, crippling the effectiveness of the remaining credits and destroying the clean energy economy that harnessed markets for the green transition. Doing so would increase energy prices for consumers and threaten the deployment of clean energy projects across all of our districts. This directly contradicts the majority's goal of supporting American manufacturing and the economy. These investments unleashed a wave of clean energy funding and job creation, especially in red states and, yes, in red congressional districts. Since these investments were made law, over 75% of clean technology investments have gone to counties with incomes below the national median. These investments have led to the creation of more than 330,000 good-paying jobs in the clean energy sector, jobs that provide stability and upward mobility for thousands of American families. By stripping these tax credits, we risk abandoning the very communities we pledge to uplift and setting the United States behind both environmentally and economically. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I thank Mr. Thompson for offering it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Mr. Thompson's amendment. Look, I get it. Republicans think that because this wasn't their idea, that it's not a good idea. But they're on the verge of discarding over $300 billion in private investment that was catalyzed by the Inflation Reduction Act. That's right, $300 billion of private investment, investments that have been focused on creating good-paying jobs and have revitalized local economies from West Virginia to Arizona and my home state of Nevada. We are talking about the destruction of good-paying jobs and choking local economies, especially in rural America. Here's the hard truth they don't want to admit. Repealing the clean energy tax credits actually will raise energy costs on American families. Experts estimate electric bills would climb by at least $110 per household each year. All to do what? To bankroll tax cuts for billionaires like Elon Musk. The stakes really couldn't be any higher. Already 62,000 clean energy jobs have been lost or stalled since President Trump came to office due to damaging tariffs and executive orders. Pulling the rug out from energy incentives will cost hundreds of thousands more and send U.S. manufacturing overseas. Even more damning, of the nearly 400,000 new clean energy jobs that were created under the Inflation Reduction Act, 53% are in districts held by Republicans, proving that these aren't blue state jobs or red state jobs, they're American jobs. So I hope my colleagues are ready to explain themselves to any American who would ask why they voted against their constituents to give more tax cuts to billionaires like Elon Musk. Even 32 Republicans sent a letter asking you not to gut these valuable programs. So if you won't listen to us because it's not your idea, at least listen to your colleagues. This is outright hypocrisy. Eliminating consumer energy credits while preserving corporate loopholes isn't fiscal responsibility. It's a giveaway to the ultra-wealthy and a betrayal of working families. So do not be the reason, though, that energy costs increase. Do not be the reason why good-paying jobs are destroyed. Do not be the reason manufacturing moves to China. Do not eliminate these credits while leaving corporate loopholes untouched. That's the wrong direction for real tax reform, and it's something that you simply won't be able to explain back home in your districts. With that, I would thank the gentleman, Mr. Thompson, for his amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back and now recognize Ms. Plaskett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, as well, am in favor of this amendment. And some might think from my district that would be kind of unusual, considering we have a refinery, a fossil fuel oil refinery in the Virgin Islands that we are trying to start. But that fossil fuel refinery, which at one point was the largest in the Western Hemisphere, understands that diversification of energy is important for our economy, important for jobs, and important for competitiveness. Listen, even Senate Republicans have looked at this proposal, and just now, if you look at Politico, Reuters, others, are saying that this provision that you have put in to the chairman's bill is not the right way for our for manufacturing, that this cutoff is too soon, this does not help even in the areas that you all are very interested in nuclear reactors, in geothermal. This is going to cut that off with these tax credits being cut off. Industry has, and individuals have made decisions on moving technology forward, on being competitive, and stopping these tax credits just because it was something that President Biden did is not the right way to go. We are going to stifle American competitiveness. We are going to stifle American innovativeness and our ability for our manufacturers and our companies to be able to create new and diversified areas for jobs to grow. Listen, in the Virgin Islands, we had an oil refinery that was a boon. Most of our revenues came from this refinery. Individuals had jobs. We were able to grow the middle class exponentially. But we did not recognize that diversification of our resources and our manufacturing was absolutely key. And when oil prices, movements away from refining happened, we've been stuck. And so those individuals who are working on the restart of the refinery also recognize that we need to diversify it. And these tax credits are very helpful for us to be able to do that, to recognize American innovation and ingenuity. That's what we are allowing the private sector to have by having these tax credits. By removing them, you are stifling American business. And I don't understand to what end, to whose support. Where is this $300 billion that you were going to be used going to go? Oh yeah, probably the tech bros. Those individuals who it seems that the tax credits seem most geared to in this legislation. Let's keep manufacturing here. Let's keep that innovation going. I am in favor of this amendment, and I can't see why my Republican colleagues would not be. Your Senate colleagues across the Capitol are looking at this as well and saying that this is a no-go. Getting rid of these tax credits is going to be harmful to American manufacturing, particularly in the areas that you all are looking at as well. So support this amendment. This is one area that we can all work on together. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Yocum for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act was designed to, by their estimation, to reduce our dependence upon foreigners for energy. The Inflation Reduction Act actually would have been better called the Inflation Enhancement Act. Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, and what happened? Inflation shot through the roof. There were also loopholes created by the Biden administration that allowed foreign actors to take advantage of our tax credits. Why should the Chinese government be allowed to come in here and take advantage of American taxpayer loopholes? We shouldn't allow that. We should want domestic production of energy. We should want domestic investment. And the way to make that happen is to pass this one big, beautiful bill. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize Mr. Doggett to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
During the last Democratic Congress, we took constructive action to respond to the climate crisis. And we worked to incentivize the expansion of an infant industry in competition with serious competition from China. Our industry has grown, the investment has grown, hundreds of thousands of new jobs have been created. The bill has worked. And for some reason, apparently Donald Trump's belief that windmills cause cancer or some other extraordinary, unbelievable position, our Republican colleagues are determined to undermine everything that we did through that legislation. There's a mention by Mr. Yocum of prices. Well, prices on energy have gone down in my state because of renewables. Texas is known for its fossil fuels, but in fact, we're the leading wind producer. We're right at the top on solar because they have worked to bring prices down, not up. And this bill is all about undermining that progress. Without the amendment that we're offering, we're going to see electricity costs go up. We'll see hundreds of thousands of jobs lost, and we'll see much of the modest progress that we made to protect our planet reversed. Phasing out these credits to unworkable short timelines, placing impossible foreign entity of concern restrictions on materials, and repealing the consumer credits, all of these serve to restrict further clean energy growth while Trump demands more and more dirty coal and over-reliance on fossil fuels. Last year was the hottest year ever recorded, the hottest year in known human history. It brought us dangerously near the tipping point of no return with reference to the climate crisis. Climate change is not some far-off event. It's at our doorsteps. It's at the doorstep of my home in Austin tonight, where the temperatures this week are soaring into triple digits. Because in Texas, in my area, summer has become a time that extends from April to November. And that's happening increasingly around the country as we see the intensification of weather events, not only with heat, but with hurricanes, with tornadoes, with floods, and of course wildfires in Texas and wildfires right in the center of Los Angeles. It's absolutely incredible that we're here tonight even debating whether to kill the credits for clean energy and the development of this new industry that can be competitive and not abandon renewables to the Chinese, whether we're going to abandon that approach in order to pay for well-connected billionaires' tax breaks. Electricity demand is projected to grow exponentially in large measure because everything's getting so hot and people want more cooling, more air conditioning. And solar and wind can readily meet that demand without kicking off a death spiral of high emissions from energy used. American families will pay the cost if these provisions are killed. We need these clean energy credits, and I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Thompson to add important rebuttal to some of the arguments that have been made.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett, and I agree with the comments that you've made. I'm a little bit mystified by what my colleague and my friend, Mr. Yackham, had to say. By not passing this amendment, you're doing exactly what you're warned against. We are acquiescent to the Chinese. We're gonna eat their lunch in regard to the development of renewable energy unless we keep going at the pace that we're going. This means jobs in districts across the country. It means cheaper energy for our constituents. It is overwhelmingly popular. And interestingly, there's investments going on, and I read the list of names of our colleagues on the other side of the dais who have major projects with big investments. And Mr. Yackham, you got $6 billion invested in your district in regard to renewable energy. And this is, to say stop is, I think, crazy. I had an opportunity to participate in an energy conference this month, bipartisan, Democrats and Republicans. And one of the most interesting things I heard was from a Republican colleague who said he said, I'm glad you're here as a Democrat on the Ways and Means Committee, but I sure wish there were some Republicans from the Ways and Means Committee here to understand how important it is that we're looking at and investing in, however you want to take it, all of the above or the best of the above, but we need to do a lot of work in regard to energy development.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Clean renewable energy is an important part of that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Byer is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Mr. Thompson for offering perhaps the most important amendment of this markup. The energy provisions of this bill are catastrophic. Everyone understands that this is selling out the future generation's livelihood to support tax cuts for the wealthy. The indisputable, universally accepted climate science tells us we need to take every step we can to fight the existential dangers of global warming, every single step. And if we don't, future generations will prematurely die of heat stroke, will not have the weather temperate enough for crops to grow, or oceans that can support fisheries. If you don't appreciate immigration and emigration right now, get ready for 1 billion people on this planet displaced by 2050. And when Gen Z or Gen Alpha ask you why Congress didn't do something to stop a planet on fire, we can just point to this bill. We have an epidemic of anxiety and depression among our kids. I spent a lot of time with high schoolers, college kids, even 4th graders and 6th graders. And you say, why is there so much anxiety, so much depression? Right away they'll say, because you're doing nothing to stop what's happening to our planet. Listen, then just, if the next Helene or the next LA wildfire isn't enough to make you afraid, just evaluate this from an energy perspective. And that's why I'll tell you that these edits are dumb and deeply unserious. This is killing tax credits that have long had bipartisan support that way predated Joe Biden. This is killing Republican-led ideas like tech neutrality and transferability. You can't reasonably look at the changes made to these tax credits and think that they support energy markets in the U.S. Between the FEOC provisions about being unworkable and functionally killing credits, creating placed in service deadlines, which means no project underway can guarantee it will be done in time, and eliminating transferability, you've killed financing in the energy market. If we lose the advanced nuclear industry to China, let's point to changes that we made here. It's just so deeply unserious at a time when we have increasing energy demand. We should be supporting the rapid deployment of energy that we can get on the grid now. And that's the opposite of an all-the-above or an energy dominance agenda. This is just doubling down on oil and gas. For example, why would we be attacking storage at a time like this when we're trying to improve reliability and improve capacity and lower energy costs? It's baffling. This is an economic loser's agenda and a job killer. At a time when we're trying to grow the economy, why would we be pushing legislation that kills jobs and kills manufacturing in the United States? I also want to point out that these changes are anti-family. If you care about lowering energy prices, these efforts increase household energy prices. Households are going to pay more for energy without these clean energy credits. Americans can see their electricity bills rise by $110 next year. So you're increasing folks' utilities bills at a time when folks are already struggling with the cost of living. And for what? So that the ultra-wealthy can pay even less in taxes. And if you want millennials and Gen Z to have kids, one of the key reasons they don't want to have kids is they're concerned about costs, and they're concerned about climate change. And this bill makes both of those things worse. So I'm deeply opposed to these energy provisions. They're hiking energy prices, they're killing jobs, they're killing manufacturing, they're contributing to the climate crisis, and they're asking our kids not to have their own children. With that, I yield back. Yes, I yield.
Time has expired.
Yep.
Hey, you want to sit here? Mine is working. This is working. Jump in. Come on. It's your birthday.
If I can come up and stay up on the top of the that one.
The committee will stand at ease as technical issues are being addressed.
We can.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you like to use this one?
Hello?
Come on up.
Mic check, mic check.
This one works.
Okay, can we, you want me to continue?
The committee will come to order and will proceed.
Thank
as
you.
needed.
Thank you for yielding your time to me. I know that my colleague, Mr. Thompson, was discussing some of the statistics and what was said by our good colleague from Indiana. One of the things that I think we need to continually do is get rid of misinformation. He also stated that there was inflation skyrocketed under Biden. Let's be clear that we know that in 2021, inflation was at 7%. That was the inflation rate. It dropped down to 6.5. In 2023, it was 3.4. 2024, 2.9. And at the beginning of the Trump administration, 2.3. Those are the numbers, and to state, it's disingenuous to say that inflation skyrocketed under the Biden administration when there was a steady decline. Additionally, we know that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, has brought 400,000 new clean jobs, and over $422 billion has been invested across 48 states and Puerto Rico in that short period of time. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Mr. Byer, you still have time. Would you yield?
Mr. Byers' time has expired.
18 seconds. It says he had 18 seconds, but that's all right.
Mr. Byers' time is 18 seconds.
Mr. Byer, you're aware that this week 23 retired four-star generals and admirals said this is not just a matter of clean energy, but it is a matter of our national security, that these credits be maintained. There's a serious national security issue that is being totally ignored by our Republican colleagues with this amendment, is there not?
There certainly is, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the agreeing to the... Ms. Moore is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you so very, very much. I'm reflecting back on Member Day when I was the vice-ranking member of the committee and sat there for hours listening to Republicans come in and beg the majority, Republican members beg to not destroy the IRA provisions, the energy provisions in the IRA. They said that red states had more of these investments than blue states, and that the projects that were in code would be interrupted were the Republicans to use a sword or a knife rather than a scalpel. So I am wondering at this point why the Republican conference has not listened to its members to talk about what a great investment they have seen. I would yield the rest of my time to Mr. Doggett. Did you want time?
I believe we've adequately covered this amendment, but it's critical to our national security, our economic security, to job growth, and to assuring that we respond to the climate crisis before we're overwhelmed by it. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. No. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider.
Yep.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Yeah, I see him. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no.
How is Mr. Arrington recorded?
Mr. Arrington is not recorded. Mr. Arrington, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. Ms. Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. If you would suspend while we distribute the amendments.
Yes, do you want them? Yeah, I brought fuzzy warm socks. I don't know why I wore these heels. I don't know why.
Ms. Sanchez is recognized for her amendment, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would terminate the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA, those tariffs that were imposed by Trump Executive Orders 14257, 14193, and 14194. Trump's tariffs have only brought us economic pain, not results. For the first time since the pandemic, our economy shrank in the first quarter. We now face the very real risk of yet another Republican-led recession. Prices continue to rise and jobs are being lost or are in jeopardy, with farmers and small businesses feeling the brunt. According to the Joint Economic Committee, employment at small businesses declined by 3% since President Trump took office. That is 366,400 jobs lost. Americans are unsure of how to weather the day's trade storm or what tariffs might hit them next. It's time to end the economic damage and to restore stability. Congress cannot sit idly by working on a tax bill while President Trump's trade policies wipe out American jobs, businesses, and economic stability. That's why I offered an amendment to eliminate President Trump's global tariffs once and for all. This includes the baseline 10% on all countries and the massive looming additional tariffs. My amendment would also permanently remove the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. No more so-called temporary pauses that get turned off and on at the president's whim. Republicans will desperately argue there's a strategy behind Trump's approach. They'll talk up these big trade deals. But let's be honest, there are no real deals. It's all a smokescreen. Just vague promises and walkbacks to hide the chaos and to distract American families from rising costs and the economic uncertainty ahead. Look at China. Trump sure did talk a big game and bragged about his tough tariffs on China, but in reality, he got spooked by the market, so he caved, temporarily dropping them from 145% to 30% in an effort to save face. And it looks like China gave us nothing meaningful in return.
Ms. Sanchez, would you pause? I would ask the audience to please take your conversations into the hallway. Members deserve to be heard. Please, audience members, take your conversations to the hallway. Ms. Sanchez, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Americans have to bear the brunt of his trade wars with nothing to show for them. President Trump said Americans will feel short-term pain for his tariffs, but what is the short-term pain exactly? Higher prices and jobs lost, declining investments in the United States, and no meaningful progress on fixing our trade imbalances. But there is one person who seems to come out ahead time and time again, President Trump himself. He's getting a new $300 million private luxury plane from Qatar that he'll keep once he leaves office. A gift that just happens to come after the Trump Organization announced plans to develop a $5.5 billion golf resort in Qatar. Just a coincidence, right? This fits the pattern, rewarding countries that benefit Trump personally, punishing our allies like Canada, and going soft on authoritarian regimes like China and Russia. Meanwhile, it's the American people who are left paying the price. Trump's tariff policies aren't about trade. They're about his own self-interest, chaos, and control. It's time to end this grift and bring some sanity back to our trade policy. I encourage my Republican colleagues to strike Trump's IEEPA tariffs and support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Anyone wishing to speak on the amendment? Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am speaking in favor of this amendment. I thank the gentlewoman, the ranking subcommittee member on trade, for this amendment. You know, while President Trump has expressed an interest in changing U.S. trade policy and the world economic order, his administration has so far been marked by a lack of coherence and demonstrable interest in enriching our foes. He's not articulated or acted upon specific, responsible reforms to help American workers and middle-class families. Instead, perhaps due to growing divisions within the administration, it's not clear, and with many in the business community, the administration on several occasions has swung wildly between policy extremes, creating a great deal of uncertainty for stakeholders and our trading partners. These trade people that we work with are our partners for the betterment of the American people and American workers. The administration has taken a hostile approach to the economy and alliances, all leading to questions about their overarching objectives on trade. IEEPA is not a tariff statute. Its text and legislative history make clear that Congress neither intended to nor did provide for IEEPA to be a tariff statute, and has never been used that way. The Constitution gives Congress, not the President, the first branch of government, the power to impose tariffs. The President thus can only raise tariffs if Congress has clearly delegated its authority to him. And here, Congress has not done so. Congress knows how to delegate tariff authority and has made itself clear when it has done so on a number of occasions in the past. When Congress does so, it includes substantive, procedural, and temporal limits on the President's delegated power. That's the balance of power. That's the checks and balances that our Constitution is supposed to have. Trump's chaotic on-again, off-again approach to tariffs imposed under IEEPA is bad for the U.S. economy. It's bad, and we know it's bad because we've seen the stock market. We've seen what it's done, and would not have happened had the President used any of the other tariff authorities available to him under the law. This is an amendment that brings certainty, that brings clarity, that brings a procedure, and allows Congress to have its rightful authority so that there are guidelines under which the President is operating to make any changes or negotiations that he would like to do. I'm supporting this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well.
Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment?
I too support.
Mr. Evans is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I too support the amendment. And Ms. Sanchez has done a good job in terms of providing leadership. And that's what we really need. We need someone who really understands and realizes that Congress has to work with the administration. Ms. Sanchez has demonstrated that, and what she stated has been very clear. So I support this amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman yield back? Others? Mr. Horsford is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to speak in favor of the amendment. I'm actually going to share a couple of constituent stories of people who wrote in to me, because I think too often we don't center the people who are affected by these policies. And to be clear, Trump's tariffs are taxes that the American people, consumers, pay, not some foreign government elsewhere. And while tariffs can be used strategically as a tool, that's what this administration has chosen not to do. Now, I don't know where all the Republicans have gone. I don't know why you guys can't be here to be a part of the debate to defend this big, beautiful bill. Maybe you're off negotiating terms that you haven't reached, but I'm here to speak on behalf of my constituents and make sure they have a voice. So the owners of the North 5th Brewery in my district, Amanda and Matt, shared that aluminum cans is their primary source of advertisement, and all of the aluminum is imported. Their profit margins on their cans is already very minimal. When they looked at the numbers, they realized that the tariffs would hurt them. Canned beer may be something that we would have to eliminate, they said, and that's a huge hit to them. Also, they're at a point where they do need more brewing tanks, and the steel comes from overseas, even if they're locally made here. They have to get that resource from somewhere. They said they may have to go from $6,000 a tank to almost $20,000. As a small business, that's just not something we can afford, they shared. Mallory, who is the owner of Needle and Stitch, shared that it's easy to say that tariffs just raise the price of goods, but for us, it's so much more than that. With the cost of materials going up, I'm forced to make impossible decisions. Do I raise my prices and risk losing the loyal customers that keep us going? Do I cut my employees' hours even though they're depending on those wages to get by in a place where rent and groceries just keep going up? I'm not a corporation with layers of funding. I'm just a mom, a military wife, and small business owner who took the leap of faith to build something for my family and the community that I love. These tariffs will squeeze every part of my business. We serve families, teachers, the military, other entrepreneurs, and folks who are watching every dollar right now. We need policies that are going to protect us, not push us out. Thank you, Mallory. I hear you, and I appreciate you sharing your perspective. Vanessa, co-owner of La Vecindad, who is a small business owner, said that these tariffs will directly increase the cost of imported goods that we rely on, from specialty ingredients to packaging. That means higher prices for our customers, tighter margins for us, and tougher decisions about staffing and growth. Small businesses like mine already operate at razor-thin margins. These tariffs don't just hurt trade, they threaten our very survival. And Dee Dee, a constituent of mine, said that after seeing the Instagram post, I felt compelled to share how the tariffs and the current administration in general affects the way I conduct my business. I'm a hairdresser and a makeup artist. I have a two-phase business because I do hair and makeup for TV and film, and I rent a salon suite. Everything I use, the hair dye, styling products, tools, printer ink, makeup brushes, cases, and so on, is imported. Even if the product is made in the United States, the packaging is imported. I've been through their industry strikes, a pandemic, and a recession. I've tried to absorb the cost of doing business over the years and haven't raised my salon service prices in 8 years. Now I'm worried. The cost of doing business keeps going up. I don't want to lose clients because they don't want to pay more. Also, it's really hard to save for retirement now that Social Security is in peril. I don't sleep well. Let's not do it this way. The ranking member of the Trade Subcommittee is absolutely right. The President has no authority to enact these emergency tariffs. And if it was an emergency for fentanyl, why is he now lifting the emergency and extending the dates? And where are the Republicans, and why are you capitulating your Article 1 constitutional right to oversee this executive branch? That's your job. Don't cut me off.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'm here to represent my constituents.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez.
I move to strike the last word.
Ms. Moore is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I think this is an extremely important amendment. One of the things that has been extremely shocking to me is that this institution is not jealous for its power and authority. I mean, it's one thing to be partisan and say, well, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat, but to really come here and sit here for hours on end and allow someone in the executive branch, and unelected, dictate, friends of the president dictate policies that ought to be under our purview is absolutely disgusting. I would yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Horsford.
I thank the gentlelady from Wisconsin. Look, I know you may not want to defend your constituents, but I came here to work. I came here to do my job. So even though you don't want to hear me, you don't want to hear my constituents and their plea, it's my job to make sure that my constituents' voices are heard. Representative is not just a title, it's not just a definition, it's what I am for the 750,000 constituents in Nevada's 4th District. They may not all agree with the positions I take, but you know what they do agree with? That I listen, that I make sure that their perspectives are heard, that even if they don't agree with me, they will be able to hear my point of view. So I would at least ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to give us that respect. And the underlying amendment is about your constitutional responsibility, your duty as a representative here in the House of Representatives. Can one of you say anything about why you've capitulated to the executive branch, your responsibility to oversee trade? Can you say, what is the strategy of this administration, the on-again, off-again strategy? Can you answer to constituents who are concerned about the prices from everything from groceries to appliances to whether or not their kids are going to have gifts under the tree because the shelves won't be stocked? Oh, I'm sorry, you guys are silent because you've been directed by Almighty King not to speak during these markups, just like you've done in every other committee. This is the choice that the American people have made. Well, I'm going to keep fighting for my constituents. I'm going to make sure their voices are heard. And the thousands of people who've written me, who've emailed, who've shared your stories, I hear you, I see you, and I'm going to make sure that your stories are lifted up. I'm now going to yield the balance of my time to the ranking member of the Trade Subcommittee, Ms. Sanchez.
The gentleman must yield back his time. Does
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Moore
to
yield
Ms.
time? Ms.
I
Moore
apologize.
yields time to Ms. Sanchez.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have forgotten that they are a co-equal branch of government, and that part of our duty is to make sure that there is no overreach by the executive branch. And the Constitution specifically grants to the Congress the power of trade and tariffs. And yet you seem to just look the other way and allow the executive branch to do whatever he wants and overreach that power, and you're not willing to stand up and assert your constitutional responsibility. It's very telling. It's very telling. You were willing to do it when Biden was president, but you're not willing to do it when a member of your own party sits in the White House. My constituents, I hold town halls. I know a lot of you don't because you don't want to hear the backlash from your constituents that this is painful for them economically, these tariffs, and the uncertainty and the chaos of the on-again, off-again nature. I'll tell you, I represent the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Their cargo is down 35%. Every 4 containers means 1 job lost. We are looking at massive job loss for longshoremen, for truckers, for associated businesses, and that's, I share the same experience as Mr. Horsford of having constituents who are small business owners tell me they are going out of business because of these tariffs. The president had no right to institute them, and we must wrest that power back to this committee and to do it in a logical and strategic way that makes sense for the American people.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
Mr. Gomez is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Ms. Sanchez's amendment to take this power back because Mr. Trump, the president, has been reckless when it comes to its use. While Republicans sit and blow hot air about strengthening the economy with tax breaks for unelected billionaires like Elon Musk, President Trump was waging a trade war that has caused prices to start skyrocketing. I'm not against all tariffs. I'm against dumb tariffs. President's dumb tariffs took a strong economy and hobbled it with sudden and unjustified escalations, followed by weak and pathetic policy retreats for the whole world to see. And his trade policy caused whipsawing markets and rampant uncertainty among businesses and consumers. Used entirely bogus formula and justifications to slap tariffs on our closest allies and sabotage our most important relationships, as well as entirely deserted. He also imposed a tariff on an entirely deserted island of penguins. Penguins. And what have we gained for all of it? To quote the president, concepts of a plan instead of actual trade deals. What agreements have been made mostly seem to be just removing the arbitrary tariffs Trump slapped on and the retaliatory tariffs countries have placed on American businesses. The only people who seem to have actually benefited are the same people who benefited from this bill. Trump's closest friends and unelected billionaires who seemingly have made piles of money on having insider information to when Trump will make his next destabilizing announcement on trade. Trump paused his tariffs on Chinese imports because of one word, Christmas. During my recent tour of the Port of Los Angeles, I saw firsthand the empty berths and barren cargo ships. I learned retailers weren't placing orders for the holidays due to Trump's tariffs, because this is when they actually place the orders, not close to the holidays, right now. And that's not what they're doing. So that will make it nearly impossible or incredibly expensive for families to find the perfect Christmas gift, including clothes, electronics, and toys like dolls. But it goes with the line, maybe less is more, as they said, less dolls for even the little girls who live in this country. Trump may be backing off now to try to avoid a Christmas disaster, but the economic damage is done. Ships are still delayed. Empty ships are returning to carry our agricultural products to Asia, and getting things on track will take more than a month and a half. The worst part is that working families are paying the price, just like with this bill before us today. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? Question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Schneider?
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman will suspend while the amendment is distributed.
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Instead of helping American workers, families, and small business owners, Republicans are prioritizing the country's wealthiest people, the most financially secure, with their tax bill. While those with million-dollar-plus incomes should love the massive tax benefits in this bill, President Trump and the Republicans are manufacturing a cost-of-living crisis for the many working families who worry about financial security. This bill fails to help families with health care, child care, paid leave, or affordable housing. The cuts to Medicaid alone will take health care away from 14 million people. The price tag of this bill will result in more than $5 trillion additional debt by 2034 and an astonishing, eye-popping $45 trillion by 2055. That debt burden might not make a difference to President Trump's or Elon Musk's family. It will, however, lay a burden on working families in Main Street communities for generations. But this bill is not the only burden on American families. President Trump's impulsive, often arbitrary and capricious tariffs are raising costs and pushing countless American small businesses to the brink of closure. Just to be clear, tariffs are a tax paid by American families and American small businesses. The president's tariffs are making life for American families more expensive, our nation less secure, and our citizens less prosperous. Whether my Republican colleagues will admit it or not, the president's tariffs have real-world impacts for every one of our constituents who will see higher prices at the grocery store, shortages of critical products, and less money in their retirement accounts. The Yale Budget Lab projects that the revised tariffs will result in the average household's real disposable income declining by $4,900 per year due to rising prices. The president has suspended for 90 days the so-called across-the-board reciprocal Liberation Day tariffs levied against not just problem countries, but also our most valued trading partners and even the herd in McDonald Islands, uninhabited except for a lot of penguins. And this weekend, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a partial rollback of the 145% tariffs on goods from China. These abrupt suspensions should tell us something about the president's tariff policy. And yesterday, the Wall Street Journal's editorial board, not a liberal bastion by any means, wrote the following, quote, "Rarely has an economic policy been repudiated as soundly and as quickly as President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, and by Mr. Trump's own hand. Witness the agreement Monday morning to scale back his punitive tariffs on China, his second major retreat in less than a week. This is a win for economic reality and for American prosperity." In the same piece, the Wall Street Journal board continued, "As with last week's modest British agreement, the China deal is more surrender than Trump victory. Apart from the tariff rollback, neither side announced any broader concessions on the substantive trade issues that weigh on the U.S.-China relationship." End quote. There's still a 30% tariff on China and 10% virtually on every other country, which is why the Wall Street Journal editors made the following important point yesterday. Quote, "But a 10% across-the-board tariff is still 4 times the average U.S. tariff rate before Mr. Trump took office. It keeps the door open to the economically and politically destructive special pleading for tariff breaks for well-connected industries and companies at the expense of everyone else. U.S. companies protected by high tariffs will gradually lose their competitiveness against the rest of the world, end quote. American families deserve relief from President Trump's tariffs. That is why I am introducing tonight the American Family Tariff Relief Amendment. My amendment would increase the standard deduction by $5,000 for families, $2,500 for single filers, approximately the same amount the Yale Budget Lab estimates average families will pay this year because of President Trump's reckless trade agenda. Since the president's announcement, we've seen companies raising prices on consumers, cut back on investing in R&D, and laying off workers. Tariffs are a regressive tax, especially in the short run, and have outsized effect on the lowest income earners compared to those at the top. American families should not pay higher taxes to fund tax cuts for the rich. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment to provide real relief to working families across the country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Miller is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to do, but this bill already doubles the standard deduction, and it includes a bonus up to $2,000. This already benefits, and I'll say it again, over 90% of my congressional district and constituents. While I appreciate once again what our colleagues are trying to do on the other side of the aisle, we are trying to move forward in a sensible way with actual revenue targets. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is anyone wishing to speak on the amendment? Ms. Sanchez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting because what you're giving with one hand, you're taking away with another. You may be attempting to put money in the pockets of everyday working Americans, but the cost that these tariffs have in terms of the very real price increases that they're going to experience or are experiencing right now means that they fall further and further behind. You don't really give tax relief that is meaningful to the average American family. I think what this amendment does is tries to make up for the fact that families are going to be out $5,000 more per year because the cost of groceries, energy, diapers, formula, school supplies are going to go up or are already going up because of the tariffs. In fact, when I toured the Los Angeles port, which I will say 40% of all goods that come into the United States come through that port, I was told that because no ships are coming, bringing goods into the United States because of the tariffs, that in a matter of weeks we will have empty shelves. And when there is scarcity, that drives prices up even further. So we are looking at a very real economic impact for families that are struggling the most. If you guys truly cared about the working class or the working poor or even the middle class, you would support this amendment, which just seeks to make families whole. And with that, if my colleague, Mr. Schneider, would like to claim the balance of my time, I will yield to him.
Thank you, and I think you made the point, my colleague from California made the point very precisely. It's taking away with one hand what's given with the others. This bill is putting a burden on working families. It's taking health care away from 14 million Americans. It's putting a debt burden not just on more debt today, but more debt for future generations. And it's doing all of this in an irresponsible way just to extend massive tax cuts for the wealthiest and friends of the president. It's unfortunate that we're in this conversation. It's unfortunate the president is putting this burden on families with these tariffs. This amendment would provide relief to those families as long as the tariffs are in place. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the amendment? Ms. Plaskett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate this raising the standard deduction to offset these tariffs. I live in a location that absolutely is affected by tariffs because most of the goods that are brought into our island comes from ships. And because of that, we have an exponential cost of living as it is. Buying a car in the Virgin Islands is going to cost you about 15 to 20% more than it costs in the United States, in the mainland. And the cost, you guys talk about the cost of eggs, our prices were already there to the prices that you all were looking at. Groceries, another 10 to 20% higher for groceries on a place where everything is shipped in. And these tariffs have made it exponentially harder for a family living in the Virgin Islands, particularly when our cost of living and our salaries are so much lower than other places, and we have 30% of our children living in poverty. If you're going to be taking away what's happening in the Energy and Commerce and the Agriculture Committee to take away benefits and take away support for families that are right on the line, the working poor, then we're going to need some offsets as well for those individuals, those families that are doing these itemizations. So I'm grateful to Mr. Schneider for thinking about these families, raising the standard deduction to offset the effects of the tariffs are having on everyday working families. Everyday families that are trying to put food on the table, that are trying to clothe themselves, transporting themselves from work to home to school. They're not looking for frills. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They need this to make their existence to continue to not fall within the cracks. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Will you yield, gentlemen?
I'm sorry, I yield my time to Mr. Schneider. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your comment talking about young families with children. And it illustrates, anyone who has young children knows that the costs for baby seats, for strollers, for toys are going up because so many of these products, in some cases all of these products, are manufactured outside the United States. And young families starting out, people early in their careers, whether they're in a trade or a profession, whatever the case might be, they are just trying to make ends meet, trying to save for their children's education, looking forward to the future, trying to maybe enjoy a date night once a month. And these tariffs are making those ambitions more difficult, the prospects of getting that step ahead further away.
And Mr. Schneider, if I may, you and I both know that those things that those families are trying to purchase, whether they're toys or the baby monitor that's in the home, all of the things, the onesies, those are not going to come back to the United States. These tariffs are hurting Americans, and they are not the manufacturing jobs that are going to be coming back here. We need to be investing in upskilling American workers and creating jobs that we are going to be able to have as Americans. But to say that we're going to be sitting in factories, putting onesies together, doing T-shirts, sneakers, that is not going to happen in the United States.
100%. What we need to be bringing back are the high value-added jobs, the jobs. I had the chance to tour some plants in Ohio with my colleague Mike Carey. We went to the Intel Fab plant, which is making the high-end chips that will power the future. We visited a battery manufacturer, joint venture between Honda and LG, making the batteries for the electric cars, the electric vehicles that will not just lower the cost of transportation for working families, but help us address the climate crisis that we're facing. The manufacturing of the products that the world is looking to the United States, not just to innovate and invent here, but to make here and ship around the world. Products, the lower value products where there's high labor content and low price, those are not products that are going to make Americans wealthy. And by putting these tariffs, making Americans pay more for them is only going to make getting ahead that much harder. I yield back.
Thank you. At this time, I yield my time back.
The gentlelady yields her time back. Others wishing to speak on the amendment. Mr. Horsford is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I came to Congress to create economic opportunity, not cause economic instability or uncertainty. And unfortunately, President Trump's tariffs actually caused the largest tax increase in history without a single pen to paper here in Congress. And my colleagues on the other side are choosing not even to engage in the debate because they've capitulated to the executive branch. I guess they work for Donald Trump, not for the American people. But to be clear, tariffs can be used and should be used as laser-focused, not blanket edicts. Strategic, targeted duties against specific unfair practices can protect U.S. jobs. And I fundamentally believe that, and I know the ranking member of the Trade Committee does as well. But the blanket 10% IEEPA tariffs that Donald Trump has enacted do not protect American jobs. American workers are paying the price for Trump's chaotic, broad tariffs. When manufacturers are faced with uncertainty, what do? They delay investment, they cut shifts, they defer hiring, or they automate. I already shared the real story about one of my constituents, Deborah, the fact that she endured and overcame the downturn in the housing crisis, made it through the pandemic, but now she is worried about what these tariffs will do on the backs of her small business. Now, we all understand the importance of reshoring critical supply chains to the United States and making more goods right here. But that's not what Trump's tariffs are doing. These blanket tariffs are targeting our largest trading partners like Canada and Mexico. They undermine North American factories. Auto plants and part suppliers rely on integrated supply chains. Yet these tariffs threaten thousands of pro-labor jobs on both sides of the border. I want to thank the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Schneider. You're very thoughtful, you're very deliberate, you're very reasoned in your approach. But I'm also curious because we're watching in real time as Mack Trucks, Stellantis, Volvo, and many other companies are starting to lay off employees. U.S. retailers have eliminated 64,000 jobs in just the first 4 months of this year. That's not Joe Biden's fault. That's Donald Trump. Family budgets are getting squeezed by higher prices. Trump's blanket tariffs drive up the cost of everyday goods, as you said, from diapers to electronics, even groceries, forcing workers to choose between rent and groceries. No one can afford a $2,800 tax hike, but that's exactly what these tariffs are doing. So meanwhile, they just gave permanent tax cuts, or they plan to billionaires. They're going to tell you they're giving you somewhere around $1,000. Meanwhile, they're sticking you with a $2,800 tax bill from these Trump tariffs, which are taxes on the American people. Congress, not an unchecked emergency power, should set tax and trade policy. Real emergencies require real legislative debate. Are my colleagues on the other side willing to debate? Anyone? Anyone? In my home district in Nevada, we're already grappling with high prices and a housing crisis. Nevadans need and want relief now. But tariffs on critical imports such as lumber, steel, and aluminum, which are all necessary to build housing, will only make housing more unattainable. These blanket tariffs are chaotic, they're poorly targeted, and ultimately raise prices without delivering job security. So don't let Republicans fool you that their bill gives you a tax break when Donald Trump just cost you $2,800 tax hike. This amendment will give taxpayers real relief now. That's what we were elected to do. I urge my colleagues to support the Schneider amendment and vote yes.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Buchanan for 5 minutes.
I yield to Mr. Mueller.
Mr. Miller is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little baffled by the capitulation rhetoric and that our side, isn't doing anything for the American people. And just really to put a fine point on it and not make it too complicated or not bring emotion into it, we have a very ambitious solution that already exists before us. And it sounds like our colleagues already kind of agree with us on that text. Within the base text already, we're going to help Americans with the increased standard deduction in a very reasonable, thoughtful way. And we've seen it from every angle. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schneider. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Boyle? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report.
The yeses are 18, the nos are 26.
There being 18 yeses and 26 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Delbene is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is recognized. Ms. Delbene, if you would suspend as the amendment is distributed. Ms. Delbene may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offer an amendment that will support families, grow the middle class, and dramatically cut childhood poverty. My amendment is simple. It restores the largest ever middle class tax cut by increasing the child tax credit and making it fully refundable, a policy that cut childhood poverty nearly in half in a year when it was in place. These are provisions from the American Family Act, which I recently introduced with the help of my Democratic colleagues on this committee and Representatives DeLauro and Torres. Right now, the Republican child tax credit leaves out 1 in 3 kids in families who don't make enough money to access the full credit. As we learned earlier from Mr. Bartold, that is 17 million children in this country who won't receive the full child tax credit. A family where both parents work full-time and make minimum wage still won't earn enough to access the full credit. Making the credit fully refundable would ensure those parents and countless other families in the same position would be able to receive the full value of the child tax credit. This seems like something my Republican colleagues would support, ensuring that hardworking families get support to help them with rising costs. Instead, Republicans claim to be pro-family while cutting the programs that so many rely on. Like a mother in my district who has 4 adoptive kids, one of whom has a severe developmental disability and requires constant care. She worked multiple jobs so she could provide for her children. She received monthly child tax credit checks that allowed her to bring in extra help to care for her special needs child so she could spend more time with her other children, like taking them sledding in the winter. She told me that she finally felt like she had a few moments to breathe with the extra money coming in. Since the child tax credit payments ended in 2021, she's had to tighten her budget and pick up more work to make ends meet, meaning she spends less time with her kids. Republicans are showing their values with this tax bill. They don't care about everyday, hardworking Americans. If they did, they would be giving tax cuts to the middle class, not the wealthy and the well-connected. They would be expanding programs that we know that work, that help families, like the expanded child tax credit, so that parents who are working full-time and earning minimum wage can earn the full benefit. These are families in all of our districts who would actually benefit from getting the full child tax credit, but despite doing everything they can, according to Republicans, they still aren't doing enough. I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Moore from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Washington for bringing this up again. I think this is one of the most important things to discuss in our committee, and it has been a fundamental aspect of every tax bill that we've done in my recent memory. So let's just think back to 2017 till today. We doubled it. Republicans doubled it in 2017. Democrats increased it during ARPA for 1 year. We, as a bipartisan approach last year, significantly increased it and made sure that it wasn't going to expire at the end of this year. And we today, the Republican side, I'd like just a moment to be able to kind of highlight what our approach has been for the child tax credit. So I introduced what's called the Family First Act that would significantly enhance the child tax credit. Got a lot of good news, obviously well appreciated in my wonderful state of Utah, where we have one of the highest birth rates and one of the strongest family-centric cultures that you can have, where we're one of the states that's at least trying to replace our 2.1%, or 2.1 child. So thank you. Again, I'm sincere. I love that we're talking about the child tax credit constantly in this committee. I want to take a look and just quickly highlight what Republicans have done on this issue. In 2017, it was $1,000, and we doubled it. We doubled the child tax credit. We get no credit for that, of course. We constantly get said that, by increasing it by 2x, we constantly take criticism that we're not doing anything to support the middle class. And, we get it. That's constantly going to be a talking point in this side. But the fact is, we doubled it in 2017, and we're enhancing it again today. In fact, not only are we enhancing, we are making what we did in 2017 permanent and tying that portion to inflation. That's a significant difference than what my Democrat colleagues did in ARPA and the American Rescue Plan by only enhancing it for 1 year, right? And so there's obviously a cost to this, and I don't know the decisions made then. I wasn't on committee, but I know that it wasn't increased for more than just 1 year. And then we were back to the potential, which was why we did the bipartisan tax bill last year. We came to a spot that showed this committee cares deeply to make sure this does not go back to pre-2017 levels. And that's what we're doing again today, is making sure that we never have to have that on the table again by making it permanent. And in addition to making it permanent, we're enhancing it for 4 years up to $2,500. And so there's a slew of things that we've been working on with respect to this. The Senate has been heavily engaged on this. The White House has been engaged on enhancing this as much as we possibly can. Again, a piece of legislation that I put forth was a part of our effort in the discussions we've had over the last few months in this reconciliation bill to enhance this as much as we possibly can. We're thrilled at where we're at right now. It's going to be permanent, so we never have to have the threat of it going back to $1,000, which was the pre-2017 level, and enhancing it up to $2,500. Again, the permanent part we're going to make tied to also inflation, so those will be indexed, and a significant, consistent, a consistent sort of anchor for American families to know they're going to have this going forward. And I just appreciate the chance to be able to express it. What we're doing in this bill is significant. It's done in a responsible, fiscally responsible way, and it will give relief immediately to families with young children, even up to the age of 17. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Neal.
I think what the gentlelady is saying here is that if we weren't pausing for the purpose of borrowing $4 trillion to cut taxes for the wealthiest people in America, that indeed we could build a permanent and refundable child credit that might have real consequence. I think that's an essential part of the gentlelady's thrust here, and she's been consistent on this, and she's argued for refundability. And when you're talking about another $500, that's a pretty paltry sum when you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars for people at the very top who really don't need it. I think that's the point the gentlelady is trying to make. And I'd yield another moment to her if she'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I appreciate Representative Moore's remarks. I want to point out two things. One, we have been trying to make this permanent, so it absolutely is a priority to make the expanded child tax credit permanent. And an effort, frankly, we've had no Republican support for. In fact, that's why it just expired. There's no Republican support to extend the child tax credit, even though we cut childhood poverty in 1 year nearly in half. But I would say a big issue that I think is missed, and I commented earlier, is that 1 in 3 children, their families do not make enough money to access the full credit. Refundability is key. If, offsetting someone's, tax liability who has enough to have a tax liability is one thing, but making sure people who don't make enough get the full benefit is critically important. And that was key to cutting childhood poverty across this country. Refundability is not part of this proposal. It's never been part of the proposal. It means the families of the greatest need do not get the benefit. And so I would say if we really want to make progress and help the families who need it the most, then refundability has to be part of the proposal. That is why it is part of the proposal, it's part of what we put in this amendment, because we know it works and it gets dollars to those families that need it the most. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I applaud this amendment, and I want to commend the gentlelady for her continuous leadership on this issue down through the years and the success that we've experienced. Much of it has come as a result of your leadership, so right on to that. As the ranking member of the subcommittee focused on low-income children and families, I emphatically support restoring the 2021 child tax credit that helped cut poverty by almost half for children. Almost 1/3 of children in my district live in poverty, and 15% live in extreme poverty. I saw firsthand the families that the CTC helped. Many of these parents cried in gratitude and relief when they told me how these funds helped their families with the cost of food, rent, and clothing. The John Burden Advocates for Youth found that among the foster youth that they helped file their taxes, 13% were custodial parents who received an average refund of over $3,100 from the 2021 child tax credit. When the 2021 enhanced CTC expired, an estimated 19 million children, or more than 25% of children under age 17, got less than the full credit or no credit at all. In Illinois, about 661,000 kids under 17 were left out. Republicans want us to pat themselves on the back for temporarily bumping up the CTC by $500 while excluding the poorest children who need help the most. The 2021 CTC was $3,600 for kids up to age 5 and $3,000 for kids aged 5 to 18, and covered the lowest income families. And that is why the CTC lifted millions of children out of poverty. I reject the false justification for targeting the CTC to upper income families as a supposed work requirement. The Republican CTC has no work requirement. It has a wealth requirement. This bill intentionally leaves out the millions of low-income working parents who don't make enough money to pay taxes and completely fails to improve the actual tax credit for working parents that has a work requirement. The GOP CTC excludes the 17 million children who currently get less than the full $2,000 credit while bestowing higher income families earnings up to $400,000 with 2 kids and an extra $1,000. This cruel bill also discriminates against our youngest citizens whose parents are undocumented. What religion teaches us to pamper the wealthy and give crumbs to the poor? Absolutely shameful. We know that the 2021 CTC was a powerful driver of economic growth and business development, with JEC reporting that families getting 2021 expansion injected nearly $20 billion monthly into local economies. Further research shows that for families with children under the age of 5, receiving an extra $3,000 per year boosts children's adult earnings by 17%. So enhancing the CTC for all families would lift children out of poverty both now and in the future. We know how pernicious and devastating childhood poverty is. Instead of helping the most vulnerable,
the gentleman's time has expired.
That is appalling. So I support this amendment. Urge
the gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to join and echo the applause for the gentlelady from Washington for her steadfast leadership when it comes to the child tax credit. For me, restoring the refundability is absolutely key. Offering an enhanced CTC is good, but offering an expanded CTC that includes refundability, and I would go so far as to say, and restores its monthly, providing it monthly, now that is about fairness. You know, we have been debating the Republicans, well, the one big beautiful bill that they offered up. And if you think about it, the enhancement is only for 4 years. So they raise it to 2,500, but it's only for 4 years. Meanwhile, they give permanent tax cuts to the corporations and to the wealthy, and provide temporary help, and only for a fraction of the families that really need it. As was said, 1 in 3 low-income families will not get the benefit because they don't make enough money to actually receive the benefit. Let me repeat that. 1 in 3 low-income families will not get the benefit. And these are the poorest of the poor. I mean, they're poor, or what we would say in Alabama, they're po. They can't afford the O or the R. They need the most assistance. They need the most assistance. I can tell you that we would have loved to extend beyond the 2021 year, but had no support in trying to keep that expanded CTC. And so in Alabama alone, in my district, the expansion for that 1 year is estimated to have lifted 82,000 children out of poverty and 43,000 children out of deep poverty. Nationally, the CTC expansion kept 5.3 million Americans above the poverty line. It is estimated that the expanded child tax credit benefited 91% of the children in Alabama, impacting 316,000 households. And so I think that it is critically important that, as a matter of fairness, that we actually make the child tax credit fully refundable, and we actually give the benefit to the families that need it the most. You know, I was approached by several of my constituents who were able to, for the first time, buy instruments for their children to actually participate in band. I was approached by one constituent who was able to buy encyclopedias for her home to provide access to her children to literally explore. Another that was able to get National Geographic. You know, as a child, I didn't have a passport, and I traveled through the National Geographic. And it warmed my heart to hear about that constituent that was able to provide that benefit to her child. Now, she never, ever filed an income tax before 2021 because she made too little to file. She lived below the poverty line. And so I want to applaud and join the chorus with Ms. Delbene's amendment to restore the expanded child tax credit and to make it fully refundable. I urge my colleagues to join me in this. I don't give a pat on the back to Republicans that are providing temporary enhancement. They need to be providing expanded child tax credit and really uplift the families that need it most. I wanted to know whether or not the gentlelady... You're out of time. I'm out of time. Oh. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Yocum for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Democrat colleagues keep talking about all of these ideas. Raise the top income rate, raise the SALT cap, and now restore the child tax credit from the American Rescue Plan Act. And I just can't help but think, what if my Democrat colleagues held the House, the Senate, and the presidency? Maybe then they would implement these policies. But the problem is, you did have all three. You had the keys to the car. You passed 2 bills without Republican votes, as you love to remind us. But you didn't do any of this stuff. You could have increased, through your own budget reconciliation bill, the top marginal rate. You didn't. You could have raised or eliminated SALT. You didn't. Yes, you made the child tax credit more generous in the American Rescue Plan Act for 1 year. You could have made it for longer, but you didn't.
Would the gentleman yield?
You could have made it permanent.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, sir. But you didn't. You had the trifecta of power, and you didn't do any of these things. The question is why? Our One Big Beautiful Bill makes the $2,000 credit permanent, and it further expands it. It's pro-family, and I believe everyone should support it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me yield to...
I'll do this quickly. In response to the gentleman, because I was here when this all happened, it was because we had some sense of fiscal restraint as to what the country could afford at that particular time. We weren't talking about borrowing $4 trillion to cut taxes for the wealthiest people. When I look back at it, you know what we should have done? Borrow a couple of $1 trillion and made the child credit permanent. That would have been a better response based on the logic the gentleman has offered.
John, will you?
Clearing my time, I just want to, again, thank the gentlelady from Washington State for her incredible leadership, along with the gentlelady from Connecticut, Rosa DeLauro, who have led on these efforts. And I said earlier this evening, the people on this side of the aisle are good people. You could tell that just in the way we've approached this debate, and also in the way that, well, Blake Moore talked about the child tax credit. You could see that he cares. And yet, as we just witnessed, the stark contrast in terms of what the choices are and where the priorities lie in making a child tax credit permanent as opposed to making permanent tax cuts for the wealthiest people who are going to struggle between deciding whether it's a Maserati or a Lamborghini they're going to get, whether or not they're going to have to go through the stressful process of deciding not to have a 40-foot or a 32-foot yacht, whether or not they're going to have to, whether they're going to be able to make it with this kind of tax cut that they're going to receive at the expense of health care for people, at the expense of a child tax credit where there is agreement on. And you know what? Without the child tax credit, the #1 anti-poverty program for children is Social Security. And that hasn't been touched and extended in over 50 years. So, I commend the gentlelady for her efforts, and I'd like to yield to her.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I wanted to make the point that in the 2017 bill, why didn't Republicans make the $2,000 child tax credit permanent? They made corporate rates permanent in 2017. So to your logic, I don't understand why you didn't make it permanent. I think that says a lot about how you feel about the child tax credit. So if you really want to make sure that we're doing everything to help families, we should be supporting doing the right thing in this bill, making the child tax credit permanent and making it refundable, something that you did not do in 2017 with your bill. I yield back to Mr. Larson.
I yield to Representative Sanchez. I yield back.
Mr. Larson yields back. I now recognize Ms. Chu for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong support of this amendment, which would expand the child tax credit and make it refundable. In 2021, Democrats created the expanded child tax credit and gave families the financial support they needed to meet their basic needs during some of the darkest months of the pandemic. This was among the most ambitious and impactful anti-poverty programs in our country's history. Yet this Republican bill once again cuts taxes for corporations and the wealthy while giving crumbs to the families who relied on the CTC. The child tax credit was a lifeline for people like my constituent Daisy. Daisy's a teacher in Pasadena, and she was able to use her monthly child tax credit payments to support her 4-year-old son and rebuild her savings, providing her with financial security. Millions of families around the country, just like Daisy, received monthly checks of up to $300 per child from the IRS and no longer had to choose between basic necessities like groceries, medicine, gas, diapers, and school supplies, which also has an enormous impact on a child's academic and social success as they grow. These checks were investments in America's families and America's future, and we now have the evidence to show that these investments paid off. In 2021, the expanded CTC lifted 2.1 million children out of poverty and cut the child poverty rate nearly in half to its lowest levels ever recorded by the Census Bureau. And each of these families has a story like Daisy's. In fact, official government surveys found that families primarily use the money for food, utilities, housing, clothing, and education. Parents continued to work, so the result was healthier, more secure families.
I'm sitting right next to her and I can't hear her.
Gentlewoman will suspend, remind audience members to take their conversations to the hallway. Please do so immediately. Please proceed.
Well, parents continued to work, so the result was healthier, more secure families with children who have better opportunities, better health, and a more promising outlook for the rest of their lives. And that is the difference between tax cuts for the wealthy and tax cuts for working families. When Democrats had control of Congress, we raised taxes for the wealthiest corporations and gave children and families monthly tax cuts that lifted millions of children out of poverty. When Republicans have control, they slash funding for government programs and cut taxes for corporations. And that's not right. That's why we need this amendment to pass, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and now recognize Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually want to commend Representative Moore from Utah for engaging in this important issue around child tax credit. And I believe in your sincerity in speaking on what your side has attempted to do around this issue. And I fundamentally want to commend our sponsor of this amendment, Representative Delbaney, because I actually think this is an area where, put everything aside, if we can't be for the children, then what the hell are we here for? My question is, why exclude a family of 4 that earns less than $29,000 a year from receiving the full child tax credit, which the Republican plan does? Why are we excluding those who are most in need of the child tax credit from the benefit? I worked with colleagues on the other side on the no tips on tax legislation, or the no tax on tips legislation. One of my provisions was about the sub-minimum wage. We have 6 million workers in America who are tipped workers who make as little as $2.13 an hour. How are they supposed to pay a rent and mortgage and cover household expenses on that? They are working, but they make less than $29,000 a year. Meanwhile, a family making up to $400,000 still qualifies. I'm not against that. I'm actually not against wealth. People work hard. They should be able to accumulate wealth. I just want them to pay their share in taxes so that we can cover the essentials for our entire country. Now, the child tax credit, when it was expanded, helped to lift half of the children out of poverty. 4 million children, 4 million children who were in poverty. In my district, in Nevada, remarkably, 92% of children benefited from that expanded tax credit. But that progress was short-lived, as you noted, Mr. Moore, when the expansion expired in 2022. The safety net was pulled out from millions of those families. And since then, 10 million children across the country have fallen back into poverty. So my question to you or anyone else is, what can we do to cover all children, including those families of 4 earning less than $29,000 a year? I'm sincere. I really want to know, how can we get to that point? And is it possible to accept this amendment and to allow that debate to continue? Because I know Ms. Delbaney's commitment to this. I know those of us who've worked on this issue fundamentally believe that when we lift children out of poverty, you improve their life chances of success. You improve their ability to graduate from high school. You improve their health outcomes. You improve their ability to go on to college. So if we get this right, there's nothing that stands in the way of that child and their future. Plainly put, it puts children first and is something that we should all be able to support, regardless of party. This is not, Mr. Chairman, this is not a right versus left issue. This is a wrong versus right issue. This is a fundamental thing about morality and a moral moment about what we really believe in. And if we can't do this, then what else are we even here for? So to Mr. Moore or to any other member on the other side, will you accept the ability to include families that earn less than $29,000 a year and the full refundability that is included in Ms. Delbaney's amendment? If we can get that done tonight, that actually might be a victory in the nearly 11 hours that we've been here thus far. Mr. Moore, or anyone on the other side that would be willing to speak to that. The impact is real. I know that Ms. Delbaney is serious, and I believe there are many members on our side of the aisle who would be willing to work with you.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Moore for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was uncertain as to whether or not I was going to speak on this amendment because I feared becoming so triggered about my own childhood, about the food insecurity, about going to school every day with no breakfast and no lunch money, with the electricity being turned off, shivering in the bed, waiting on money to buy coal or oil for our furnace, not being able to go on field trips because my mom didn't have $5 for me for my bus fare, walking 3 miles, 6 miles round trip so I could get $10 so that I could take the ACT. And you know, my cousin, Mr. Blake Moore over there, I do believe in your sincerity about, and you stuttered when you stopped and talked about helping middle-class families. But I think the thrust of Ms. Delbaney's amendment is about the 17 million children like me. I was smart, intelligent, but I went to school every day and ate the crumbs and the garbage off of kids' plates until I got brave enough to one day to just stand in line and demand something to eat. And let me, and what's up with this? Charles Dickensian attitude that, you gotta work. Somebody has to have income before we can help kids. I mean, we have a crisis in this country with regard to our replacement rate. We want to pay women, some women, to have children, and we won't feed the ones that we have. You know, I think of one of my favorite authors, you've probably heard of him, Charles Dickens, wrote stuff like Scrooge, The Christmas Carol, David Copperfield, Oliver Twist, all of this coming out of his trauma, growing up, having to go to work, a child, Charles Dickens having to go to work because his father was in debtor prison. And you know, God doesn't distribute intelligence based on people's income. You know, some of our smartest kids may be in the pool of those 17 million, and we're going to kill their brains because they can't eat. You know, I think that, you know, we have been pilloried and criticized for talking about unjustly enriching the wealthiest people. I heard someone over there talk about the high cost of expanding this child tax credit. It's worth every dime. This is an investment in our future, in our kids. Our president of the United States wants to pay women to have babies. That's how critical it is. We're throwing away our immigrant children, you know, the DACA children that belong to us. We've raised them. They're smart. They're talented. We want to get rid of them. And then we just want to starve the rest of them. We don't have any throwaway kids. We don't have any extra kids in this country. Every single child in this country is precious. And I'm telling you, the United States is way behind other OECD countries in terms of realizing that the best investment you can make is in your kids, not in some daggone bridge or some factory where we can hope to start making socks and t-shirts again. They're in our children. And, you know, I only have 49 seconds left, and I'm going to stop talking because I don't want to get upset. But I'll tell you, in England, children were regarded as the industrial slaves of that era. As they worked kids. Is that where we're going? Does the income from a kid that's working part-time at the beauty shop, sweeping up the floor, going to count toward income so their parents can get part of this refundable tax credit? Let's at least do that. Say that if kids got a part-time job and they become the slaves of 2025, that we will give them the refundable tax credit for their efforts. Mr. Chairman, you can have your 3 seconds back.
Now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's one thing that I know, it's that being a parent is expensive. Diapers, childcare, food, everything adds up. And I talk to constituents every single day who have trouble just affording the basic necessities that they need for themselves and their families. In 2021, we expanded and improved the child tax credit under the American Rescue Plan, and that helped parents pay for some of the expenses that come with having children. Basic everyday things like school supplies or nutritious food or a new pair of shoes for their growing kids. It raised 4 million children out of poverty in 1 year. And since my Republican colleagues let the expanded child tax credit expire, child poverty has more than doubled in this country. It is a crime that 1 in 5 children goes to bed in this country hungry every night. And as Mr. Horsford stated earlier, if we are not here to try to help keep kids from going to bed hungry, why the hell are we here? The credit, as it stands in this bill, doesn't even apply to the poorest of the poor, because some families earn too little to benefit from the full credit. We should be helping the children and families who need it most, like the 17 million children living in poverty who don't qualify for the credit under this bill. And I would add that most of those kids reside in Texas, my home state of California, Florida, and New York. And I wish I could say that I look forward to seeing my Republican colleagues in those states vote yes on this amendment to let their own constituents benefit from this life-saving credit. But I know that they won't. I know that they're not going to do that. That's because they're more focused on cutting child care and taking Medicaid away from families who need it. You know, I sincerely hope they'll prove me wrong and vote yes on this amendment to support their own constituents whose kids go to bed hungry. If you can't do that, why are you here? And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back and now recognize Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to add my voice in support of this amendment by Ms. Del Bene that increases the amount of the child tax credit. And the impact it had on families during the time that was implemented cannot be overstated. It reduced child poverty in this country, depending on where you live, from 40 to 60%. That is, we always talk about having programs that actually work. That worked. It was amazing. It was amazing. And that's because of a few things. One, it was fully refundable, meant that everybody could have access to it, and then it was advanceable. I know that this bill doesn't, or this amendment doesn't address the advanceability, the idea that you should get it monthly instead of just when you file your taxes, but it's still a big win. And the reason why is that when you're the working poor, you can't put off, food, diapers, rent, groceries, go down the list. You can't put it off until you get money on your tax returns. That's not how it works. If my parents were, if this was in place when I was growing up, my parents wouldn't have gotten the benefit because most of the time, like I said, didn't earn more than $38,000 per year. So we need a child tax credit that helps people. And right now, I know people are looking at inflation, how much it increased when right after Donald Trump took office, how it decreased. And I always tell people, do not always look at the economic indicators, they can be wrong. I remember, I've been going grocery shopping. I go do the grocery shopping with my family. My wife comes with me most of the time. And I take my 2.5-year-old son. And I haven't seen that many, I've never seen this before, but you see people in the grocery store comparison shopping. They actually look and they look, okay, how much does this peanut butter cost compared to this peanut butter? Do I have a coupon for it? They look at that price of eggs. Price of eggs are still way higher than they were even last year. They look, they make these decisions. Can I plan a meal by buying a bag of beans or rice to make a dish that stretches out? So that's how people are living. And then we have a situation when your president, Donald J. Trump, issued tariffs that started to increase prices on working people. But you guys don't care about that. And that's the whole thing, is that people are struggling right now. And when they see the prices going up and up and up at the grocery store, they see their wallets and their bank accounts going down, down, and down. So imagine if we did have a child tax credit that helped the working class, to make that makes $50,000 or less. But, I know that you guys are proud of yourselves for doing the 500, which something is better than nothing, but then you're going and making sure that you're taking Medicaid away from them. You're taking Medicaid, you're increasing the amount that they're going to actually pay in taxes over time. You're saying that you're helping them, but really you're not. You're giving them crumbs while the billionaires and the largest corporations get permanent relief. The no tax on tips, that expires in 4 years. The $4,000 for Social Security recipients, that expires in 4 years. Everything for the working class, for all of you, is temporary. But for the billionaires, the largest corporations, well, that's permanent. That really says a message of who you value in this country. It's not the working class. It's not your constituents. It's the people that are, it's not the people that are struggling. It's the new billionaire establishment that runs Washington, D.C. You all promised that you would drain the swamp, but you have become the swamp. You are now the swamp party that is passing tax breaks for billionaires at the expense of the working class. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Kelly is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really puzzled, and because I agree with the idea of having increased child tax credits. What I don't understand, and I know this is something that really it's hard to discuss because it just doesn't, I can't get it to match. You're concerned about child tax credits. There's an abortion about every 34 seconds in this country. There was an estimated 1,026,700 abortions in the United States in 2023. And yet we're so concerned about this lack of attention to children and having tax credits. I want to tell you, I mean, I don't know how you do it. I really don't know how you do it. I don't know how you sit here and say, pour your hearts out, and that this is so unfair to these poor children. And what maybe your answer is, just don't let them be born. Don't let them be born. Then you don't have to worry about these costs. Talk about hypocrisy. You talk about how we don't care. I would suggest that of the two parties, there's one that's a pro-life party, and there's one that is not. And I know that we try to translate into that to something altogether different, because it's not about the life of that little baby boy or girl. It's about women's health rights. And I know that's going to really rankle you, and it's going to rub your fur the wrong way. But I got to tell you, it is hard. And I have sat here all day and listened to everything you had to say, and I agree with some of the things you say, but I just can't get by the hypocrisy that we're talking about right now. It is over the top. It is over the top. So I want to thank you for bringing it up, because I think it does bring attention to what it is we need to do. If we're so worried about child tax credits and about the fact that we do not have the number of births that we need in this country every day, and that's why we need to have more people coming in from around the world, because we're not producing enough children on our own. Don't you see how these things hit head-on into each other? I would say I'm confused, but I'm not confused anymore. I'm not confused. I understand. I understand who stands for life, and I understand who stands for truth, and I understand it. In a nation that's been so blessed for so long, we're having these long debates over things, and yet when push comes to shove, we'll turn our backs and we'll put fingers in our ears and we'll close our eyes to what's taking place in the United States every single day, and then we're worried about a child tax credit. Here's my concern: those number of children that never had a chance to actually have a chance. That I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Boyle for 5 minutes.
I'm happy to yield to my seatmate, Ms. Moore.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. Kelly for his concern and his pro-life position. And I just would like to say there's nothing pro-life about Johnny being born with Medicaid, by the way. And then as soon as he's born, you're saying, oh, we're going to cut off your SNAP, we're going to cut your Medicaid. We're not, in the case in Milwaukee, we've got 2,500 cases of lead poisoning a year. And the new Health and Human Services Department fired all the people who could help mitigate the child lead poisoning in our city. There is nothing pro-life about bringing children into the world and then abandoning them. Now, I've been an abortion counselor, Mr. Kelly, for your information. And I'll tell you, as a mother of 3, and as a grandmother of 3, and a great-grandmother of 3, let me just tell you this. I've held women's hands while they've had an abortion. I've held their hands while they've given birth, and I've knitted them a blanket when they had a baby. But the one thing that I'm going to do now as a member of Congress is I'm going to sit here and say, baby, if you come into this world, we're going to guarantee you that you can grow up, and until you're on your own, we're going to make sure you have some food. We're going to make sure you have an educational opportunity, and not just, rich people who can afford tax credits for choice school, but a public education. We're going to guarantee you a shot at life, not just some sort of fictionalized view of life or theological view of the importance of life, but a real life. Once you're born, we're going to make sure that you can have diapers and food. And so, Mr. Kelly, I appreciate your position. And what I've always said to my so-called pro-life proponents, and I'll start bugging you about this, you and Chris Smith and all of you all, these ardently pro-life people, you are the main people that we ought to have on our amendments like this, if you're pro-life. And so I would yield my time to you, Mr. Kelly, or anyone else who would like to respond to what I have said. Don't tell me that you're pro-life only up until the moment of birth. That is something that I think is hypocritical. Mr. Gomez would love to or yield back to Mr. Brandon. Mr. Boyle.
Either way, I yield the remaining 1 minute 40 to Mr. Gomez.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kelly, I respect your view. I respect the passion that you have. But this is one of the main debates I've always had with my Republican colleagues. You can't just care about the bookends of a person's life, just how they're born and how they die. You need to care about every single step of how they develop. Whether they're going to be able to start off with a family that has health care coverage. You have to care about how they're going to be able to get an education, how they're going to be able to feed their children. You're going to have to care about every single moment. Because when we do that, we can change the course of history. That's what I want to see from my Republican colleagues. Don't just care about the bookends. You got to care about that individual that is born, right? When my son Hodge was born, it changed just like probably everybody else. It changed everything. To an extent that I realized that the legacy is not the bills that we pass, but the values that we instill in our children. If they're going to be the ones that carry on the fight to create a more perfect union, not just for the wealthy, not just for the well-connected, but the average working person in this country. That's what this is about. So, Mr. Kelly, I will work with you to make sure that it's not just about the person's bookends of their life, to make sure that our families are stronger. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered. Oh, excuse me. I recognize Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I won't be long. When we looked at, there's so many people who have had so many incredible comments about this child tax credit, fully refundable, and increasing the amount from $2,000 per child to $6,360 for newborns, $433.20 for children age 1 through 6, $3,600 for children age 6 through 17. You know, I think about the children who live in the Virgin Islands. 33% of the children under the age of 13 in the Virgin Islands live in poverty. And 37% of children under the age of 5 live in poverty in the Virgin Islands. That means that for many of them, their families are not filing taxes. They're just barely getting through. And this may not seem like a lot of money to us, and incrementally, it's not. But it's going to make a tremendous difference in their life. In the Virgin Islands as well, 1/3 of children, their primary caretaker are grandparents. Those grandparents are living on fixed incomes themselves. Many of them just have Social Security that they're relying on. They may have small pensions, they may get support for others, and they are the primary caretaker of those children. They need our support. They need our help. That's what's going to make the difference in this society. Not giving an additional $273,000 to individuals who don't need it. And the past legislation that we've done here have shown that it doesn't trickle down. It doesn't get to these 33% of children living in poverty, or the 37% of those under 5 living in poverty, or the young man on the corner who needs a job to support the child that's living in poverty, or the young woman who's looking to upskill herself. Those are the individuals that we need to support, not the wealthy individuals that we have decided are going to drive our economy when statistically it is shown that they don't. We need to work not just on childcare. We need to just not work on the child tax credit. If we want to talk about being pro-life, what about childcare? What about paid leave for mothers who are giving birth to those children? What about health care for those families? You know, across the hall, they're talking about getting rid of WIC, women, infant, and children. Those individuals, my colleagues who are pro-life, are you going to support funding WIC, or are you going to take that away? The proof is in where you are putting your money. That is going to show where your treasure is. Where's your treasure? Is your treasure going to be with Bezos and with Musk and with individuals who already have all of the resources? Or are we going to do some kind of distribution here that is not just charity, but at the end of the day is fiscally responsible for us? Because if these families take care of themselves, they're less likely to be a burden on us in other ways. And so I support this amendment. I support this amendment because I'm pro-family, because I'm pro-life in terms of the life that people are living and the quality of that life, because I want people in this country to be the best. America needs to be the best. And the fact that we can have that many children living in poverty means that we are not the best. We are not. And we're not doing ourselves in this country and our isolationist positions that we're putting ourselves by not ensuring that the least of us are taken care of. And I would just beg my colleagues, my Lord, if we don't want to do it for the adults, can we do it for the children? Yeah. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Del Bene. All those, clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. No. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Mrs. Fishbach. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu.
Aye.
Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore.
Aye.
Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider.
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Yes. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19. The nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady will suspend while the amendment is being distributed.
Was that chocolate inside those eggs?
No, it was an almond.
Oh.
But the coating was kind of hard.
You almost choked me. Thank you.
Seriously, that's all it said.
Is that
Oh, God. That was great.
That's great.
Yeah,
The American story.
Thank you. I tell you, they're making it hard. Yeah. Okay.
We will proceed. I would ask for the attention of the audience and members. We will proceed. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credit to Americans in non-Medicaid expansion states like Alabama who are caught in the coverage gap, as well as Americans who will lose Medicaid coverage as a result of the Republicans' cuts. 15 years ago, the Affordable Care Act was signed into law, increasing access to health care coverage for millions of Americans. Thanks to the ACA, more Americans have health insurance now than at any time in our history. The 2024 open enrollment period shattered records with a historic 21.3 million Americans signing up for health care coverage through the ACA marketplace, including more than 380,000 Alabamians. With a record amount of Alabamians receiving health care through the marketplace, it is imperative that we protect the Affordable Care Act's advanced premium tax credit, which makes health care coverage affordable for 477,000 Alabamians with the ACA marketplace plans. However, we must also extend the premium tax credits for low-income citizens below 138% of the poverty line. I have heard from countless constituents who fall in that coverage gap. They make not enough money to buy their own health care insurance, but they make too much to apply or be on Medicaid in the state. So they are desperate to have health care. I recently spoke with one of my constituents, Kiana, who is caught in that coverage gap. She lost her Medicaid coverage following the end of the COVID public health emergency and states, quote, she has been fighting for her life ever since, end quote. Kiana has had blood pressure issues for almost 10 years. When she tried to qualify for Medicaid again, she was told since she made more than $295 a month, she did not qualify. Let that sink in. $295 a month. If she made $295,000 a month, then maybe my Republican colleagues would care about helping her. But because she makes more than $295 a month in the state of Alabama, she is not allowed to get Medicaid. In my home state, Medicaid is a bare bone program. You have to be less than poor to receive Medicaid. So for many Americans, that makes more than the limit. They are without options unless we advance the access to the premium tax credits. Without expanding this tax credit, Americans will continue to take on more medical debt. A month after turning 30, Kiana went to the hospital with a stroke-level blood pressure that put her in the ICU. Due to past debt acquired for medical expenses, Kiana was not seeking medical care. Americans should not have to choose between financial stability and medical care. Instead of offering handouts to billionaires, this committee should be finding ways to increase the number of Americans with health care coverage. It is unconscionable that while we have states like Alabama that have not expanded Medicaid, that this committee is meeting to further the agenda of the wealthy and to not help these Americans. You know, Mr. Chairman, I believe that health care in this great country should be a right for all Americans and not a privilege for the few. If my colleagues truly care about the most vulnerable in our society, they would support my amendment to extend premium subsidies to individuals in the Medicaid coverage gap, making marketplace coverage more affordable. I hope that my colleagues will join me in favoring health care for all Americans and not just the privileged few. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Ms. Moore is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to thank my colleague, Ms. Sewell, for this very important and thoughtful amendment. Again, my colleagues have told their constituents that they aren't trying to dismantle health care at all. They're just trying to get rid of the lazy boys that are in their parents' basement playing video games. I don't know who those people are. But they certainly are not the people in Wisconsin, the 90,000 people who benefit from being on the exchange because they make 138% of the poverty level. And as Ms. Sewell has indicated, these are people who are working every single day, but they don't have the benefit of a corporate health plan, a company health plan. And you know, the way we laud small businesses and say that small businesses are the heart and soul of our economy, yes, they are. But small businesses are also places that hire 2-3 people and do not provide health care. And that's why the ACA has been just a godsend for populations of people. In Wisconsin, you know, our legislature's failure to fully expand Medicaid has really left 90,000 Wisconsinites dependent on the marketplace. And, you know, and we know that millions of eligible Americans will lose their health care coverage as a direct result of this reconciliation bill. And they aren't ineligible folks. They're not lazy folks. They're just people that we are going to take health care from. Unless we have an amendment like this, I know that you're all shocked to know that many workers in our society just don't have health care coverage. And it's not their fault. It's not because they're in their parents' basements playing video games. It's because they work at small businesses that don't provide this health care coverage. These are folks who are, some of them have disabilities. Those disabilities are not certified through Social Security. They haven't been deemed to be disabled. But we know that there are many, many people who are working every day and, you know, are disabled, and they depend on the ability to get Medicaid and to be able to get these market credits. According to our JCT estimates for tax year 2023, 77% of the total deductible value of HSA contribution goes to households with incomes over $100,000. So the health savings accounts is not an answer to people who need the expansion of the Affordable Care Act. We actually have a gap in coverage that will leave even more than the 14 million folks that we talked about earlier without any health care. They won't have access to preventive health care services, and as my colleague mentioned, they then will have diseases that that we may have been able to catch and treat at initial stages that become deadly. You know, we could prevent premature deaths and certainly expensive outcomes. This amendment recognizes that lack of health care coverage and the inability to afford medical costs leads to significant burdens on families and on our society. And I sure hope that we will see fit to support this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Sanchez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Ms. Sewell's amendment to expand premium tax credits for those that lose Medicaid coverage. This amendment is about preserving and expanding health coverage for low-income families. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley said it today. Slashing health insurance for the working poor is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. I can't emphasize enough, 15 million people could lose health coverage under Republicans' plans. Chairman Guthrie and other Republicans here are saying that this bill is about prohibiting left-leaning states from providing health coverage to illegal immigrants. Well, we have on the record that they are not actually doing anything about undocumented immigrants. They are actually stripping health coverage from legally present tax-paying immigrants. So that's just a bunch of bull. Instead, Republicans have decided to turn their backs on working families in red districts and blue districts alike to loot Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act to the tune of nearly $1 trillion. And why? To pay for tax breaks for billionaires and corporations. Now is the time to pass Ms. Sewell's amendment. Over 70 million Americans, low-income children, pregnant women, seniors in nursing homes, people with disabilities, and individuals fighting addiction will be less healthy because of Medicaid cuts. In fact, most voters think healthcare spending should be increased, not cut. And lastly, I want to call attention to the California Hospital Association's statements, and I'm quoting them. Cuts of this magnitude cannot be absorbed. Hospitals will have no other choice but to reduce patient care services or, in the worst cases, close entirely. That means care for everyone is lost. Children's, seniors, even privately insured people, no matter what kind of health insurance coverage you have. I would also like to mention the California Medical Association's statement from this morning. And I'm quoting here, "These would be the largest Medicaid cuts in history and will leave veterans, seniors, the disabled, children, and working families without health care coverage, making emergency rooms the only point of care for millions of people. Communities will be devastated and lives will be lost." Because you see, when people use the emergency room for their health care coverage, that means that wait times increase for everyone.
Yes, sir.
You may think that Medicaid doesn't impact you because you're privately insured. But if our emergency rooms are clogged because people don't have health care and they wait until they're very sick to go, and you happen to get into a car accident and end up in the emergency room, your wait time and therefore your health care is delayed. So it impacts everybody. Enough is enough. Listen to your Republican colleagues, listen to doctors, listen to the hospitals in your very own districts. Ms. Sewell's amendment would at the very least provide relief for those states with health coverage gaps. I think this is a great amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Horsford is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost midnight. I predicted that in the dead of the night, we would be here talking about doing exactly what the Republicans came here to do. When we started at 2:30, we talked about the fact that 13.7 million Americans are going to lose their health care from this big, beautiful bill. I call it the Screw America bill, in order to give tax cuts to Elon Musk and to Jeff Bezos, permanent tax cuts for billionaires and for big corporations, not for the working people of this country. And if you have been paying attention, the American people, who I do believe are watching, who are paying attention to the contrast. On one side, we're fighting to expand opportunities to health care, while the underlying bill that we're voting on tonight, into this morning, into the dead of the night, would take health care away from 13.7 million Americans, the largest cut to health care in the history of the United States. I support wholeheartedly this amendment by my friend and colleague, Representative Sewell from Alabama. And let me tell you why. There are now 10 states that continue to refuse to provide health care coverage to their citizens, despite 15 years ago the Affordable Care Act being passed. Within that bill, Medicaid expansion was designed to close what's called the coverage gap, which helps low-income Americans who had been shut out from receiving care. That especially provided coverage to adults without children who, despite meeting income requirements, didn't qualify for help. It was a life-changing move. Wisconsin, Wyoming, Kansas, Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, and Alabama refused to provide health care coverage under the expansion of the Affordable Care Act. That's not just bad policy, it's a moral failure. It's a moral failure. Now, I know Medicaid expansion doesn't have to be a partisan issue, and I want my colleagues on the other side to hear this. When expansion first became available, you know who the first governor in the country to adopt it was? The first Republican governor? Brian Sandoval from my home state of Nevada. I always give credit where credit is due. He led the charge. In fact, I was in the state Senate at the time, majority leader, and we worked together to set up that structure. He was the first, and for quite some time, the only Republican governor in the country to opt our state into expansion. And what happened? We cut the uninsured rate by a third. Half of the uninsured were children. We were able to get them into primary care and out of our emergency rooms. We were able to help people in rural Nevada and urban communities. That's why I support your amendment, Ms. Sewell, because it gives 1.5 million Americans in the coverage gap a real chance. It extends the advanced premium tax credit to make coverage affordable, even in states that refuse to expand Medicaid. It's about fairness. It's about dignity. It's about access to health care for parents, for people with disabilities, and yes, for hardworking Americans. You know what we also have in common with some of these states that haven't expanded the health care coverage gap? They don't pay livable wages. They still have a sub-minimum wage that pays workers as little as $2.13 an hour. They can't even afford rent, let alone covering health care for themselves or their children. But do you see what they're doing? They're cutting health care for 13.7 million Americans, the largest cut to health care in U.S. history, to give tax cuts to billionaires and to big corporations. This is your priority. Live with it. Defend it. Speak about why it is you are doing this. Because that is the consequence of your actions. Donald Trump told you to do it? Or is this what your constituent asked for? Yeah, my time has expired, but my time here tonight hasn't.
The gentleman's time has expired. Are there members wishing to speak to the amendments? Ms. Tenney.
I wish I had some time. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say there is a catch when you spend a lot of money, and I have a lot of respect for Ms. Sewell from Alabama. She's a terrific member, and we co-sponsor some bills together, and we have similar districts. But I come from the state of New York, where we have 8 million people enrolled in Medicaid, some in the essential plan, and only 5 million are eligible. So it is costing billions of dollars to New York taxpayers. We have a lot of fraud, abuse, and waste. It becomes a cottage industry. I'm not concerned about as Ms. Moore, who I love, is talking about some kid playing video games in his cellar. We're talking about people are actually defrauding our state. And there's a newspaper called the Albany Times-Union. I consider it very far left. It's certainly very anti-Republican, and I served in the legislature. They exposed this Medicaid fraud in New York, which is unusual. They called out what was happening in New York, and did New York do anything to fix it? Nothing, absolutely not. So my concern is expanding premium tax credits rewards this misreporting. It fuels enrollment that's fraudulent, and it leaves the taxpayers holding the bag. And I can say that with facts. New York is the highest tax state in the nation. It's why we're having a debate about the state and local tax deduction and the damage it does on New York taxpayers. The Albany Democrats, who run the entire state, it's a one-party rule state, have just put forth a $254 billion budget, $15 billion higher last year, never taking into account all the money they've received from COVID, all the expended, never looking back. So in 2024 alone, as many as 5 million individuals were fraudulently enrolled in Obamacare plans, costing taxpayers $26 billion. And that's just outrageous, probably most of them in New York. A permanent extension would cost more than $400 billion and benefit wealthy families making as much as $600,000 per year. And that's wealthy in my district, for sure. I don't think that's affordable care. That's a subsidy scheme for the wealthy, actually, with no guardrails, no fraud, abuse, and waste, no way to stop this from happening. And locking in enhanced credits would permanently subsidize fraudulent enrollment, hand billions to insurers and brokers who profit by gaming the system, which is exactly what happens in New York. Instead, Republicans are focused on giving patients choices, flexibility while lowering health care costs, small business owners. This is the single biggest problem for every small business owner in New York with the mandate, is it's so costly to actually provide good health care, which we care about our families that work for us. We want them to have access to great health care, but it's cost prohibitive because of some of these schemes. And many of our veterans and people with special needs who need to be cared for and senior citizens are getting pushed out of the way by fraudsters and people who are taking advantage of these types of programs. And I urge my colleagues just to reject this amendment and support our underlying bill, which is trying to stop this from happening and making sure the fraudsters are not displacing the people who are truly needy, which, by the way, is part of the New York State Constitution. We have an obligation, when I served in the New York State Legislature, we had an obligation to take care of the people who were truly needy. Many of those people are not getting taken care of because we have people that are gaming the system and taking advantage of the system and costing the taxpayers money and bankrupting the state of New York, which is why, to an earlier conversation, we have the highest out-migration of people and jobs than any state in the entire nation because of these types of unchecked, fraudulent programs taking advantage of our federal money, our taxpayers, and that's why you see what's happening in New York. These are things that have to be fixed, and this, I applaud the sponsor for trying to fix this problem or try to make healthcare affordable, but all it's doing is making it more affordable and opening us up to even more fraud, abuse, and waste that we're trying to limit, we're trying to streamline, so that the people who truly deserve to get this type of care and get health care, who can get the needs that the health care needs that they deserve, are actually getting it and are not displaced by a lot of other people taking advantage of the system. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Chu is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I support this amendment because it will put a stop to Republicans' reckless and dangerous attack on the health care of millions of Americans, despite President Trump promising that they wouldn't cut Medicaid or take away people's health care. This bill includes the largest cut to Medicaid in our nation's history, and this amendment would ensure that the most vulnerable amongst them would get health care coverage. And now I would like to yield to my fellow Congress member, Gwen Moore.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chu. You know, I'm very good friends with my good friend, Ms. Tenney over there, but I just couldn't sit here quietly and listen to this straw man, fallacious argument. Ms. Sewell is trying to provide coverage for people, after we pass this bill, people who fall into a gap where they don't qualify for Medicaid and they will not get the ACA premium credits. People who are working, people who through no fault of their own don't have health care because they don't have employers that pay for it. And instead, we hear this straw man fallacy where we talk about all the fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse that goes on in the program. And so that because there is waste, fraud, and abuse, we should therefore cut 14 million people off Medicaid, off of health care. That's what I am hearing. It's a straw man fallacy. I was very good at this. I had to take logic. I was trying to avoid taking math, so I took logic. And this was one of the first things that they pointed out to us. It's a fallacious argument, and it doesn't address the true the true problem. What the true problem is something that Ms. Tenney did mention. That she said it would cost, what, $400 billion to provide these ACA credits? You know, nobody is worried about the fact that we're going to provide $5 trillion worth of tax cuts to the wealthiest people, and that half of that is going to go to the top 1%. Nobody's upset about that. So why should we be upset about providing health care for these needy people? Another point that I want to lift up that I think Ms. Plaskett made is that if we don't deal with people's health care in a preventive way, that it's going to cost society much more money. I can tell you that I know so many black women who showed up in the last 2 weeks of their lives at the emergency room with breast cancer, asking the doctor what's the next step, because they didn't have insurance and they only were forced to go to the emergency room when they became symptomatic. And the doctor said, ma'am, you just need to get your house in order. That's the next step. And I used to think, I mean, what is it? These were black women. What's with these black? Is it some disease or something genetic about black women that we're dying more from breast cancer? Is no, because we don't have health care. You know, I had a nephew, God rest his soul, who was a vegetarian, who never smoked a cigarette, never used drugs, never drank one drop of alcohol, never had any stray babies all over the place. But he worked in an industry at a call center that had no health care. One night he didn't feel good, so he showed up at the emergency room and he got dressed. And as he was about to walk out the door, the nurse asked him, "Where do you think you're going, sir?" And he said, "I'm going home." And they said, "No, you're not. We're going to dialyze you right now." So in an instant, he was eligible for Medicaid, for Medicare, and if he had just had health care, a decent person, never been to jail, if he had just gotten some high blood pressure medication and some insulin, it would have prevented him from becoming a double amputee and dying before he was age 60. You know, this is the sick care system that we're perpetuating by not approving this amendment. Thank you, Ms. Sewell, for this amendment. It will save lives and it will save money.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Now recognize Ms. Plaskett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm listening to this discussion and talking about the expansion, and I debated even if I was going to speak on this amendment because the Virgin Islands, the territories don't have an expansion. We're not part of the marketplace. It appears that when they were working on the Affordable Care Act, there were two versions of the bill. This is how it was told to me. There was a version that included the territories in the House, and as the bill was making its way in the Senate, the champion of the companion bill, the late Ted Kennedy, passed away. And the president and this Congress wanted to get things done very quickly, and they used a different version of the Senate bill that kept the territories out. So when I thought about the things that you were talking about here, I keep telling you all that I live in a cautionary tale of what this legislation is going to do. My community is what it looks like when you don't have expansion, when you don't have people on Medicaid, when you don't have people have access to health care, when a third of your population does not have health care. They're out of it because either they're not poor enough to be in part of the Medicaid that's getting it, and they don't have private insurance, which is very expensive because there is no marketplace in the Virgin Islands for them to receive it. Both in the Virgin Islands as well as in Puerto Rico. Those are the examples I want to give you guys today. So, you know, before when I showed you guys that chart particularly about Puerto Rico. Many of you don't know, and we don't even think about the fact that the federal assistance medical assistance percentage, the FMAP, is set in statute. And it determines a determinative amount that the federal government is going to pay, and then that the state pays the rest of. For Puerto Rico, for many years, the FMAP was at 55%. Now, in the poorest state in the United States, Mississippi, the FMAP is 81%. And an arbitrary amount was put in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico at 55%. Medicaid block grants, per capita caps, statutory FMAPs created a serious budgetary challenge for the territories, and it will do the same nationwide. The combined budgetary limitations forced Puerto Rico to rely on borrowing and debt to cover their Medicaid funding shortfalls, which led to a cycle of financial strain that ultimately contributed to their bankruptcy declaration in 2017. We all know that PROMESA then was created, and we all blame Puerto Rico for not being able to manage its money, when in fact the federal government had a large portion to do with that. In the Virgin Islands, they have been plagued by a historic lack of federal funding for health care. And unlike Puerto Rico, rather than borrowing to meet that amount, we just told people, you're just not going to get any Medicaid. And when the FMAP was in fact changed for us, but we still have a cap on the amount of money that the federal government is going to give us, which is what's being proposed here, what happens is that the cap is met more quickly. Medicaid enrollment then drops because a state realizes that they do not have enough money to meet the fulfillment of everyone that is requiring it. As a result, hospitals then have account payables in the amounts of tens of millions of dollars because they have individuals coming to the hospital that are getting their primary care through hospital, going to emergency rooms, and then they become uncompensated care. That's what's going to happen throughout the United States. That's what the Republicans are doing by not keeping this expansion of Medicaid, by throwing 13.7 million people off of the roll. You are not going to have savings. You are going to create fiscal catastrophes in your state. You have a warning. Look at what has happened in the territories to understand what is going to happen in the rest of the United States. And at what cost and for whom? Billionaires who don't even need it. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Others wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sewell. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Telbene. Ms. Telbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will call the roll.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. The gentleman
Don't worry,
will
it's
suspend.
germane.
The gentleman will suspend as the amendment is distributed.
You don't want to suspend, it's more the same. It really is. Thank you.
Mr. Doggett may proceed for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning. It's Wednesday here in Washington, and through much of Tuesday, we Democrats have been pleading with our Republican colleagues to recognize the harm that they are causing by denying so many Americans access to a family physician, access to life-saving pharmaceuticals, and other forms of health care that are so vital to keeping families together, to protecting the future of children, and to just recognize the basic humanity of so many Americans who will be harmed if they are denied their health insurance coverage. And here it is with a new day, and we are not giving up. Our pleas, yes, but our demands and insistence that we will not yield on standing up for American families to protect their health insurance access. So this amendment tries once again to protect the health of Americans and ensure their access to the health care that they need. It does three things. First, this amendment will ensure that the coverage obtained through the Affordable Care Act enhanced tax credits remains. Otherwise, and it's clear that's what the Republican intent is, in a mere 7 months, those credits are going to expire. The same people who tried so hard throughout the life of the Affordable Care Act over the last decade plus to kill it, to repeal it, to stop it, well, they haven't given up. They're trying to stop it once again, and they will do so for millions, about 4 million Americans who will lose their health insurance coverage as a result of not extending these tax credits. This amendment will prevent that from happening. Second, this amendment will prevent the estimated almost 8 million people that will lose their coverage, thanks to what the Republicans are doing with Medicaid. It will allow them to enroll in the Affordable Care Act marketplaces. This will prevent a spike in the uninsured rolls, which are already too significant. And third, it will ensure access to a physician for those Americans who, as we have just discussed with Ms. Sewell's amendment, who for more than a decade have faced the upside-down reality of just being too poor to qualify for Medicaid. And I want to tell you that I have looked in the eyes of families in Texas in exactly that situation and tried the near impossible task of telling them that they would not qualify for a marketplace plan when they came to the forums that I had for that because they were too poor. And they couldn't qualify for Medicaid because we have an indifferent, reactionary government in Texas that refuses to extend and accept federal funds to extend coverage that people need. And the same thing, of course, as Ms. Sewell explained, has happened in 10 other states where Republican leaders reject federal funds. And as a result of that, in Texas, for example, we have more uninsured Texas citizen children than any other state in the country. Children whose future is affected by their inability to get the health care that they need. And we also have a high number in Texas of rural hospitals that are closing at an alarming rate because they can't get access to reimbursement from some of their poor citizens. Our state economy is estimated to lose about 300,000 jobs as a result of not addressing this issue. Now, we've talked today, or yesterday I should say, at length about the cost of this Republican bill. But I want to tell you that the cost of this Republican bill is not measured in dollars alone, because the effect on lives, on livelihoods, on the health of so many of our neighbors is every bit as important as those dollars. Millions of Americans will be losing their health care and their food assistance while the rich get even richer. I can tell you about one family after another that is impacted by these cuts. But I think particularly of Zach, whose mom put it best in Austin when she said, quote, "Medicaid is not just health care, it is the infrastructure of his life." Zach, a young man who just recently had a heart transplant, chemotherapy, and more. These young people, many of them will die if they lose their health access. That's why a day later, we're still fighting to try to protect their health insurance coverage. I move adoption of the amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to second my support for the Doggett amendment. As my amendment prior did the Medicaid gap, you've gone even further, and I appreciate that. You know, I believe that our budget is a reflection of our values, and we spend money on that which we value. And the reality is that this bill, this reconciliation bill, spends trillions of dollars, gets us trillions of dollars into debt, all to give tax breaks and giveaways to the most wealthy in our society. Well, my state did not expand Medicaid. I will never forget meeting one of my constituents, Hank, who said that he did not ever have, he was a farmer, never had health insurance. He and his wife had 7 children, no health insurance. But someone knocked on his door and offered to give him subsidies that would reduce the price of his health insurance in the marketplace, and he got it. Lo and behold, 2 months later, his hand was caught in one of those machines on his farm. And he had health insurance. He had health insurance for the first time, and it cost $63,000. He would have gone into debt, may have lost his farm, but he said, I was so glad that the person at the front door told me that it was called the Affordable Care Act, because if they had told me it was Obamacare, I wouldn't have gotten it. This is not about politics, people. This is about saving people's lives. This is about health care. We live in the best country in the world, and people go without health coverage. Healthcare is a basic human right, in my opinion. It should not be for the privileged few. We have an opportunity here to right this wrong. I fully support the Doggett Amendment, and I yield my rest of my time to Mr. Doggett.
Well, I thank you for your support, and I think it's important to respond to one of the arguments made against your amendment and some of the earlier ones. Mine is an attempt to bring all this together and not to leave anyone out that would be denied care by the Republicans. But that is this argument about fraud. You know, fraud has obtained new meaning this year in Washington with Elon Musk and President Trump, because they basically use it as a word to apply to anything they oppose. They found fraud here, they found fraud there, and yet they've yet to produce a single case that they would prosecute through their own Department of Justice for fraud, because it's just a word they like to throw around. And the same is true of Republicans. We've had some of the members of this committee claiming that there's $500 billion of fraud in Medicaid. It is absolute nonsense. In fact, I want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record a report from Keep Americans Covered that's designed to disprove these claims of fraud.
Without objections to order.
Of course, the Republicans have also been very selective about that. We didn't hear a word from them about concern about fraud when Trump fired 17 inspectors generals whose job it was to seek out fraud in different federal agencies. We didn't hear a word from them about fraud when we were concerned about tax fraud from some of the same people that are going to benefit from the trillions of dollars that they're including in this bill, and when they took away the resources, the law enforcement that is needed at the Internal Revenue Service. And certainly with reference to the claims of fraud here in the Medicaid program, they just don't stand up. They're as phony as Trump's argument here to the Congress that people who are 300 years old were getting Social Security checks. Absolute nonsense. It provides them an excuse for the cuts that they're making, just like the claim that these resources are going to those who are not here properly in our country, who are not legal immigrants into our country. Absolute nonsense. We know it's right there. We heard it read right off the page of where we are not providing any of these coverages for people who are not here in the country. But they can use that kind of argument. They can use the arguments of fraud, all of them arguments that are not valid, when basically all they're doing is denying coverage to good, hard-working Americans. And that's why we fight at this early hour of Wednesday morning.
The gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Dr. Murphy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I subscribe to a lot of medical board reviews, things that are looking at bad acting physicians or fraud schemes. And let me just tell you unequivocally, there is fraud going on in the system. Let me give you a few examples here. DOJ case in Florida, brokerage firm guilty of a $133 million fraud scheme. Another one, DOJ found brokers in Texas and in Florida targeted vulnerable low-income individuals, homelessness, $161 million fraudulent payments. This goes on all the time. I see the individuals arrested across the country all the time. And you know what? I still see patients. And most of the patients don't look like me. A lot are on Medicaid. And let me tell you personally, I know many individuals, and I see them regularly, who have no business being on Medicaid. I see this for a fact. And let me tell you now, the charge about illegal aliens not being eligible from Obamacare and Medicare, yes, they are, and they have been for decades. Going to that wonderful source of healthcare.gov says only lawfully present immigrants are eligible for Obamacare and Medicaid. Let's define lawfully present. Asylum seekers, parolees, refugees, temporary protected status, even individuals who've been ordered out of the country by a judge but haven't left yet are still considered eligible for Obamacare and Medicare. So no one in good conscience can claim that the millions of illegal aliens under these statuses are truly lawfully present. They were here because of an open border policy by Biden's staff, not by Biden because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. Democrats, led by Biden and Kamala, led in 1 million illegal aliens to temporary protected status in 4 years. Many of them, we know little about them or the nature in the country. 95%
of Venezuelan TPS beneficiaries were illegally paroled into the U.S. without inspection. Illegally paroled. Jose Ibarra, the murder of Georgian student Laken Riley, was an asylum applicant, and he represented only one of 1.5 million applicants in for this system of asylum. These people are eligible for Obamacare and Medicare. Some DACA recipients affiliated with gangs, nearly 60,000 of those individuals had arrest records, but they were granted DACA benefits. I don't know why in hell we are sitting here and trying to defend the nonsensical policies of the last 4 years and say it's okay for these people who have come in the country illegally to get benefits when we can't get them for our own patients. Back here, you know, Jose Ibarra, the Lincoln Riley Act was killed. She was killed in cold blood. He would have been eligible for taxpayer-funded Obamacare and would be eligible for Medicare at age 65. That's a fact by healthcare.gov. Guys, look, I see this crap every day. There is so much fraud that is going on in this system. I see it as a fact. It is not wrong to go after this nonsense. It is not wrong to slow some of the meteoric rise in Medicaid payments across this country. Look, it's an all-of-above approach to try to get medicine and health care for individuals in this country when we need to go after high payment systems. You look at states gaming the Medicaid system. We're not even talking about Medicaid in here, but states have been gaming that system. We've allowed them to do that for years. We've allowed huge surpluses in some places in this country in hospital systems. Sadly enough, it does disproportionately affect our healthcare system in rural areas. But guys, if we don't get our financial house in order, none of this matters. None of it matters, because we are perilously close to careening towards a sovereign debt crisis. And if every time we want to try to get our house in order, people are going to complain and whine about this cut or this reform, we're never going to be able to have the moral fortitude to do it for our country. We have to do this. We have to have accountability for the first time in this nation's 250-year history, that we get something done and we don't put a blind eye for our grandkids, our great-grandkids, hell, if we even get that far as a nation. We have to do these things. We have to make hard choices, and this isn't a hard choice to keep people out of our out of our taxpayer dollars who are in this country illegally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Well, Dr. Murphy has my great respect. In fact, we're making common cause in several areas, but this is not one of them. I'm all in favor of getting our financial house in order, and you don't do it by adding $4 to $7 trillion to the national debt. And that's exactly what this bill does. The total hypocrisy of those who claim they're fiscally responsible when under any measure they are adding trillions of dollars of additional debt through this bill just is amazing to me. And what about the concerns about fraud? Yes, there's fraud. There's been significant amounts of provider fraud. In fact, I've introduced 2 or 3 bills that I can't get a hearing on in this committee to try to do something about that Medicare fraud. But Donald Trump's taken a look at Medicare fraud. He's had great interest in it. He's had such interest that in his short time here in office, he's managed to pardon 12 or commute the sentences of 12 fraudsters convicted of healthcare fraud. He has, at the same time that Republicans want to kick people off of Medicaid, he pardoned Philip Esframs for $1.3 billion in Medicare fraud. He pardoned Judith Negrin, convicted of orchestrating a $205 million Medicare fraud scheme involving assisted living facilities. He pardoned Daniela Wagner, conspired to commit $50 million in health care fraud and money laundering. And I can go on and on. I'll put the whole list in the record by unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
The point is that we do need to attack fraud when it occurs, whether it's by an individual recipient or by a health care provider. But the way you do that is through prosecution for fraud, not by denying hardworking people who are relying on the Affordable Care Act, relying on Medicaid, or who want to be able to get health care that they've been denied in states like mine, denying them coverage. And to wave around a big photo of somebody who has been violent and entered our country, I want them removed if they've been violent and convicted of violent crimes. I don't care if they're a 10th generation American or they got here yesterday. But I do not see that as any excuse for denying health care to people in my state or across this country who need health care. The law is clear. There is no one who is entitled to receive Obamacare, Medicaid, or any other form of federal health care assistance if they are not here legally. And if someone violates the law, they should be prosecuted. We heard from our colleague in New York about all this rampant fraud up in New York. Well, we've got the Trump Justice Department. I hope they are not as permissive toward fraud as President Trump is himself in commuting the sentences and pardoning all these fraudsters. But if the Justice Department is out there, these U.S. attorneys, I'd tell them to get after it. That's the way to deal with fraud, not by denying Americans who are trying to provide for their families, who barely scrape by, the ability to see a family physician and get the prescriptions that they need. It is wrong to give trillions of dollars, to devote trillions of dollars to Elon Musk and the billionaire class and deny it to the poorest people in our country, people that want to climb up that economic ladder but need a little help to get up the rungs, and getting the help of a family physician is vital to them. With that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are others wishing to speak on the amendment? Ms. Chu, recognized for 5 minutes.
I support this amendment to put a stop to the Republican reckless and dangerous attack on the health care of millions of Americans. This bill will preserve enhanced ACA premium credits and will provide them for those who lose health access as a result of this bill. And we know that there will be millions who do lose coverage because of this bill. Republicans are going to strip health care from people who are eligible for Medicaid simply because they cannot navigate a mountain of unnecessary red tape. These requirements don't promote work, they promote paperwork. And we've already seen what happens when these policies go into effect. In Arkansas, the first state to impose these requirements, more than 18,000 people lost coverage in just a matter of months. Did employment rise? No, the only thing that increased was confusion, red tape, and suffering. Most people who lost coverage were working or should have been exempt, but were tripped up by a flawed, complicated reporting system. And let's be clear about who gets hurt. The workers hit hardest by these requirements are in manufacturing, agriculture, food service, hospitality, home care, and child care. They work long hours, often for low wages with no guarantee of consistent weekly schedules. A missed shift here, a reporting glitch there, and they're kicked off their health coverage. When Republicans talk about adding burdensome reporting requirements, I think about my district, which suffered unimaginable tragedy. In January, the Eaton fire burned more than 9,400 structures to the ground, leaving 20,000 people homeless in Altadena and Pasadena, California. More than 6,000 homes were gone. Now, my constituents are just starting to rebuild their lives, and Republicans would force them to jump through complicated reporting hurdles just to get the care that they are already eligible for. These people have lost everything. Many of them fled their homes with nothing but the clothes they were wearing. For some, their places of work burned to the ground, or they're living in temporary housing, or they lost the car that they used to go to work. They are home health aides, grocery clerks, restaurant servers, child care providers. And now they could lose their health coverage, and all for Republicans who want to rip away their health care so that billionaires can buy a third yacht, a fourth home, and get another tax cut they don't need. It's a perfect storm. Take away affordable marketplace coverage, then kick people off Medicaid, leaving working families with nowhere to turn. More uninsured, more devastating for people already struggling. Well, we can't let this happen, and that's why I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Those wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is
Thank
on.
you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans is recognized for 5
I
minutes.
want to join with Mr. Doggett in what he's expressed, that we should support this amendment. This is very key, and this is our opportunity to join and send a message. If you listen to the message of Mr. Doggett, it is something that we need to take a lead on. We need to fight this battle and get it across that we are not going to let the Republicans steal this health care. And we think generally that what Mr. Doggett has expressed is what we all should join. So I want to join, I want to add my voice to also to Representative Doggett and what he expressed. Again, I support this.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendments
Thompson.
at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlemen will suspend as the amendment is distributed.
Sure, yeah.
Mr. Thompson may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members, my amendment would strike what must certainly be a drafting error in this bill that would eliminate the $200 tax on silencers. At a time when Republicans are taking health care and food away from millions of Americans, it must be a drafting era that would spend $1.4 billion to make silencers cheaper. I'm truly fascinated at the idea that members on this dais would spend that much money, $1.4 billion, to make it harder for victims of mass shootings to know where the shots are coming from as they're trying to run for cover. As the father of a deputy sheriff, I'm disgusted that this Republican majority is celebrating Police Week while all of our police officers and law enforcement officers are in town by spending $1.4 billion to make it more dangerous for cops to do their jobs. Understand that it's not like you see in the movie. This doesn't completely silence the gunshot noise. What it does, it disperses the noise. So if you're in a mass shooting, there's a shooter, you're trying to run for cover, you have no idea where to run to because you don't know where the gunshots are coming from. When the police show up to apprehend the shooter, they don't know where the shots are coming from because it disperses the sound. At a time when DOGE is slashing everything from cancer research to PBS to Social Security workers to the VA, this Republican majority scraped up $1.4 billion to make our gun violence crisis even more deadly. Mr. Chairman, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teenagers. Today, Republicans are doing the bidding of the Inside the Beltway NRA to roll back a tax that's been on silencers since 1934. As a combat veteran, a lifelong hunter and gun owner, I can tell you this has nothing to do with hearing protection, but everything to do about making money for one segment of the gun industry. And I really don't think they need our help, and I'll tell you why. When I saw the JTC cost score for this bill, $1.4 billion, I didn't think that could be accurate. Went to Mr. Barthold, and I guess you didn't think it was accurate either, because he took 2 or 3 different swipes at this thing because it was so much money, but said that this industry has grown so much, so quickly, that it is in fact $1.4 billion. They don't need our help. Gun violence victims do need our help. Cops need our help, and we shouldn't be squandering $1.4 billion the same evening that we're taking health care away from over 13 million people, cutting food programs for the food insecure, and cutting health care benefits for individuals who need that type of help. I urge members to support this amendment, which would restore the tax on silencers, a tax that's been there, as I said, since 1934, and it would promote public safety. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Kustoff for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to the comments that our colleague made about Section 112030 of the bill, which will reduce the excise tax on the purchase of a firearm sound suppressor from its current level of $200 to zero. The claim that this amounts to an industry handout that will exacerbate gun violence is just not founded. In fact, it's unfounded. On the contrary, this provision is an important first step towards correcting an unjust, outdated law that has infringed on Americans' fundamental constitutional rights since it was enacted in 1934, almost 90 years ago, and signed into law by President Franklin Roosevelt as the National Firearm Act. This law imposed a variety of new regulations, including registration, fingerprinting, photographs, and a $200 excise tax on the purchase of specific firearms and firearms accessories, such as firearms sound suppressors. So let's be clear for the record. There are numerous problems with the National Firearms Act, most notably the unconstitutional nature of the restrictions placed on the exercise of a fundamental constitutional right by law-abiding Americans. You should not have to register your firearms, firearm accessories, or pay the federal government $200 to exercise your Second Amendment rights. The NFA treats suppressors the way it treats firearms under the Act. The same onerous regulations and the same $200 tax. Firearm sound suppressors are obviously not firearms. They're just not. And this should go without saying. Suppressors are firearm accessories. And they help reduce, not eliminate, but reduce the muzzle blast associated with discharging a firearm. They do not silence a firearm, contrary to what Hollywood or whomever may want you to believe. But much like car mufflers reduce engine exhaust noise, suppressors help reduce the noise from firing a gun. They reduce the felt recoil and generally make shooting a firearm equipped with the suppressor easier for the shooter and anyone around them. The fact is that in many parts of the world, including many countries in Europe, suppressors can be purchased over the counter. Not using a suppressor is often frowned upon. So rather than demonizing suppressors and those who own them, I think that we should all be commending those who use suppressors for being good stewards. The National Firearms Regulation of suppressors is an infringement on our Second Amendment rights, and that's it. And from a practical standpoint, the associated red tape and the onerous $200 tax keep many gun owners from acquiring a suppressor and utilizing their safety benefits. Exposure to gunfire is one of the leading causes of hearing damage in our nation. Even a single shot can cause irreversible hearing loss. Firearms are loud, and using a suppressor can help reduce, may not eliminate, but it can reduce the noise associated with discharging a firearm. Suppressors are the hearing protection of choice for many hunters, particularly those who could not wear headgear for the purpose of hearing game. So let's be clear. I strongly believe that suppressors should not be regulated or registered under the National Firearm Act. And since 2017, I've supported legislation in every Congress to remove the suppressors from the NFA. I'm going to continue to do so. But right now, today, we have a unique opportunity to secure a historic win for our Second Amendment rights and gun owners across our nation. But we also have to realize the reality of the reconciliation process and what can be passed in the United States Senate. So that's why I've pushed to include the best possible deal for gun owners in this bill that will satisfy the burden. And I encourage all of our colleagues to vote for it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Swazi for 5 minutes.
I want to speak in strong support of Mr. Thompson's amendment. Mr. Thompson, as was mentioned, is a Vietnam veteran. He's an avid gun collector. He won the best shot for the Democrats today in the Sportsman's Clay competition. I did not do as well as he did. But it's shocking to me. I mean, here we have this 400-page bill, and I don't think this item would even have been discussed were it not for Mr. Thompson. But now it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I hope people will take note of this. There was a provision created in 1934 for dangerous and unusual items commonly used by, quote, gangsters, is how they made it back in 1934, $200 fee. It's been the same fee since 1934. $200 in 1934 would be about $4,800 today. That's why people saw this as being such a dangerous thing. In fact, there was a silencer used in December in New York City when Luigi Mangione shot the CEO of United Health. And he probably wouldn't have been caught were it not for the cameras that were in the area, because when a silencer happens, you don't really know where the shot's coming from. You don't know that it's happening. And so think about it. $1.4 billion cost over 10 years is about $140 million a year. So you go, oh, that's not that big a deal. That's 700,000 silencers. 700,000 times $200 is $140 million, $1.4 billion. So it obviously has not retarded the purchase of these items over the years. And now, in the midst of this one-party bill, done, now we're talking about it at 1 o'clock in the morning, of a 400-page bill that involves trillions of dollars, we're slipping in an item that is very much supported by the NRA. I'm very proud of the grades I've received in my life and different things, but I got an F from the NRA. $1.4 billion to try and make it easier to buy silencers in the United States of America that are often used by criminals, done in a giant bill in the middle of the night during police week. It really shocks my conscience, to tell you the truth. Maybe I'm missing something. And I can't even imagine that most of my colleagues on either side of the aisle are actually aware that this item is actually in this gigantic bill. So I hope that people that are here tonight that are shocked by this the way that I am will continue to discuss this with people, so at least people can be held accountable for their vote to have this provision changed. That really makes no sense at all. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Evans for 5 minutes.
I, too, am shocked by this happening, as my good colleague Tom Sazia just says, at 1 o'clock in the morning. And that it's very clear that, at least since I've been around in this house, that no one knows more about Mr. Thompson and him expressing in this type of discussion. There is no way, absolutely, that we should even be entertaining this. With the level of violence that is occurring, we need to send a message. So I agree 100% with Mr. Thompson has expressed in laying out the argument that he's expressed. And the reason we need not be having any kind of discussion at 1:05 1:05 in the morning about this issue. So I support his recommendation. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Horsford. Oh, Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I must add my voice to being shocked. I am shocked that this provision is in this in this bill. I really want to appreciate Mr. Swazi for the great research that he's done on this issue and sharing with us the details of this amendment. To my colleague who has indicated that his concern is that this amendment would contravene the rights of the Second Amendment and would could possibly cause hearing loss of gun owners using their guns. I just want to call the body's attention to the fact that every 12 hours, on average, a woman in the United States is murdered by an intimate partner with a gun. A little bit more serious than maybe losing your hearing. And homicide is the leading cause of death for pregnant and postpartum women in the United States. Domestic abusers would have much more access to these silencers, and 20% of intimate partner homicide deaths are individuals other than the direct victim. 1 in 3 children under the age of 13 are killed by gun violence in domestic violence incidences. Perpetrators threaten not only their intimate partners, but their pets, their relatives, their parents, and any others that may be in the way. And the problem with silencers is that every second counts in terms of saving the life of a victim. Police cannot necessarily identify where the shots are coming from with a silencer. Neighbors may not realize that a person who is succumbing to a gunshot wound has even been shot because of these silencers. And so I want to join the Jewish Women International, Futures Without Violence, Just Solutions, Legal Momentum in opposing the addition of this provision in this bill. And as I was reading through the letter, and Mr. Chairman, asked unanimous consent that I be allowed to put this letter from Jewish Women International, Just Solutions, Legal Momentum, and Futures Without Violence into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to point one thing out in their footnotes. Not only are these women and these organizations opposed to removing the $200 fee, but the International Association of Chiefs of Police say that it makes it difficult for them to respond, to locate, and to engage armed offenders. They have a challenge in identifying the shots fired with suppressors and locating those offenders. And so silencers are used for a reason. Criminals see it as a way to perpetrate their crimes with silence. And I would, I would join Mr. Swazi in supporting this amendment, and I would hope that the common sense would prevail and that we would all vote in support of this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Mr. Horsford is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Congressman Thompson for his amendment. As a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, I appreciate the work that we've done together in this space, and I want to be as non-emotional and non-reactionary as possible because this is personal to me. But I also want to provide this committee with some additional facts, not misinformation, but facts, along with those that other colleagues, including Congressman Swazi, have provided. Between May 2021 and July 2024, the number of silencers registered by Americans with the ATF increased by 84%. In the first 6 months of 2024 alone, Americans purchased and registered 1.4 million silencers. The ATF recovered and traced over 400 silencers from violent crime scenes in 2023 alone. So like many of you, I can't say that I'm shocked. I'm disgusted that Republicans would include in their Screw Americans bill this provision. And I really want to ask, who asked for this? Was it the assassin lobby? Americans pay a staggering $7.79 million every day in health care costs related to gun violence. An average emergency room visit for a gunshot costs $1,388. If you need hospitalization for a gunshot, the cost rises to $27,820. Gun violence costs the business community an average of $1.47 million per day in productivity, revenue, and personnel considerations. Relatedly, it is estimated that we lose $147 million per day because of work people miss related to gun injuries and deaths. So let me get this straight. At past 1 a.m., the Republicans are cutting health care on 13.7 million Americans, but making silencers cheaper? Make it make sense. Help me, somebody. Cutting the tax to zero? What planet are you even on to propose such a provision? And clearly, this was endorsed by the entire Republican caucus. This is something that all of the members are backing. I know most of them are not even here to defend this provision. We've got one member who's spoken on it, and he referred to a 1934 law. So let me get that right. That's 91 years of existing law that you want to upend in a Republican bill on behalf of the assassin lobby. So I stand in support of Congressman Thompson's amendment for the safety of our communities. During Police Week, when so many of our families are already dealing with the anxiety of what your budget is already enacting on their lives, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment and against silencers and eliminating the tax to zero. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to applaud all the members who have spoken, and I would like to yield my time to my colleague who is a veteran and gun owner, and especially, as he pointed out, during this week, Police Officers Week, when the people who defend us daily are here, that it seems almost implausible that we would be taking this up. I yield my time to Mr. Thompson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to circle back. The gentleman from Tennessee said some things that I can't make sense of them, but to suggest that you need a silencer for hearing protection, give me a break. They make earplugs for that. Oh, good. You don't need to buy a silencer in order to lessen the impact of the sound of the rifle or shotgun. it's important, I think, to note that the Federal Firearms Act, which governs silencers, also regulates other dangerous types of devices and firearms. For instance, fully automatic machine guns. So you can buy this stuff, you can buy silencers, you can buy a fully automatic machine gun, but it's regulated through the National Firearms Act to provide an added level of scrutiny and an added level of protection to make our communities safer. Because as everyone who has spoken on this side of the aisle has noted, gun violence is a major public concern. It is the #1 killer of kids and teenagers. It costs the American taxpayers $557 billion a year. And this amendment, and how I agree with my colleagues, how the heck did this get in this 400-page bill to deal with the big tax giveaway that they want to do? It costs $1.4 billion. The gentleman from Tennessee says that if the $200 fee that you have to pay to go through the National Firearms Act to get one of these is somehow unconstitutional and prohibits your right to own firearms. But $20 isn't? So they're not doing away with it, they're just lowering it to $20. So it's okay at $20 to have a fee, but not okay at $200 to have a fee. I don't think his arguments made a lot of sense. And I just want to circle back. A number of our colleagues mentioned different acts of violence that the perpetrator used a silencer with. And as I think Mr. Horsford mentioned, that just in 2023, the ATF traced 406 silencers that were used in criminal activity. May 2019, the Virginia Beach shooter attached a silencer to his .45 caliber handgun and used it to kill 12 people on 3 floors of a city building where he worked before the police were able to apprehend him. The individuals didn't run because they said that this dispersed sound they didn't think was a firearm. They thought it was a nail gun instead. And in 2013, a former LAPD officer murdered 4 people and wounded 7 others using a gun with a silencer. Police were initially puzzled as to why no neighbors heard the 14 shots. It was the same thing. They said that this silencer dispersed the noise and they didn't know what it was and they couldn't recognize it. And then in January 2016, terrorist Sami Mohad Hamzi was arrested and charged after acquiring automatic firearms and silencers in furtherance of a terrorist plot to commit mass shootings at the Masonic Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And he went on to explain that he had to have silencers because that would make it so much easier to commit this terrorist attack, because the silencer would disperse the sound and the police wouldn't be able to detect them and stop them. It would make the terrorist attack much more successful. So the idea that we need to get rid of or make it easier for terrorists and criminals to get silencers at a cost of $1.4 billion is absolutely stupid, and it should be stopped in this committee.
Ms. Plaskett is recognized.
Thank you so much. You know, I guess it seems silly, but I guess it's not. I know Mr. Kustoff has, in Tennessee, has one of the largest suppressor silencer manufacturing companies there as well. So I guess it does make sense why we're having this discussion about it. I am the granddaughter of a police officer, My father was a New York City police officer for 30 years. I was a prosecutor. The use of silencers, that we are going to do this for silencers, but we won't do it for a child tax credit, that we won't expand help and give exemptions for families that need it. We're not looking at providing any support for diapers. I think that's way more important than silencers. We're going to cut $300 billion for incentives for manufacturers, tax incentives for manufacturers in green energy, but we're going to support silencers. We're not going to support feminine hygiene for young girls, for period poverty, to ensure that they may not miss school so that they can be better educated, but we're going to support silencers. But I'm never surprised at the lengths it will go to conform to the needs of, our constituents. And I guess there's a constituency that needs this. Mr. Horsford jokingly called it the assassin lobby. I call it the silencer and suppression manufacturer lobby. That's who this is for. This is not for gun owners. My first Mother's Day, my father gave me a hunting rifle. I got a .30-06. That was my first Mother's Day gift from my father. So it's not as if we are against gun ownership. But the fact that in this bill, where we're concerned about a deficit, that we're going to do this for silencers, which impede and in some instances are the thing that our police officers are fighting against. And they're going to vote no on the amendment. My Republican colleagues are going to vote no on this amendment. And then they're going to go back and they're going to go in the police parades and they're going to wave and show that they're supporting police officers while supporting something like this. I mean, if people want to buy silencers, they want to buy suppressors, why would, that's their business. But the fact that we're taking time to put this in the bill, when there are other things that American people need that we are absolutely cutting out, I'm disappointed. Another level of disappointment that I will just have to get used to. I yield back.
Additional discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Mr. Larson, would you?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Larson, will you suspend while the amendment's passed out?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will. You're shocked.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment does exactly what the majority says that we are here to do. This will definitely help working families across the board and create a national economic development plan that is tried and true. I'm talking about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and until the child tax credit is made permanent, the #1 anti-poverty program for children. The program that more veterans receive disability from than they do from the VA. I'm talking about Social Security. I commend President Eisenhower, and actually President Nixon was the last president that expanded and enhanced Social Security across the board, because they knew exactly what it would do. But believe it or not, my fellow colleagues, it's been more than 50 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security across the board. All of you have received a card from me, but I have here, if you want me to read them, I will, what every single district receives, how many constituents that you have, what the breakdown is, and something few members of Congress realize or understand, how much money comes into your district monthly, and why during this time in post-COVID and global inflationary period that this is the best economic development plan that we could have, because every single congressional district and every one of your constituents will benefit from this. We propose and have a plan that makes sure that we increase benefits across the board for the more than 70 million people that are on Social Security. We make sure that nobody can retire into poverty. Imagine in this country that 5 million of our fellow Americans, 5 million, get below poverty level checks after having paid into a system all their lives in the wealthiest nation in the world. We want to make sure that we take care of disabled workers so they don't have to. We've actually had people die waiting for disability payments from Social Security. And we also want to make sure that there's no longer a disability cliff, so people who are on disability and try to go back to work are not penalized as well. Mr. Chairman, I said this is an economic development plan, and here's why. Because every single district gets payments to their district. And here in, well, for example, Mr. Chairman, your monthly payments are $310 million that come into your district monthly. That hasn't been changed or altered in over 50 years. And what do people do with that money? They spend that money right back in their district, at the grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the dry cleaner, putting gas into their automobiles, paying their rent, paying their mortgage. That's what this has been all about. That's why this is so vitally important that this committee, the Committee of Cognizance with regard to Social Security, make sure that we enhance this program across the board to help out every one of our constituents. There's no doubt that this will help every single American. That's why I asked Mr. Barthold at the start of this, was there anything in the bill that was before us for people that are making over $400,000 that they would contribute to Social Security? It's fully paid for, including the tax cut that President Trump promised and is reneged on in this proposal. We pay for it. We do so by lifting the cap on people who pay nothing or little into the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for children. I yield back.
Mr. Estes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start off talking about several things that have been brought up to talk about this. I mean, first, I just want to start off with doing an across-the-board $2,000 increase means that all of these billionaires that have been talked about tonight and yesterday, all of these billionaires will get an extra $2,000. That's not going to be beneficial for the Social Security Trust Fund, and it's not the right way in terms of what we want to approach this. You know, when we look at this, we know, everybody on this dais knows that you cannot make changes to Social Security in a budget reconciliation process. This is really just a poison pill to focus on this. President Trump and House Republicans have consistently said that we're committed to protecting Social Security. President Trump said it over and over again during the campaign, and since he's been in office, we've said it, and we want to make sure that the important part right now is that we actually focus on making sure that the right people get enrolled, and they get enrolled correctly and on a timely basis and get the correct payments. You know, for years, processing claims has been delayed, and there have been numerous payment errors, overpayments and underpayments, and it's been problematic for those recipients, not particularly the folks that are applying for disability claims. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to improve that process that's been in existence for years. This amendment is just a scare tactic intended to distract and obstruct from this important work that we're talking about of how do we deliver historic tax relief for working families,
farmers and small businesses. So we want to focus on, let's do what's right for helping the economy grow. And we know that there needs to be continuous work on Social Security, but that's for another bill as we work through that. With that, I yield back, Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Neal.
Thank you very much. You know, this is again an example of what's gone awry in the national conversation. So we hear that people are having problems accessing the Social Security offices as we're closing them. As we're closing them. That there are fewer employees, so that means the phone calls are not answered. I mean, there's some logic here if you play out its manifestation. And coupled with the following, Mr. Larson is not arguing about who's going to get the benefit. His argument, who's going to pay for the benefit expansion. And sooner or later, that's going to be the conversation here. And I think having it sooner is better. Now, the other point is, when we had Mr. Musk and others, the president, saying that people were receiving $300,000 a year, I'm sorry, $300,000 plus when they've been dead for 300 years or whatever he was pointing out. But what was striking about it to me was how little knowledge they had of the issue, coupled with the fact that they were making these crazed statements for a federal agency that has an error rate of less than 1.1%. I mean, anybody who's ever interacted with the Social Security office, and all of our congressional offices have, you know how honorable they are. They get those problems straightened out quickly when they occur. And I think that what Mr. Larson is suggesting here, look, we're going to get at this pretty fast, I can assure you of that, because conversations many of us have had privately on both sides of the aisle here, we know what the answer is that's coming, and Mr. Larson is proposing part of it this evening.
Further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Larson.
I thank the gentleman, and I say to my good friend and colleague, poison pill, come on. Listen, there's over 70 million Social Security recipients. They're in all of our districts. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. 28 million Americans, this is the only benefit that they have. 5 million of our fellow Americans in the wealthiest nation in the world, on the day that you're proposing billions of tax cuts to the wealthiest people, you're giving people, we don't even give people, 5 million of our fellow citizens get below poverty level checks from Social Security. We can change that. And of those 5 million, most of them are women. And why? Because they were the care providers. And when they were in the workforce, they made less than their male counterparts. And we pay them below poverty level checks. The greatest insurance program, and also administered. I come from an insurance capital of the world. Insurance companies' administrative costs are 16 to 28%. Social Security, because of your cuts, is administered for under 1%. And you're cutting it more, as Mr. Neal said, closing regional offices, shutting down phone services. Most of you on this dais want to be able to talk to a human being and make sure that someone can respond to what you have to say when you have a problem. Think about the elderly within your district and what they need. And you tell me we can't stand up and vote for this and vote for the fact that we want to make sure that all of our constituents, including the very wealthy, who are you rewarding today? How about having them pay their fair share? I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Mr. Arrington.
I know my friend, Mr. Larson, is sincere in his desire to address the insolvency of this important safety net for seniors, and I mean that. We have disagreements on the how, on the strategy, on the most cost-effective way to do this, but my question to my friend is, when your colleagues, my Democrat friends, passed a partisan reconciliation bill that gave tax breaks to green energy corporations valued at not $250 billion, which was the initial score, but $700 billion. Where were these same solutions? To me, it's disingenuous to make this the platform for these reforms. It's not let me finish, please. It's not disingenuous for you to have opinions on how to fix it, but it is clear that you cannot open up Social Security, and you would in fact blow up the entire process, which may be the real intent of proposing this. But taking you at your face value on your amendment, my question is simple. If this could pass in reconciliation and Democrats had total control over Build Back Better that became the Inflation Reduction Act, why didn't you include these in the same bill that you were giving hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to big corporations? Just a straightforward question, and I'll yield for the answer.
That is a straightforward question. When you say it's preposterous that we're bringing this up and that we're trying to do this because we're trying to make a political point?
Yes.
No, this is reality. Here's what reality is in your district.
Yes, please. I'd like to hear.
Yeah, well, you're going to hear it.
They're for me.
You have 135,000 Social Security recipients in your district. Of them, 95,000 are retired workers, 14,000 disabled, 10,000 widows, 4,800 spouses, 9,000 plus children who haven't seen an increase in over 50 years that you say is preposterous and insincere for me to bring up at this hearing where you're giving out what I think is preposterous tax cuts to billionaires at a time when you're in your own district. People have been denied any increase in funding across the board for more than 50 years. You don't see that as preposterous?
No, I see it as purely. I see this as purely political and not your desire to make good changes and help people. And I give you all the credit for being bold and forth.
There's nothing bold about this.
And forthright about how you would address this, the needed reforms in the safety net. But it's clearly political in that the law prohibits us to open up Social Security policy changes in reconciliation. We all know that. And then here's the question: if that's not the case, why didn't you include? Please just answer this question: why didn't the Democrats include the same policy reforms in your amendment when you all had total control over the outcome of the Democrat Inflation Reduction Act?
Let me yield to the chairman.
As I pointed out before, it's because we embraced some fiscal restraint. And let me say this as well. On the tax credit side, the gentleman's about halfway right on that. $412 billion of tax credits. It's a long-term investment, and it's going to inure to the benefit of the American family. And let me say this. I'm waiting to hear our members of this committee try to undo the investments that have already been made because they are in the ground and underway.
I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez? Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene, yes. Miss Chu? Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore? Miss Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Miss Plaskett? Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Oh, wow. The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There's been a point of order reserved. Mr. Doggett, would you please suspend while your amendment's distributed?
Surely.
Proceed, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cuts the cost of this bill in about half, preventing the fiscal irresponsibility of billions and indeed trillions of additional borrowing. And it targets the relief precisely where Republicans say they want it, on working folks. The only people that it denies relief to are those who earn above $400,000. We've heard today that that is about 2% of the American people. So 98% of Americans would not see, would get any benefits that are in this bill, some of which I disagree with, but they'll get everything. But what we will do is to put a limit that if you're above $400,000, which is a pretty comfortable income. Think about it, $400,000 a year covers a mighty nice lifestyle for folks. And we say that if you above $400,000, that we would not extend the benefits of this bill. And in the process, we avoid the kind of debt that Republicans are proposing. Now, apparently, even President Trump last week, for a few minutes, and it only lasted for a few minutes, expressed concerns about the well-justified claims that his one big, beautiful bill was beginning to look a little ugly. And he seemed to join Steve Bannon, who is about as MAGA as you can get, who had previously said, quote, "We have to increase taxes on the wealthy. Where does the tax revenue come from? Corporations and the wealthy." Well, the interest of the administration by President Trump was very narrow in the proposal he suggested, but he quickly withdrew it. My feeling is that an amendment that provides all Republicans say they wanted for those under $400,000 a year ought to be satisfactory, unless the real goal here, as we have contended, is to provide more and more tax breaks to Elon Musk and the richest of the rich, or that they've determined that their desire to help the very top is more important than protecting us from a national debt crisis or delivering relief to the working families across this country. Now, Chairman Smith, when you appeared on Fox News Sunday...
Would the gentleman suspend for a second?
Sure. Noisy.
Could we please have order in the chamber? Thank you.
Thank you very much, because I was just referring about once a week, I do, in fact, watch Fox News, and I saw Chairman Smith on Fox News Sunday, you looked very good. It was only what you said that I questioned, but you were asked about a Fox poll, and the Fox poll said, what bothers you most about paying taxes? And the number one response from the Fox survey of respondents was, the rich are not paying enough in taxes. And you countered, Mr. Chairman, by saying that without action, taxes were going to rise on people that were earning less than $400,000 a year. Well, my amendment addresses what you said was your concern, and what you said today in opening this markup was your concern to focus on working people. So I preserve the tax benefits for those earning under $400,000, and voting no on this amendment exposes the truth that many of us have asserted, that the real objective here is not to help working families, it is to help those at the top. We believe that this is a scam bill that is really about sneaking in more tax breaks for those who are the rich and the super rich, rather than helping those that are trying to climb up the economic ladder. And while understanding that there's more than a little hero worship among House Republicans of Elon Musk, it is just simply not right that this bill gives him, the richest person on this planet, a benefit that is hundreds of times more than the tax breaks that are available for a working mom who's struggling to put food on the table for her family, or a teacher who's trying to save for retirement, or a firefighter who wants to replace his aging pickup. Worse than making our tax code increasingly more slanted toward the wealthy is the fact that Republicans are borrowing to do it. And by limiting the tax benefits of this bill to those who earn $400,000 or less, we significantly reduce the cost of the bill, and much of that is financed by simply asking, not penalizing those who have been able to accumulate such riches, but to say that their tax rate would go up from 37% to 39.6%. In other words, it would be the same tax rate that applied to affluent Americans when George Bush was president, when Barack Obama was president. It's not a soak the rich approach. It is a reasonable approach to ask them to pay a fairer share of the benefits they enjoy from being prosperous Americans. And so I believe that this approach is one that we ought to get agreement on. If the real objective is to help working families, let's do it. Let's accept all the provisions, good, bad, and otherwise, that are in the Republican bill, but do it in a way that does not risk another $2 trillion of debt, and I move the adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and a very good morning to you, and good morning, Ways and Means. If you had Elon, if you've been playing Ways and Means bingo, and if you had Elon, Billionaire, or Fair Share on your bingo card, you won a long time ago, because that's all we've heard from the other side. They say it over and over again, thinking that we'll buy into it, that it's just a giveaway. And ladies and gentlemen, if the American people, if you're watching this on video, this is real tax relief for real Americans, the Americans who are paying the bills, paying taxes, that are just trying to keep afloat. It's $124 billion, Mr. Chairman, as you know, because you wrote it, in tax cuts for the 80 million workers who stay late, work overtime to keep America running. It's $40 billion in tax cuts for the 14 million waitresses, barbers, hairstylists, taxi drivers who rely on tips. We let them keep their money. Read the bill. We put limits. Highly compensated workers can't receive these cuts. So no matter how many times we hear Elon, Billionaire, Fair Share, if you read the bill, it is delivering freedom from an overburdensome government. We can do it together, but we have to stay focused. We have to drink an extra cup of coffee to stay up, so that we don't buy in the hype. Mr. Chairman, I salute you on bringing a great product, but let's vote this down so we can get back to the business at hand of passing this one big, beautiful bill. Yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none? Oh, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've listened, we've heard, we've expressed, and we've had a great evening. As a matter of fact, we've heard a great deal of philosophy. We've heard a lot of common sense, a lot of good practices. But I join with Mr. Doggett, who says that if you really want to move, go ahead and do it. $400,000 that individuals earn, paying a little bit of extra tax. Different people have said different things about taxes. One person said that taxation is the price that we pay for a civilized society. Another person said that taxation is something that you run from, not to. But if America is to become a nation that takes care of its old, its young, and those who have difficulty caring for themselves, then the concept of fair share is not outlandish. As a matter of fact, I find it appealing, and so I support Mr. Doggett's amendment and urge others to do the same thing. See where we go. Yes, I yield.
I'm pleased to hear from our colleague, Mr. Bean, that freedom is at stake. And the point is that there's a little more freedom in this bill for some people than there is for others. In fact, there's about 339 times more freedom for those who earn $1 million per year than there is for those who earn $50,000 or less. I think that if the real goal here has been, as we were told at the beginning, to prioritize working people, we need a little more freedom for the working people, and we get it by having a bill that does not charge so much to help those at the very top, whether it's Elon or someone else. Those who earn more than $400,000 a year, those who are in 2% of all American taxpayers, that we ask them to pay not 37% that they get today, but to go back to the George Bush, Barack Obama rate of 39.6%. And in doing so, and with other changes in the bill, we reduce the cost of the bill by half, and we target the relief. It's a reasonable approach to get relief to middle-class Americans, to working Americans, but not to provide more of the billionaire tax breaks that I think were the real purpose of this Republican effort. So I move adoption of the bill. Thank the gentleman from Illinois.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schneider's not recorded. Mr. Schneider, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Would the gentlelady please suspend while the amendment is distributed? Proceed.
Well, Republicans have just rejected eliminating costly tax breaks for those earning above $400,000. My amendment says that there should not be tax cuts for those earning more than $10 million. Are those earning more than $10 million really in need of a handout from our federal government? Now, I know that by the standards of the president's cabinet members and his special government employee, Elon Musk, earning a meager $10 million per year, might be considered low income. But for the median American, that's 124 times what they earn in a year and 6 times more than they will earn over the course of their entire career. Republicans are proposing to give a $1.3 million tax cut to someone who makes $50 million next year. That's enough to pay for childcare for 112 kids. What could possibly be the rationale for cutting tax rates for people who are this enormously wealthy? There's so many other needs. The Social Security Trust Fund is projected to become insolvent in 12 years. Medicare will become insolvent in 11 years. The federal government spends more on interest payments on the national debt than we do on Medicare or national defense. And to pay for this giveaway, Republicans are kicking almost 14 million Americans off their health insurance and taking SNAP food assistance away from some of the neediest households in the country. Republicans are doing this while imperiling the futures of hundreds of millions of Americans just to let some of the richest people in the world pay less in taxes. This amendment is an opportunity to make the most modest course corrections by preventing those earning more than $10 million a year from getting a tax giveaway under this bill. Surely we can all agree on that. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just amazed that we continue to attack those that are growing our economy by producing more jobs. The jobs that are coming to every American, the jobs that are driving economic growth across America, the jobs that were created after the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act went into place. And here it is again, an assault on the job creators of America. And so I think we need to step back and look at what this tax bill is trying to do, and that is to be broad-based and increase the liberty of every American by reducing taxation. I had a great meeting last night in a rural area of East Texas with more than 100 of my constituents, and we talked about the fact that as the tax rate goes down on every American, liberty increases across the board for every American. That's the goal of the one big beautiful bill that we're producing today. Businesses win across the board. We're renewing this, the 100% immediate expensing, the bonus depreciation. We're renewing incentives for R&D by allowing for immediate expensing. That's going to be creating innovation and excitement in our economy. We're increasing the $199 Cap A deduction for small businesses, and this particular amendment that's being offered right here would hurt that Section 199 Cap A opportunity that we're bringing. Families win across the board. More opportunity to invest in their 529 accounts. We've talked about the child tax credit being increased, the tax relief for those working overtime and seniors. One of the things that I had an opportunity to do just weeks ago, Chairman, you started out today by talking about the linemen in Missouri. Well, I had a conversation with my linemen too, and you know what they're excited about? They're excited about this opportunity for additional overtime and to save on their taxation on the income portion of that premium that they're getting on overtime. They're excited about that. So are our seniors. We're seeing tax relief for those paying interest on car loans. As Mr. Bean pointed out earlier, it's not the folks that are millionaires that are paying interest on their car loans. It's the everyday family Americans. Not only do businesses win and families win, but rural America wins as well on this tax bill. I know that we're especially excited in East Texas about the Rural Opportunity Zone expansion in this bill, because the first time through in 2017, Opportunity Zones clearly went to areas that were not rural in America. And we want this bill to pass because we want additional incentives and opportunities for those rural opportunity zones to grow and America to be economically driven, not just in the urban areas, but in the rural areas as well, a rural East Texas area like the one I represent. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm excited to oppose this amendment in particular because I think that this destroys the outcome that we're looking for in the overall One Big Beautiful Bill, and that is increased liberty, decreased taxation, spur economic innovation, and economic growth over the next 10 years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I support the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Boyle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And well, here we are, a little past 2 o'clock in the morning in the frozen tundra of the Ways and Means Committee room. And we have an amendment in front of us that actually shows we on the Democratic side accept and agree to 99% of the tax cuts. One of the most often said talking points on the other side is that if their big, beautiful bill for billionaires doesn't pass, that the American people will be faced with a tax increase. This amendment from Ms. Chu shows how inaccurate that is. Her amendment ensures that all of the tax cuts would be preserved for those who make under $10 million a year. And while it's offered by Ms. Chu, really, we should call this the Trump Amendment. After all, President Trump has said repeatedly that he thinks the 39.6% tax bracket should be restored for those who make $5 million a year or more. So actually, Ms. Chu's amendment is slightly more generous than Mr. Trump's. Well, in the interest of bipartisanship, let me say I agree with what President Trump has actually been saying. And here's an opportunity for my Republican colleagues to vote in support of the position President Trump says he has. Let's ensure that tax relief is delivered for over 99% of the American people, but for those who make $10 million a year or more. That's not the top 1%, that's well below 1% of Americans, actually. The ultra-rich in this country, multimillionaires and billionaires. Given the size of these tax cuts, here's a way to ensure more than 99% of the American people get the benefit, but that we don't explode the national debt, so that we don't have to see devastating cuts to health care, so that at least 13.7 million Americans would lose their health insurance, as the Congressional Budget Office has stated. So I hope that we can have a bipartisan agreement here. I predict you will see every Democratic member vote in favor of this amendment, vote in favor of tax relief for more than 99% of the American people. Or is it that the other side cares so much about delivering tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires that they will vote down this opportunity to deliver tax relief for those Americans making under $10 million a year? With that, I'm happy to yield my remaining time to Ms. Chu if she would like it.
Well, I surely do not believe that there should be welfare for those earning more than $10 million. And I hope that Republicans can bring themselves to the point where that they can say they do not need this handout from federal government at the expense of so many vulnerable Americans. We know that this trickle-down theory doesn't work. We know that these funds will not flow to the rest of America, and that, in fact, those funds will be hoarded by the very wealthy to become more wealthy. And so please do the right thing and ensure that we do not give welfare to those who earn more than $10 million.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu?
Aye.
Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve-
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
A point of order has been reserved. Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed? The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Top-heavy tax cuts paid for by low-income benefit cuts. Look, this amendment, we just try to make our tax code a little bit fairer by ensuring that the very, very wealthiest among us don't receive another tax handout. I'm not talking about the good people of East Texas who are getting screwed by this bill. I'm not talking about middle-class households or even upper-middle-class households. My amendment just focuses on the very, very, very wealthy, those making more than $100 million a year. Who even makes that kind of money? It's 0.002% of all the U.S. households. So it doesn't sound like very many people, but if you look at the distribution tables, just the top 1/10 of 1% are going to save $50 billion in the next 2027 fiscal year. It's a staggering amount of money. For $100 million, you can buy Vincent van Gogh's most expensive piece of art. You can buy your own Boeing 737 MAX 7. You can build a wind farm with 16,000 of your closest neighbors and leave completely off the grid. Or you can bankroll Oppenheimer, Despicable Me 4, or Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And the best part is this is just the annual income.
You could do that all again, year after year after year after year. If we believe at all that the wealthy should pay their fair share, it makes sense that the 39.6% goes back to those making more than $100 million a year. Again, I don't expect any of my Republican friends to vote for this, but I think it's incredibly important that we make the point that the vast majority of these tax benefits are going to the wealthiest among us. And if we want to be honest about any sense of fairness in our society and our economy, we want to overcome the enormous divisions in our culture, we have to address the fact that so few have so much, so many have so little, and we're unwilling to look at it honestly. With that, I agree that I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to all of my colleagues for taking part in this important process. I think it's abundantly clear that it is the wish of my colleagues on the other side to blow up the bill that we have, and if not in its entirety, certainly sections at a time. So I struggle to think that this amendment, if all of a sudden it were adopted, that they would be happy to support the bill. And I don't think that's the case. I find it fascinating that the comments made would tell us, that the rich don't pay their fair share, and yet they want to give them tax breaks with the SALT deduction going much higher.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, not right now, thank you. But to my point that there are all these amendments that I don't think are being offered to get to a point of voting for the bill. And so I think that looking at all the diligence that's been done on our side to arrive at a package that is, when you look at the distributional tables, it's pretty fair. It's effective, I think, in the economy, and various pressures just on the Republican side, from the fiscal side and the economic growth point of view. I hardly think that it would be great for the economy to have the largest tax increase in history take place, just given the law of diminishing returns. But I don't know what might satisfy someone who thinks that someone else doesn't pay enough, even though they're already paying more than everyone else. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Neal.
Thank you. I've always said that my friend Mr. Smith is a fast learner. We want people to know what's in this bill. We want people to see and hear what is in this legislation. That's our point this evening, or this morning, as I should say. In addition to which, this is clearly an unfinished product. There is a long way to go. And my sense is that even many of the items that are included here, if this legislation moves out of committee in the next couple of days here, that it is likely to be altered substantially. Many of these provisions that are being discussed here are pretty popular with the American people. And if you link those to cuts in popular social initiatives as well, including health care, it's going to be uphill. So you're absolutely right. We intend to make our point here in the minority. We would like some cooperation. There are some reasonable amendments that have been put forward. I wish that the majority might have entertained them, but I get it. I understand entirely what's taking place, but we have a ways to go here with this, and we intend to clarify this proposal for the American people. Thank you, Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my Republican colleagues truly care about reducing the deficit, strengthening our economy, and more importantly, standing up for working Americans, then repealing tax cuts for those who make over $100 million shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should just be common sense. Let's be honest. Let's speak frankly. The previous Trump tax cuts overwhelmingly benefited the richest Americans and the largest corporations. And this bill just doubles down on that mistake, making life harder for most Americans in order to further line the pockets of the rich who really don't need the help. all the while adding nearly $20 trillion to our debt, according to other Republican members. The other side of the aisle likes to talk a big game about the importance of living within our means, yet they fail to deliver every single time they're in power. Here's the truth. You can't preach fiscal responsibility while protecting tax breaks for those making over $100 million. The math just doesn't add up. And the American people, they can see right through it. They know that when you're giving tax breaks to people who make over $100 million and you're giving tiny crumbs to those who are struggling, that you're not really standing up for your constituents and the working class. And I want to just make very clear that this amendment isn't about punishing success. It's about asking those who've benefited the most from our economy to just contribute their fair share. The rich have seen record gains over the past decade, while working families have struggled to keep up with the cost of living. I don't know why that's so hard for you to understand. The income disparity in this country between those who have and those who don't is getting larger and larger. Repealing tax cuts for the richest Americans is just one step towards a more responsible budget and a healthier economy. An economy where we invest in roads, schools, and American families instead of sheltering the wealthiest for paying their fair share and what they owe. Not a tough concept. It shouldn't be difficult to understand. And I would guess that the majority of the American population knows that when you're giving tax cuts to people who make over $100 million, that that's not fighting for them and that's not fighting for hardworking Americans. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Byer. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19. The noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Mr. Chairman, I have 16 amendments at the desk, but I'm going to start with one.
We're excited.
So,
we got all the time. Just suspend while they're distributed.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman. So we just witnessed that the Republicans in this committee voted down amendments to stop tax breaks for those making $1 million. Then we said, how about $10 million? You voted that amendment down, and then you went to $50 million, and you still voted that down. So I don't know what's the limit for you guys, but here's the thing. I want to find out if you guys will actually support raising the tax bracket to 39.6% on people making $1 billion or more. So how about show of hands? Let's show hands. Raise your hand if you think billionaires should get a tax break, shouldn't get a tax break, and should actually pay their fair share of taxes. Come on, just raise your hand if you think that they shouldn't get another tax break. So how about the folks over there on the other side of the aisle? Keep your hands up. I just want to see the Republicans. How about Mr. Smith from Nebraska? Even Warren Buffett said that he would be happy to pay more in taxes. So here's the thing. Remember at the beginning of the hearing, I asked a simple question. Are you
the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Go.
Mr. Buffett, incidentally, did say on the record that he paid a record amount of taxes last year.
Yeah, and then he also said that he would be happy to pay even more. So here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to yield, reclaim my time. Thank you for that. So here's the thing. Remember at the beginning I asked a simple question. Are you for the babies or the billionaires? And here's your chance. You guys all want to be economic populists? Well, here's your chance. Let's raise the taxes on the billionaires who need to pay their fair share of taxes so we can give bigger breaks to the people that are working class, right? Here's your chance to prove to the American people, to prove to people on Joe Rogan and all those other podcasts that you haven't become a bunch of swamp creatures, right? That you're not the party of the billionaire establishment that has taken root in D.C., that you're fighting for your own constituents. It's taxing billionaires. It's not taxing mom and pop shops. It's not like hurting anybody besides making sure that these individuals who are extremely wealthy pay their fair share of taxes. It's a simple amendment. According to ProPublica, the 25 richest Americans paid an effective tax rate of 3.4 on average from 2014 to 2018. There's no reason why the billionaire establishment pays a lower effective tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter or a nurse. Come on, guys. So this is your opportunity. You guys want to be the economic populist? You guys want to make sure that you're not the grand oligarchy party? Well, here's the chance. I'm asking for you guys to vote aye on an amendment that increases taxes on the billionaire class. Come on, join me. Let's get this over with. We can then call it a night. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, to my friend, Mr. Gomez, I already offended my friend Mr. Horsford, so I might as well offend you with this question. But what was the reason you all, my Democrat colleagues, did not include this in your Inflation Reduction Act? It was a tax and spend bill, more spend than tax, and created 40-year high inflation, but that's a whole different debate. I just want to know, why didn't you all, when it was unilateral Democrat control, include this tax in your bill? Is there a reason? And I'll take anybody's, Mr. Ranking Member.
To me?
Yes, sir.
As I repeated, it was an investment, the Inflation Reduction Act. It was all encompassing. It wasn't immediate gratification. It was the idea that over a long period of time, these investments would pay off. And I assure you, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, I think we feel that this is an investment in working families because the folks on the lower end of the spectrum benefited more than those on the higher end of the income spectrum after we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And in fact, we have the most progressive tax code in the free world among OECD countries. And after the TCJA, our tax code became more progressive. The top 1% earners actually paid a higher share of their taxes. And then it begs the question, Jimmy, that like, at what point are we going to say that the top earners are paying more than their fair share? For example, I think this is roughly accurate. The top 10% of earners in this country pay 70% of the freight for the cost of the federal government. So other than the $2 trillion a year we borrow from future generations of Americans, we're both guilty of that, let's be clear, both parties, okay? Because we get on our high horse, you get on your high horse, but we've all contributed to that problem. But 70%
Would the gentleman yield?
of the freight of the bills that are being picked up by 10%.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, but could you just tell me
Sure,
how
I'd
much
be
is
happy
enough?
to. We've
Should they
talked
pay
about-
90%?
We've talked about this numerous times. There's nobody on this side here who feels any element of guilt as to what happened to the federal budget debt. We left a pretty darn good budget until George Bush Jr. took over. 4 balanced budgets, 22 million jobs. The poverty rates went down. Minority poverty rates went down for historic lows. And we left a pretty good package. All of a sudden, $2.3 trillion in tax cuts, war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, and the collapse of Wall Street. And then we're back to borrowing money for tax cuts. So for those of us who cast those votes in those days, let me say something else. And let me pat George Bush Sr. on the back, too, for having witnessed what had happened to the debt, said it was out of hand, and something had to be done about it. I happen to have agreed with him and supported him at that time.
Well, here's the problem, is maybe in that era that you mentioned, there was greater consideration for acting responsibly. And I say both parties are guilty, but the last 4 years, we weren't at war. We were in relative peace and prosperity.
We were in a pandemic.
But okay, so we spent $3 billion collectively. It was a bipartisan effort to provide pandemic relief. And there was $1 trillion unspent, and the first thing that my Democrat friends did when they got control was pass another $2 trillion, which, as a Democrat economist said, the bathtub overflowed, we flooded the market with federal monies, and we created a cost of living crisis.
On chips.
So this notion that somehow we're going to just use other people's money at the high end when we have the most progressive tax code, and they're already picking up 70, 80% of the budget, we have a spending problem, and that's what's driving our deficit and debt. And until we actually accept that, in both parties, by the way, I don't think that it's going to end well for us. And I think we're going to jeopardize the entire, whatever you care about, whatever I care about, whatever each party cares about, it will all be a moot point when our creditors say, we're not going to let you borrow. And it's not going to be because we can't tax enough. It's because we're spending too much money. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the chairman of the Budget Committee, I just want to say that America's billionaires pay a lower tax rate than teachers, nurses, and firefighters. And the tax code was written to let them do it. That's a fact. Now, you want to sit here and defend billionaires instead of the hardworking American people who are doing everything they can to get by. And my colleague, Representative Gomez, offers an amendment that I support that simply asks you to make people who are making more than $1 billion or more a year pay their fair share. Nothing in your underlying bill, the GOP bill, addresses the buy, borrow, die loophole. Billionaires live off of borrowed money, they avoid income taxes entirely, and they pass their untaxed wealth to their heirs. Nothing in the GOP bill rewards work, and not just wealth. The GOP bill punishes wages and rewards capital. And it is time that the script here is flipped and that we demand that the ultra-wealthy pay at least as much, proportionately, as the working families of America. Why are Republicans fighting for billionaires instead of you, the American people? That's my question. In this case, we are working to do just that. Democrats are saying that this bill should only benefit working-class Americans. It should reward the workers and not the billionaires. And guess what, Republicans? Democrats can do the work for you. Again, I actually found a way for you to pay for the Screw America tax plan. Stop willfully ignoring the simplest, fairest solution. Collect what's already owed. The tax gap, which is the difference between what's owed and what's paid, could have funded this bill and more. Their refusal to close that gap, it tells you exactly who they're protecting. $600 billion a year is left on the table. That's what the IRS estimates is lost annually due to unpaid taxes, mostly from the wealthy and from large corporations using complex schemes to avoid paying their fair share. Closing even a fraction of that gap could fully fund family tax relief, housing, which their bill doesn't have one provision to deal with the housing affordability crisis, and provide a permanent tax break for small businesses and moms and dads, not just big corporation. But this is about choices. They choose billionaires over you, the American people, the working people of this country.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, I won't.
Okay.
To the American people, I know most of you are sleeping now at 2:43 in the morning. But when you wake up, I want you to see that early in the morning on May 14th, Republicans have shown their hands. They're going to vote down our amendment. The only amendment that protects working class people. They are taking health care away from 13.7 million Americans. They're doing it on the backs of the working poor. And they have a choice, and they're always going to keep protecting the billionaire class. Listen, as each one of them will say no to Mr. Gomez and our amendment, each one of them by name. This amendment is clear, $1 billion or more. to just pay a little bit of their fair share. Not the proportional share, the proportional rate. Teachers, nurses, firefighters, first responders are doing their part. Why can't billionaires do theirs? I yield back.
Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've listened, and I know we've been trying to move this along and let the Democrats talk. And I'm sure you've got somewhere probably next to 100 amendments left, and boy, this is great. And Mr. Ranking Member, I really respect you a lot. You know that. And you keep referencing Bill Clinton. I knew Bill Clinton back when he was the governor of Arkansas, and he came up here and had a little trouble, but what he did in '96 was pretty amazing even for a guy that was young and was trying to build a business. And you're right, he did get things in line with the help of a guy named Newt Gingrich and others, and he did it in his second term. No, I'm not going to yield. I'm not going to yield. I'm not going to yield. And so I wanted to make sure I got my numbers right, because I'd heard it was over 400,000 government workers he cut, but it was 300,000 plus. I wish we had that same courage today, because now the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is getting beat up for trying to slim the size of government, because Bill Clinton came here with the notion that he was going to right-size government. And Democrats had a hard time at that point in time. In fact, that's why he could only do it in the second term. And then when you look at what happened in '96, and I don't know who supported this, I didn't go back and look at the details, but it was infamously called the welfare to work. And I know you and I have talked about this, and you were one of the people that supported that there should be work requirements, there should be right-sizing government. We shouldn't be the government for all. We should make sure that people have personal responsibility and accountability. And that's really what got in line. And I'll be honest with you, we all reference that time. And I often say that in our lifetime, we've seen a balanced budget. We've seen the point when we had 4 years in a row. You're exactly right. And we did have a thing in 2001 that stopped this thing called 9/11 that really created a real problem. And so, I think it's also, none of us on this side of the aisle were here in 1996 when that happened. I don't think anybody was here in 2001 even. But it is worth noting that there was a lot of courage that happened then. And as far as the top 1%, they pay 42% of all tax revenues in this country. And so the question that's been asked and the answer has not been given, what is exactly the definition of fair share? I mean, is it all? I mean, what is it exactly? If you could share that, and I will yield some of my time to you, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the record straight here, Speaker Gingrich opposed the Bush tax increase, and he opposed the Clinton tax increases. The Republican leader at the time, Bob Michel, supported the Bush tax increase and supported the Clinton tax increase. You're correct. $500 billion of tax increases and then $500 billion of cuts. That was the deal. And it set us on the course for a trajectory that I wish we could model in this time. But let's talk about that welfare bill for a second. The welfare bill wasn't just about work requirements. The welfare bill was about providing people with vouchers for education. It was about providing them with support for transportation, and it was about supporting them with child care. Those were, remember, Clinton vetoed the first welfare bill because none of those items were in. Second time around, Republicans accepted them. All of the things that we wanted in that bill that supported incentives for people to be able to work with child care, housing, all of those things we put in there, and that's how we were able to get that bill. But reminder that it was Speaker Gingrich that opposed those tax increases.
So,
Mr. Thompson?
Reclaiming that's my time.
Yep.
So we have almost $800 billion in child tax credits now. So we are giving money. I mean, to say that we're not giving money to child tax credit is just not accurate. And so I think that I wish we all had the courage. I think my colleague from the chairman of the Budget Committee, he said, we both are culpable in a $2 trillion deficit. I think that would be inaccurate to say that it's one side or the other. We lack courage to make the tough decisions. And there's been a lot said about Social Security. And I admire my colleague, John Larson. He and I have talked about it a lot. We differ on how we approach it, but we should come together in a bipartisan way for the benefit of those seniors, many of us that will be in that age if we're not already, that have paid in our entire lifetime. to receive and entitled, the true definition of entitlement in Social Security and Medicare, that they remain solvent. And it's not going to be done in a partisan way. That will never occur in our lifetime that we ever can agree. But in a bipartisan way, we could do that. And it is not accurate to say the president hasn't told the press, and he's told each of us individually, do not do anything to touch Social Security or Medicare benefits or Medicaid benefits to anyone. He has told us this in press. He's told us in the cabinet room since he's been elected. Do not touch it. And we're not going to do that because that's what he has said is the direction of the other end of the Capitol, just like Bill Clinton did back in the day. He wanted to make sure the government was going to do the right thing and it was going to be solvent going forward. And again, I wish we had the courage today as a Congress, as a White House, working together with the Senate, that we could do that same thing. I know you and I agree on this. We've talked about it. Maybe the details are a little bit different, but we have to have that courage for the future of our kids and our grandkids before we all leave this place. And I'm that passionate about it. I have said it. I've signed 4 budgets in a row that's talked about it. I've been demonized for it. I've never said we're going to ever kick anybody off of Medicare, ever. But I said we have got to come together to solve this problem. Everybody that's in Washington, D.C., think tanks on either side, have said that us to do nothing is the worst thing that could happen to those seniors in America. So as we're talking about these things, Congressman Larson, ranking member, the problem's going to be if we do nothing, it's the 17 to 21% cut across the board. I yield my time back.
Mr. Hearn, thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Larson?
Yes. Following up on what Mr. Neal was saying first, and what Bill Clinton was able to do, and how we were able to come to this, was followed by George Bush saying that he won in dramatic fashion, and he was going to use his political capital. And he did. He did try to privatize Social Security and went around. And so the look on the other side when you look at us and say, well, come on, we got to work together bipartisanly. So we put out a plan and say, here's our plan. Here's what we're going to do. Where's your plan? And
is that a question?
It is a very good question, because you can't have a compromise. You can't work together if only one side has a plan and the other side just criticizes the plan, et cetera. And it just adds to the skepticism that what your plan is to privatize. And when your president and Elon Musk goes out and first decimates, how can you have the largest insurance program in the country operating with an administrative cost of under 1% and then cut it further, stop the ability of everyday people, you pointed out, like a lot of us on this dais, who need to talk to a human being. Show me another federal agency whose administrative costs are under 1%. Minimally, they should be at 2%, and still.
Will the gentleman give me 30 seconds?
I will. Can I finish my, and once
Sure,
I finish
absolutely.
my point, but I come from an insurance area of the world. 16 to 28% is what they use for administrative costs for programs that are very successful insurance programs, but are far less than the 70 million people who are insured under Social Security, and just not for a pension. Just not for a pension, but also for spouses, for widows, for children. Why? Because it's the safety net of capitalism and entrepreneurialism, and allows us to take risk, because in taking risk is how we're going to be able to achieve. But you can't do that, as Roosevelt knew, and frankly, as Eisenhower and even Nixon knew, that you had to have a program that was there, that was a safety net for all of Americans that Congress hasn't touched in an enhancement way in over 50 years.
So the gentleman, can I get?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you-
I think you just answered the question I was going to ask. This problem was long before Elon Musk ever came to the White House 90 days ago. That's right. So this is not an Elon Musk problem. This is a problem that we just simply, on your side, and I think you've described this, is simply just to raise the taxes on the uber rich, and that's going to somehow pay for it. You know as well as I do that's not going to be enough.
How is it raising tax? First of all, it's an insurance premium. It's
When
not a
you
tax.
say take the cap off, off of Social Security.
Lift the cap. So why should there even be a cap?
Well, listen, you guys have had the same opportunity to remove the cap as we have. The same opportunity. You have.
I initially, when I've been working on this bill a while, I removed the cap, and you guys on the other side, oh my God, look at this, it's the biggest tax increase you've ever seen.
You had the majority for 4 years.
I was in this committee as they were saying, and I said, for less than a cup of coffee. And you guys brought out a big cup of coffee.
Congressman Larson, let's don't get amnesia at 3 o'clock in the morning. You've had the opportunity when you had the majority, when you were doing all the, you did 2 reconciliation bills, your last trifecta.
We did have the opportunity, and you heard what Mr. Neal had to say. We were constrained because we couldn't do both.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it in reconciliation, just like we can in this. I'm sorry.
No. It wasn't about reconciliation. It was about doing the Affordable Care Act and then improving that and not having the ability to do both, to try to be prudent. Believe me,
there wouldn't have been
I wish we had for the American people.
John, you're right. You're disappointed in your own party because you could have done it as a standalone bill and pushed it through with Democrat House, Democrat Senate, and a Democrat White House. You could have done it standalone.
I've been here 26 years, and only 8 of those have we been in the majority.
Including like 4 years ago.
Only 4 of those did we have an opportunity to do something. And in those years, we did make sure that we got health care for people that now you're taking away in this bill so you can again reward billionaires. How does that make sense, and how does that build up trust?
You've done a great job of deflecting the disappointment in your own party.
We don't have a plan, but we want to criticize your plan. We're never going to present a plan of our own. And what we're going to do is go out and wreck Social Security internally and then say, oh, look, the program doesn't work. You know what we're going to have to do? Privatize it.
Okay, we're
and you'll
over
be out
1
there
minute.
saying, hey,
We're over
here's
1 minute.
What we got.
Mr.
We got
Larson,
these
your
great
time is
plans that
expired.
show how you'll get more money in the
Mr.
private
Larson, your
sector.
time is expired.
Take it to the bank.
It's expired. Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Larson, I had a question. I had a question. I kind of recalled during that period of privatization, it was a 10% factor they want to privatize. It wasn't the whole thing. Is that right or wrong, or am I just imagining things? Was it half? I don't remember. I remember 10%, and obviously 2 years later, everything blew up for our side because we got, I think, too hammered or whatever. But I do remember a percentage privatization. I thought it was 10%, maybe it was more. So
To be perfectly honest, Vern, I don't recall. I knew it was privatization. I don't know what the percentages were, et cetera.
And the second thing I would just say, with the dynamic we've got here, we should take an opportunity, because I sense that maybe we get together with something, possibly, because you've been on this for a long time, and maybe there's an opportunity to do something. It's just the guy sitting right here,
Well,
or whatever.
we have a plan.
Yeah. Well,
Where's the
we should
plan?
talk. So, I'm good.
Yeah, in fact, the other point, not to understate it, Ross Perot's candidacy in 1992 changed the argument about the national debt.
Yeah.
There was a time when he was ahead of the 2 presidential candidates, Clinton and Bush, and he was in second place for a long time in that race. He was the one that changed the discussion about the national debt.
But if you're going to have a discussion about the debt, you also got to talk about Social Security and Medicare, everything else too.
Except in the case of Social Security, it doesn't contribute to the debt. because it's an earned, and this is the other thing with calling it an entitlement. It's earned money. It's your constituents' money that they've put in there. And that trust is still solid. You wonder why people get suspicious when Elon Musk is charged with finding $2 trillion and 70% of our budget is the military, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Which is the only one that has a trust fund? Social Security. And which is the only one that has, $2.7 trillion in it? Social Security. So you wonder why we're suspicious? And you have no plan.
Today's a new day, so let's go forward. That'd be my suggestion.
Yield back.
Yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to address one thing that Mr. Horsford said. You said a lot of things, Mr. Horsford, but in part of your comments here, you said there's nothing in this bill that addresses housing, low-income housing or affordable housing. That's flat out wrong. The bill that I've introduced that you're actually a co-sponsor of, 2725, the Affordable Housing Tax Credit, is included in this bill. It's supported by every housing group across the country. In fact, Ms. Del Benny and I are on the bill, Mr. Feenstra, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Beyer. It's the most bipartisan bill we introduced last Congress, 270 co-sponsors, equal amount of Democrats and Republicans. We passed it on the House floor last year, and it addresses the housing problem, both rural, urban, suburban. Everybody supports it. It's in this bill.
So will you yield?
Just hold on, let me finish. So I don't know if you were incorrect in what you said or whether you want to acknowledge that. I just want to say when you make a statement, there's nothing in this bill to address housing and the shortage and the affordability, that's just flat out wrong. Second point that I'd like to make is Mr. Arrington asked you about the Gomez and why this wasn't included in reconciliation before. There was never an answer given on that. So I want to give you an opportunity to answer that. Before I do, I'm going to yield to Mr. Arrington. I'd like to hear the answer to that question myself.
I have an answer, so if you want to yield to me.
Well, I just want to make a few more points. Wages after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, wages at the bottom 10% grew 3 times more than the top 10%. Income in the bottom 50% of income earners grew at 2 times faster than the top 10% earners. So there's a reason why the poverty rates were the lowest in recorded history. There's a reason why there were millions of jobs created and billions of dollars in investment, and we grew at 1%. At 1% over the budget window's $3 trillion to the deficit. So, and we, by the way, we also brought the tax rates down for our job creators, which at one time, prior to TCJA, was actually embarrassingly higher than communist China. So this notion of we're going to balance the budget and pay for this $7 trillion government with the top 10% who are paying 70% of the cost, and we're just going to increase it to 80, 90. At what point do we run out of the top 10% and top 10% of the earners' money?
Will the gentleman yield for 1 second?
What's the answer, Mr. Horsford,
I
to
just answer-
why wasn't it? I'd like to give him the opportunity to answer that
Well,
question.
first to Mr. LaHood on housing, thank you for recognizing that. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of that legislation, and it is bipartisan. But let me be clear. You guys are giving a tax cut to corporate speculators who are buying up homes in places including Las Vegas. 15% of the homes in Las Vegas alone, 30% of the homes in North Las Vegas are now owned by these corporate speculators. They come in, they pay cash, they price veterans out, they price first-time home buyers out, they price families out of owning the American dream. That's not in this bill. And yet you're giving them a tax break. Overwhelmingly, based on this distribution table that Mr. Barthold started with early, well, we didn't get it till about 2 hours into the hearing, overwhelmingly the benefits for billionaires and the ultra wealthy are permanent, but meanwhile, the things that help working people are not, including housing. Housing is one of the biggest pain points that families in Nevada and across the country are talking about. The cost of rent has gone up 30% in the last few years. There's nothing that's addressing those issues, and that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the issues around the housing affordability crisis. I'm glad that finally at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're finally starting to talk about the issues that matter, from housing to Social Security to child care, but that doesn't negate the fact.
Well, reclaiming my time just at the end here, again,
Never answered my question.
I want to hear why this amendment wasn't put in the bill in reconciliation when you had the opportunity to do that.
What bill are you referring to?
Talking about the amendment in front of us right now.
Why does it matter? We're here right now.
Answer the question.
If you have this much passion on this issue
No.
Where
What
was
you're
the
not going to
passion?
do is
Where was
frame my
where
passion.
was the passion?
My passion, Mr.
Where was the
Arrington,
passion when you had control? Why
Okay.
wasn't it in the
not
bill?
gonna
That's
speak.
It's just about control, because that's all Donald Trump
No,
cares about.
It's just
Okay.
a question.
Controlling women's bodies, controlling
There
the
will be
American
order.
public,
Question.
controlling our ability to save our democracy.
Just a question.
That's
Mr.
what this is
Horsford.
about, control.
Mr.
It's a
Horsford,
question.
the time has expired. Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Moore, and I am going to be very clear on this clock. I've been very lenient to this body, but when it hits that point, your mic's off. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question. I did want to yield the time to someone. I want to be reminded, the reconciliation that you're talking about, is that the bill that we put forward during the pandemic to provide survival checks to people? Is that the reconciliation, or you're talking about Build Back Better? Exactly. The American Rescue Plan. I don't think that this discussion, you're saying, why didn't we put it in the bill? I don't think that it was
The Inflation
germane.
Reduction Act, the tax and spend bill, not the
Okay, the
so-called
Inflation
Relief
Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act, I think the subject matters, as I recall, the subject matters were around prescription drugs, around all the stuff that you guys have, that they're repealing over there next door in ENC, the energy credits and all that. And to my memory, this was not germane. The discussion of tax, the tax code was not a subject of that bill.
The gentlelady yields.
I sure will.
The tax code was opened up. There were tax policies in the IRA, and one in particular was the tax credits of $700 billion to climate or renewable energy corporations. So my question was...
That was the topic, about the climate.
But my question is a simple one. I'm not trying to be provocative.
Why didn't you offer a
wouldn't-
non-germane amendment? Is that your question, sir?
You opened up the tax code. There were other taxes besides the green energy tax credits, and the question was, and there was a corporate minimum tax. Why not include this provision if you were all so sincere
This is
about putting it in?
This is my time,
Yep,
Mr. Arrington, my
okay.
good friend. And I'm going to yield now to my good friend, the ranking member of the Budget Committee.
Well, thank you. And well, first, Mr. Arrington is just very triggering. I see it in the. I said you're very triggering and a controversial figure, but at least it's keeping us awake after 3 o'clock in the morning. The second thing is, I think we might have gone a bit far afield from the amendment that's actually in front of us. I want to point out the amendment in front of us only impacts a little more than 3,000 Americans. It does not impact, and I did the math, and again, at 3 o'clock in the morning, it can be dangerous to do the math, but I just verified it. 99.999% of the American people will still see their tax cuts extended if this amendment by Mr. Gomez became law. It is only the top 0.001% of Americans that would simply see not confiscatory rates, not 70% rates or 80 or 90% marginal rates like you saw in the Eisenhower years, simply a reversion from 37% back to 39.6, which is actually the rate it has been for most of the last 30 years. So this amendment's pretty straightforward. It only impacts billionaires. It is a great opportunity for the other side to prove us wrong, to prove me wrong when I say this is one big, beautiful bill for billionaires. Prove me wrong, vote for this amendment, and we can actually have a bipartisan victory. And thank you, Ms. Moore. I'm happy to yield back to you.
And thank you. I will yield the last minute to Mr. Horsford.
I just wanted to put on the record, and I know Mr. LaHood raised the issue of housing. The only inclusion for housing in this big, beautiful bill is regarding a tax-exempt bond issue. This doesn't actually build more housing. I just outlined a 3-point housing policy for Nevada, taking on corporate speculators, making more federal land accessible for the development of affordable housing, and cracking down on landlords that gouge renters. None of that's in this bill. These are the types of priorities that my constituents, and they're not all Democrats, they're Republicans and independents, care about. They're not in this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. I don't have much to say. I think it's astounding that we can't find agreement on billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires, those who repeatedly make in income billions. We're not talking about all the other income that they have, their income in billions, that we can't increase taxes for them. You know why we didn't include a lot of those things in that other bill? Because we were being fiscally responsible. Because we were interested in finding pay-fors. Remember that thing? That's the thing that was constantly being shoved down our throats about what Democrats needed to do. Our irresponsibility with giving out stuff, government welfare to the poor, welfare to old people, welfare to women who are not responsible and have all these children. But we don't have that same pay-fors that we're trying to do for billionaires. That's what's shocking about this. Now we can run up the debt. We can run up the deficit when it's for wealthy donors, but we couldn't do it for children. We couldn't do it for women. We couldn't do it for our seniors. We couldn't do it for veterans, for those with disabilities, for those who need new skills, but we can do it for billionaires. The reason we didn't have it in our bill is because we were trying to find pay-fors, because we were trying to be fiscally responsible about what we were trying to put out. That's why it wasn't in there in the times that we were able to do that. I'll yield some time to Mr. Swazi.
Thank you,
Give
Ms.
it back
Plaskett.
to me when you're done.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. I just wanted to point out again in the distribution tables that if you look at the distribution tables, page 1, these green sheets that we have, for people who make $500,000 to $1 million, it's $70 billion a year. For people who make $1 million and above, it's about $100 million a year. So if we would just raise the taxes 2.7%, we're back to where it was, to 39.6 for those two tax brackets, and we also did something with the 199 for people who make above $500,000 a year, phase it out. There's like $1.7 trillion there. $1.7 trillion for just those taxpayers who make above $500,000 per year. In addition, I want to point out also in the previous tax bill, 2017, talk about how the lowest wage earners made so much more money in those days. It was a very unusual time in 2016 and 2017 in that 20 some odd states raised their minimum wage those years. And that was a big reason that the lowest income earners in America had their wages go up, is because the minimum wages were raised in Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New York, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, and West Virginia. 18 states in 2017. I won't go through them all. So that has a big impact. The minimum wage in 20 states in the United States of America is still $7.25 an hour. If you make $10 an hour and you work 40 hours a week and you work 50 weeks a year, you make 20 grand a year. If you make $15 an hour, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, you make 30 grand a year. Nobody's going to buy a house, educate their kids, pay for health insurance, and retire one day without being scared on $20,000 or $30,000 a year. We got to figure out how to give people in America, whether you're conservative or progressive, a raise in America, and to give them better benefits. And that's one of the reasons that we should be supporting unions.
Thank you back for the time. Thank you. I just feel like what we just went through with our Republican colleagues is what my teenage daughter would call gaslighting. I've just been gaslit. I finally get it. Yep. They took us down a road that was of their own doing. And I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for yielding. I just want to point out, Stacey, we didn't look for pay-fors. We didn't try and be fiscally responsible. We were. We found pay-fors. The IRA was paid for. That's why we couldn't put everything in it. We had to prioritize, and we paid for what we put in it. We didn't add to the national debt as you're doing today. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield time to my colleague, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you. I just wanted to further elaborate on Mr. LaHood, because I do want the record to be straight here. And I am pleased to work with you on our bill dealing with the expansion of the low-income housing tax credit. It's an important issue. But if you look on page 389 of the GOP bill, where silencers get a tax break, where billionaires get more tax breaks, housing gets one item. Simply put, the only housing item is that housing projects are not required to use as much tax-exempt bonds. That's it. So yes, Mr. LaHood, we do have a bipartisan expansion of the low-income housing tax credit. I raised this issue over 12 hours ago. Rents in Las Vegas have risen by 30%. I know that is not a problem unique to our community. I also have a bill, like I said, to address the corporate takeover of single-family homes. Republicans throughout your budget have cut enforcement agencies, which are now letting corporations go wild. But this bill will not help build more housing. My colleague, Representative Del Baney, has a plan to help with the low-income housing tax credit. I have a plan for my HOME Act and my Unlock Housing Act around public housing. So if we want to be serious, let's bring up these bills and put them in this markup. But that's not what's in here.
Gentlemen, yield?
Yes, Mr. LaHood, I'll yield.
That bill is Ms. Del Baney and I's bill. That's
Right, it's
in
not
here.
no, it's not. Where? Where is it? Because it's not on
The bill
page.
that you're the sponsor.
Where is it, Mr. LaHood?
So, are you going to let me speak? So, HR 2725 that you're a sponsor of is in this bill.
Where?
Every housing agency across the country says
Where is the bill?
number one thing is this provision in the
Mr.
bill.
LaHood, I'm reclaiming my time. Just tell me where. Maybe I'm wrong.
I will bring it to you and show it to you. And your housing authority in Nevada said the number one thing you can do is pass this bill.
I know about the
So
bill,
you ought to
but it's
listen to
not
your own
in-
housing authority.
Mr. LaHood.
And you ought to listen to
reclaim
every
my
housing
time.
authority
I
across the
reclaim-
country.
I reclaim the time.
And this will create
I reclaim the time.
8 to 10,000
It's
new
my
housing
time,
units.
Mr. LaHood. You can't reference. No, I know about the low-income housing tax credit. I am a co-sponsor. No, it's not, because you can't reference it. Where is it? This is what the problem is in America. He wants to tell me one thing. I know that I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I'm telling you it's not in your Screw America budget.
Ready? Page 197. Look at section 13 through 24. Are you looking at it?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, look at it right now. Page 1. Look, turn to your book.
I'm listening to your
page 197. Open it up and let's go through it together.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to be looking at it.
I'm looking at it, Mr. LaHood.
All right, what does it say?
I don't need to be patronized.
Well, you just asked me to give you the directions. So what does it say on section 13 there on page 197?
And is this provision permanent? Is it permanent?
Yes.
Is it permanent, Mr. LaHood? Like
So
the billionaire tax cuts?
Okay. So
I'm reclaiming my time.
I thought you wanted me to read it to you.
No, I didn't. I asked you to point it out in the bill.
Let me
and I
read
said
it.
that if I
Let
was
me
wrong,
read it
I would
to you so
correct.
you can
No,
understand.
I reclaim my time.
Modifications
Mr.
to the
LaHood,
low-income
you don't get to
housing
talk
tax
over
credit.
me. It is not your time.
You asked me to read it
No,
to you.
I reclaim my time. You don't understand what that means?
Can I bring it down and show you? I'd love to bring it down and show you right now.
What Mr. LaHood fails to recognize, it's not the full bill. He doesn't have a score. It's not about making sure that we are addressing the comprehensive needs for housing in America. The only housing item that they want to talk about are the issue around tax-exempt bonds. That is what is the problem. It's a portion of the bill. It's not the full bill. I know that Representative Delbaney and other members, including myself, have worked hard on the low-income housing tax credit. It's something I fully support. That bill in its entirety is not included on page 197, section 13. I yield back.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Again, I'm going to look at section 11109, page 197, the title, Modifications to the Low-Income Housing Credit. State housing credit ceiling increase for low-income housing tax credit. It goes through a number of provisions and talks about the tax-exempt bond financing requirement for low-income housing and affordable housing and workforce housing. It goes on section by section by section, talks about the qualified obligation, and I'm happy to read all of this to you, Mr. Horsford, in detail. But again, it's your bill that you're a co-sponsor of, HR 2725, that actually 2/3 of the Ways and Means Committee members are a sponsor of it. And this is the #1 housing bill that housing authorities from Nevada to Illinois and across the country. And by the way, you asked what housing will be built. When we pass this in Illinois, we'll build 8,000 to 10,000 new housing units in the next 2 years here, and that's replicated across the country. So, listen, I'm glad we're working together. I'm glad you're a co-sponsor of my bill. I'm glad it's in this bill. It's going to do a tremendous job for this country in fulfilling the housing needs that we need, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. No. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis. Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta.
Yes.
Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett.
Yes.
Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an
Chairman, I
amendment at the
reserve a
desk.
point of order.
Okay, a point of order has been reserved. Will the gentle lady suspend while the amendment's distributed? Proceed, Ms. Moore. Proceed, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've got an amendment that everyone will agree with. I mean, this provision it replaces the existing 199A deduction with a small business deduction of $25,000 on qualifying business income, phasing out business owners with over $200,000 in income for single filers and over $400,000 in income for joint filers. I just want to explain, Mr. Chairman, that this is one of the most expensive provisions of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. As you may recall, yesterday, when Mr. Bartold and I were discussing it, that this is a bill that to extend would cost us $818 billion. And we've heard a lot of discussion here today about how, this big, beautiful bill supports families and low-wage workers. We've heard from Mr. Schweikert, I'm glad he's back, that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act is very progressive. We heard that the 199 folk were job creators, and of course, none of that is true. We have also heard that Mr. Smith, I believe, said that the distribution tables really confirmed the fact that that the tax distribution is fair, which, even though we got them late to look at them, it doesn't appear that it supports that argument. I think that that this is really where the rubber meets the road. What is a small business? You heard the discussion that occurred between me and Mr. Bartold, that a small business, let's say a small business that makes $100,000 a year, adjusted AGI of $100,000. They only get $1,997 out of this big, beautiful bill. Someone making $200,000 in AGI only gets $6,500 in AGI. Now, Mr. Swiker, you'll remember, you and Mr. Byer, that when we were on the Joint Economic Committee, we actually had testimony about the 199 provision. And actually, this is not some amendment that I'm proposing, some, gotcha amendment. This is actually a bill, HR 3249, that I've put together called the Mom and Pop Tax Relief Act, because I found it so vexing that we were providing tax breaks to people in my own state, as a matter of fact, the E-lines, using the 199A deduction. They received a benefit of $11 million. $11 million, which is just egregious, versus someone who has a real small business, $100,000 of AGI would only get $1,997. And in fact, I have a letter here, Mr. Chairman, and I'm hoping that you're going to allow me to enter it into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, it's from the Small Business Tax Reform Coalition and the Small Business Majority, and they represent small businesses. I've got 2 pages with 2 columns of small businesses that say that this 199A provision does not represent small businesses. There's been a whole lot of talk here tonight that's Union Hall, but we're legislating like we're in the country club. This bill would provide $25,000 to small businesses with qualifying business income, and that we would be able to serve so many more small businesses. We had, okay, and then the other argument is that these are job creators. Well, you heard the discussion that I had with Mr. Bartold, and of all of the 20 million businesses that claimed this credit, 84% of them had no employees. And I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Chu?
I support this amendment very strongly because it actually would help small businesses. And I know about the scam of the 199 Cap A because I served on the House Small Business Committee for many years. And for so many years, Republicans crowed about how it was the measure that was helping small business, but it was totally untrue. And that's because the 199 Cap A pass-through deduction is not even targeted at small businesses. It's skewed towards the wealthy. It's truly shocking, but it's by design. A 20% deduction for a millionaire is worth a lot more than a 20% deduction for a small business owner earning $50,000 or even $100,000 per year. And in fact, I heard from witnesses before the Small Business Committee that many of the small businesses simply don't have the resources to navigate the complex rules and therefore don't claim the deduction at all. But you don't have to take my word for it. The Joint Committee on Taxation found that nearly half of the richest 10% of households claim the pass-through deduction, while fewer than 1 in 10 households in the bottom half of income claim it. Now, in 2022, the pass-through deduction for the wealthiest 10% of taxpayers was 3,000 times larger than for the taxpayers in the bottom 20%. And that's not an exaggeration. There's no incentive for hiring employees at all or passing that benefit along to lower wage workers. And here's the truth. In 2017, Republicans slashed the corporate tax rate by 40%, but did not want millionaires with pass-through entities to feel left out, so they created a 20% deduction for the ultra-wealthy and then told the public it was about fairness in small businesses. Well, I don't believe that people earning millions of dollars per year need a 20% tax cut when wage earners get no benefit, and the smallest businesses who truly need our support are left out. And Ms. Moore's amendment changes that. The smallest of businesses would get the deduction that they need in order to survive and thrive.
Can I have some time?
And
Can I have some time?
yes, I yield to Congressmember Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Chu, for time. I want to correct something that I said when I had my time and my rush. I misspoke and said that Dick and Liz Eline actually had, I said they had an $11 million deduction. It was actually a $115 million deduction. The hour is late. You know, why aren't we talking about the provision that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Kelly talked about? It's something that I'd be interested in talking about. They're talking about a $20,000 deduction for small businesses. That is more in line with what we think of when we say we're going to do something to help small businesses, not $115 million for a corporation that has no employees whatsoever. And I really don't want to hear the argument that this is some sort of parity with C Corps. The only parity, the only thing that this offers parity to are the wealthiest, those in the highest tax bracket. Republicans say that they care about waste. Well, this is a big waste. You know, this $818 billion, I'd be happy to have that be a pay for extending the child tax credits, so that we can take care of the poorest children and we can raise the GDP of our families. And with that, I would yield back to Ms. Chu.
And I yield back.
Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act delivered on creating an environment that benefited all Americans. It benefited through more money in their pockets, less taxes paid, but also benefited in creating an economy that generated more investment and more jobs, that again created more opportunity for all Americans. The 199A portion of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is one of the most important parts of that bill because of the impact on communities all across the country. We held roundtables specifically in the district I represent and other districts about the importance of the 199A deduction to small businesses. Now, these are Main Street businesses, not large corporations. They're American entrepreneurs. They're craftspeople. We talked to one individual who owned a hair salon. They're photographers. They're mechanics. These are small businesses that are the lifeblood of their communities. In fact, I would say the health of the community is dependent on the success of the Main Street businesses in those communities. And these business owners talked about how this deduction provided more opportunity for them, not only to invest in their businesses, but also in their employees and in their communities. So again, this is not large corporations. This is small businesses. There are 26 million of them all across the country, individuals building their dream, investing in their future, investing in their organizations. They're self-starters, and there are some that do not yet have employees. Again, they might be styling hair to fixing a truck, but this bill gives them a fair shot to compete with the C corporations and to grow. So why would you disqualify a business because they haven't hired someone yet? That would be punishing the smallest businesses just for the size that they are. So again, the 190A provision in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the reasons the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was so successful. In this bill today, we increase the benefit of the 199A by deducting up to 23% of the K-1 income as opposed to just 20%. So this is a really important provision. I would say one of the most important provisions of the bill that we're considering today. So I just rise in opposition to this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Smucker, will you yield just a second?
He's already yielded his time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yep.
Well, then I'll just have to get some more time.
Further discussion. Mr. Neal.
Ms. Moore, yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, for yielding. I just wanted to just sort of redirect Mr. Smucker to the comments that I made. I don't know if he didn't hear me. You know, my hairdresser, I spend a lot of time at the hairdresser, and they don't get $115 million out of their 199. You know, if they're making $100,000 a year, and that's a good hairdresser, they're getting $1,997. If it's a damn good hairdresser, they're with $200,000 a year, they're getting $6,500 a year. They're not getting $115 million. You know, you know, we have like I said, I just want to remind you of what I said. 84% of these folks have no employees whatsoever. And so I'm not punishing the hairdresser who's just you know, she or he is the only person working. I'm talking about those corporations who are getting this benefit, people like folk in my state, Dick and Liz Eline, who are, of course, supporters of the Republican Party. They saved over $40 million in taxes and by claiming this 199A deduction. They saved income tax liability, and they got over $115 million. So I just wanted to remind people about what I said. Like everyone else, I love small businesses. I want to do things to support them. And again, I'm very interested in the bill that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Kelly have, because I think that's more in line with how we help small businesses than this. You could drive a truck, a Mack truck, through the loopholes in this 199A deduction. I do think it's you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. The 199A deduction is just that. And again, I have a bill, HR 3249, so I didn't just pull this out of my head somewhere so I could have a gotcha amendment. I have thought it through. I'm trying to find savings for you all. I know that you want to reduce the deficit, and here's a great opportunity to reduce the deficit by $818 billion. And I would yield back.
Mr. Buchanan.
Let me add, I've been in business for 30 years, or 40 years, I don't know, a long time. We all started out as corporations back then, even if you had 5 employees or 10 employees. And then it moved into a subchapter S. Then it moved into an LLC. Now, subchapter S and LLC are pass-through entities. Hundreds of thousands, I don't know where you got the data from, but I'd like to look at it, not say it's not right, but when you say 84% where they have a single employee, most people have 10, 15, 20 employees, but many of them have 50, 75, 100 employees. That makes up 90% of the business entities in your state, or I was chairman of the Chamber of Commerce for Florida. So I can just tell you, we had 137,000 businesses in our federation. Most of them were pass-through entities. So there might be 10,000, it might have been, a corporation. Now, That's number
But
one. Number
Mr.
two.
Mr. Buchanan, just yield for 5
Yeah,
seconds.
go ahead.
I got the numbers from JCT. That's where I didn't make the numbers up. And I also got the number where 84% of the businesses had no employees. And so I got it from JCT. I didn't make
I
them
like
up.
you just
I
looking at
yield.
it
I
'cause
yield back to you.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but anyway, in terms of, these businesses that operate, it's kind of late at night, but the bottom line is, I just, in my experience and what I've seen is that I'd say a lot of these businesses are 30 to 50 to 100 employees, and I'd say 95% of them are all pass-through entities, which are an LLC. So I'll yield back to you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Moore. Yes, you already accepted that to the record. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Davis, will you suspend while the amendment is distributed? Mr. Davis, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Americans struggle with rising child care costs, plus higher costs from Mr. Trump's erratic tariffs and illegal slashing of federal spending, I offer an amendment to reimburse working parents up to $8,000 in child care costs. Almost half of all children live in families with low incomes, even though 2/3 of these families have at least one adult who works. The income from paid work is not enough to meet their basic needs. So my amendment helps these hard-working families afford the child care they need to work. My amendment is in stark contrast to this Republican bill that does not improve the child and dependent care tax credit and leaves the poorest children out of the child tax credit and gifts the wealthy trillions. For parents, child care is the work-related expense. As AEI scholar Alan Villard explained, the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, or the CDCT, was created in 1976 as a work incentive by offsetting work-related expenses for parents. The CDTC complements other work-related tax benefits like the use of one's car or home or teacher's expenses. But Congress has failed to update this essential credit for working parents with its current rates last set at the turn of the century in 2001. Indeed, the current CDTC fails working families. Very few families receive meaningful benefit from the credit due to the extremely low phase-out level of $15,000, the very low expense limits, and the non-refundable nature. The Tax Policy Center estimates that only 13% of families with children claim the CDTC in 2022. In 2021, Democrats successfully enhanced both the CDCTC and the child tax credit because both credits are essential to support parents' ability to provide for their families. So while 100% of the CDTC reimburses parents for actual child care costs to work, parents mostly use the child tax credit to defray other significant costs of caring for a child, such as food, rent, and clothing. Families need both tax credits. My amendment would restore the 2021 CDTC modernization to give working parents up to $8,000 back in their pockets for child care costs. And we all know that $8,000 is much better than the current $600 or $1,200 that families get now. My amendment would also make the maximum credit available to most working families with incomes up to $125,000, much higher than the current level of $15,000. The National Conference of State Legislators sent letters to our offices requesting the key elements of this amendment, including full refundability and increased credit. Child care places a major financial burden on Americans' families. The cost of care can range from $5,357 to just over $17,000 a year. Democrats know that families need both an enhanced child tax credit that helps all families pay for the added food, shelter, and basic necessities for a child as well, up to $8,000 in a child care tax credit to meet the needs of working families. As I close, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to add the NCSL letter into the record, and I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate, similar to the gentlewoman from Washington's amendment earlier related to the child tax credit, appreciate the gentleman from Illinois' attention to this matter as well. I wanted to take this opportunity just to highlight some of the things that we're doing in this bill as it relates to a piece of legislation that I had introduced earlier this year, again called the Family First Act, and how we're focusing in this piece of legislation on providing maximum benefit, not only to families with children, but also to the children themselves. In my Family First Act, we looked at a broad range of opportunities to enhance the child tax credit. And the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, I'll call it the CDCTC for short, was something that as we dug into it, I think one of the big concerns that we see is that when we overly sort of pigeonhole or maybe even earmark how the money has to be spent, we're just not seeing what you see happen as a bit of a negative externality is the prices oftentimes increase. I think you see this in a lot of areas. The more money that you provide for a certain specific reason, oftentimes there's an increased cost to it of that particular service. And I think this is what happens with this type of, this is a significant increase, and this would be a very high score. Mr. Barthold, we're late in the evening, early in the morning. I'm not going to make you run any numbers right now. But this is a significant score that would be a big deficit increase. But just to highlight, like we've looked really closely at this. We want to give maximum flexibility to families. And so by enhancing the child tax credit and not telling them and not telling a family how they have to use that money actually gives them market, it kind of helps the market be able to shape where the needs are best. And if they're forced to use it in a certain way, they may not need it for that particular reason, and it may not actually benefit their family. So again, in the spirit of providing maximum flexibility to families, I support that effort, but we want to make it so we're not pigeonholing how they have to use the money. But in addition to that, when we talk about investing actually in the child, something new and innovative that we're putting in this bill. It's something that's been talked about strongly in a bipartisan approach, and for many years. I've heard about it several times. We're finally getting a chance to do it in the money accounts for growth and advancement, the MAGA accounts that are going to go as a direct resource to newborn babies over the next several years, for them to be able to have an account that will grow with them over time. And similar to a 529, but the use of it can be a little bit differently, and it will be something that can benefit them even further into their adult years. This is a unique approach that we think is a better way to be able to support that individual. Again, not exactly targeting the CDCTC in Mr. Davis's amendment, but the ways that we're going about in this particular piece of legislation that's in front of us today is real investment that can be unique and actually grow how we're going to support younger families and individual children. And with that, Chairman, I just wanted an opportunity to highlight some of the unique things that we're doing here, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Child Independent Care Tax Credit is the only tax credit that directly helps working parents offset the cost of childcare. Parents need both the Child Independent Care Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit to help afford the cost of parenting in this country. When this committee temporarily updated the CDCTC in 2021, it nearly quadrupled that credit for working families. Mr. Davis's amendment would bring the Child Independent Care Tax Credit back to those 2021 levels. That means up to $8,000 in the pockets of working parents, specifically to afford childcare. The cost of childcare has risen so much in this country that $8,000 won't even cover a year of childcare for one child in most states. In fact, the average price for an infant in a child care center in California is a whopping $20,000 a year. In many states, it costs more to send a child to child care than it does to actually send that child to college. And yet our Republican colleagues have not included an update to this tax credit in their so-called big, beautiful bill. They will tell you time and time again that they are on the side of families, but they aren't. Mr. Davis and my Democratic colleagues are. I introduced this bill along with Mr. Davis and Ms. Delbenny to give working families a hand up in their biggest work-related expense. While we're working to protect child care and put money back into the pockets of American families, Republicans are here today to cut economic assistance in order to pay for tax breaks, again, for the wealthiest Americans. When parents don't have child care, they cut down their hours or they turn jobs down. This amendment would give parents the freedom to go to work knowing that their children are cared for. Child care is a win-win. It's good for businesses and families alike, and that should just be common sense. I hope my colleagues will vote with their conscience and with the families they represent and vote yes on this amendment. It doesn't do families any good to not update the assistance that they need for child care and claim that you're helping them when in reality the measly help that you're giving them is not even going to cover the cost of child care for a year. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Delbenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, which would lower the cost of child care for families. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Davis and Sanchez, for their leadership on this effort. The amendment would permanently expand the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, the CDCTC, and raise the maximum credit to $4,000 for one child and to $8,000 for 2 or more children. In my home state of Washington, the average cost of child care is nearly $16,000 a year. To put that in perspective, that's more than in-state tuition at the University of Washington for an entire year. Every day, working parents have to make tough decisions to make ends meet, and things are only getting more difficult as costs continue to rise. But they're not the only ones paying the price. In Washington, the lack of affordable infant and toddler child care results in $3.5 billion of lost productivity, wages, and revenue a year. In the chairman's state of Missouri, they are losing $1.9 billion a year, and nationwide, we lose $122 billion annually. Republicans claim to be a pro-family party, and this amendment is an opportunity to vote like you are. Families across America are counting on us to make life more affordable for them, and this amendment will help address one of the biggest costs of raising kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I enthusiastically support Mr. Davis's amendment. And I want to associate myself with all of the comments of the Democrats on this side that have spoken in favor of the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, as well as expanding the Child Tax Credit. I really appreciate Mr. Moore's concern about increasing the amount of the cost of services because we're providing subsidies. I appreciate his observation of that, but you know, families don't have any choice but to purchase child care. And often, at least in low-wage communities, low-income communities, the only way that they can get any child care is by exploiting some other woman. You know, getting their mother who's going to dialysis 3 days a week to babysit for them. You know, putting their kids in very vulnerable situations because they can't afford it. As a member of the Joint Economic Committee, and I know Mr. Swikert and Mr. Beyer can recall testimony where women say that they're not having as many children as they want because they can't afford childcare. We are having a problem in this country with our future workforce because we don't have an adequate replacement rate. And of course, we've heard our president say that he wants to pay women to have children. And I think that $5,000 would not go very far because we know the cost of child care is very expensive. I just did a little back of the envelope calculations here on Mr. Davis's $8,000 proposal. And you take some woman who's somebody's administrative assistant somewhere and she's making $50,000 a year. But if she had to pay that $8,000, or my calculation came up with $8,500 with 17% of her wages going to child care, that would reduce her adjusted gross income to only $41,500. Women cannot afford to pay, 17, 18% of their income for child care. We complain about the lack of workforce participation, particularly among low-income women, penalizing them, not providing them with benefits because they don't go to work. But when you think about the struggles and the expense of childcare, we realize that women, no matter what their income, are not going to leave their children alone just to meet some work requirement. Many women find themselves, and I know one case in particular that inspired some legislation that I sponsored the other day, where a woman, was trying to go to work and meet her work requirements and left her 5-year-old at home at night. She worked third shift. Instructions: don't answer the door, make yourself a sandwich. And this worked out just fine. And finally, when the woman got busted leaving her 5-year-old child at home so she could go to work, the child found herself in an out-of-home placement for over a year. And it caused a lot of psychological damage to that child, all because the woman didn't have child care. So I just don't want to hear too many more complaints about women not working, women not having kids, about the replacement rate being low, when we won't support women in the one area that they say is causing them to not have as many children as they want. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue of how expensive childcare is something that is hurting so many families throughout the country. I'm a dad of a toddler who's 2.5, and I can tell you that we pay about $2,100 a month. And I'm fortunate because I have a good job that helps me pay that. But that cost of paying for childcare has only increased. So when you add that fact that the average American family is paying 26% of their income towards childcare, plus the average family is paying 30% of their income towards housing, then it's almost two things are taking up almost 60% of a family's income, 60%. And these figures are based on pre-tax numbers. So if you take it as a percentage of their net, it's probably even higher. So what's going on right now is that it's not only hurting these families. Economists have said that the cost of these two items are literally pulling down the growth of our GDP itself, the growth of our economy itself. That is something that is astonishing. So if we want to help our economy grow, we help families deal with these two issues. This amendment will do that when it comes to helping make childcare a little bit more affordable, allows parents to be able to afford it. But here's the thing, this doesn't apply to all taxpayers. The credit is non-refundable, meaning that low-income families can't take advantage of the credit. And the amendment before us would put more money in the pockets of families by more than tripling the maximum credit most families could receive, from $1,050 to $4,000 per child and up to $8,000 for 2 or more children. Furthermore, this amendment would make the credit refundable to ensure those with the greatest need benefit. So this is an amendment that it will impact so many people. I know this is not just a blue-collar issue. I know I've been talking to IBEW. I've been talking to people who are in the building trades, and they can't get to their work sites to help rebuild our country because they don't have anywhere to drop off their child. And then that's if they can afford it. And then they also struggle. So parents have to make that decision. They're making a calculus. Is it more beneficial economically and financially for our family if somebody stays home, whoever makes the least of that two-income family household? Is it more beneficial because it's cheaper to stay at home? So we know that people are struggling. And here's the thing, who does it disproportionately impact? For a variety of reasons, women make less money on doing the same job in this country. So what ends up happening, they leave the workforce. That means that they're not paying into a 401k, they're not paying into retirement, they're not paying into Social Security. And if something happens, if those parents separate, then the woman is worse off. And as all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand, that when you're saving for retirement, you want to be paying in every single year as long as possible before you ever retire. Because that's how you build the compound interest, that's how you build up a little bit of wealth. So this amendment is going to help working people. So I'm asking you all to support this amendment. And if you can't, then work with us on finding a solution to the child care crisis in our country. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Thompson. Ms. Chu, sorry.
I urge support for this very important amendment, which will give much needed financial support to working families with children. Most families with young children have all available parents in the workforce, meaning childcare is so essential. But right now, the country's experiencing a childcare crisis. Right now, the average cost of full-time childcare for just one child can exceed $19,000 per year. And in Los Angeles, now, people are spending more money on childcare than even on housing. Most families can't afford these high costs, but this bill does nothing for them. Consider Jessica from my home state of California, who says that she and her husband have 3 kids. They both have good paying jobs, yet childcare costs for their 2-year-old keeps them living paycheck to paycheck. And buying a house is not even a financial possibility. Childcare prevents them from getting ahead. Democrats are thinking of families like Jessica's when we use the American Rescue Plan to strengthen and expand the Child Independent Care Tax Credit. We gave working families up to $300 per month to offset the cost of childcare and made it refundable. But while corporations get another tax cut in this bill, families like Jessica's will be left behind. And it's incredibly ironic coming from a party that claims to be so pro-family and appears so concerned with incentivizing Americans to have more children. If Republican colleagues really were pro-family, they'd use the majority now to enact policy solutions that would actually support families and children, and that includes making childcare more affordable. And that's why I strongly support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of those who have spoken favorably towards this proposal, and especially Mr. Moore. Mr. Chairman, I understand that there might be an appetite that we might be able to increase the CTC to $10,000.
Is that a question for me or Mr. Moore?
No, well, actually, you're the chairman now. But you're the chairman.
Well, happy to entertain that, Mr. Davis.
Yep. I think that would be a great way to end this discussion and then take a vote.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek time? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Davis. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Chairman Smith? No. Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Plaskett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady, if you'll suspend for a moment while we pass out the amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Plax, you can proceed, please, with your amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this amendment would provide an increased rum cover-over rate of $13.25 retroactively until 2032 for the Virgin Islands of the United States and Puerto Rico. This bill is about rum, but this amendment is really not just about rum. It's about a great producer of revenue for the people of the Virgin Islands. The rum cover-over is the amount of money that is transferred to the Virgin Islands of the United States and Puerto Rico from the rebate of federal excise taxes on distilled spirits produced in or imported into the rest of the United States from those 2 U.S. territories, and serves as one of the primary funding sources to promote economic development and create jobs in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. The cover-over has been a fundamental part of the tax relationship between the United States and its territories going back over a century. These funds, which represent nearly 25% of the Virgin Islands government's annual budget, are critical for stabilizing the government employees' pension program, supporting infrastructure projects, and attracting investments to diversifying the economy beyond tourism. I'm thankful to my colleagues, Congressman Ron Estes of Kansas, for co-leading the legislation in the 119th Congress to support the Virgin Islands economy and our constituents. Presently, under current law, excise tax collections on imported rum are transferred to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands of the rate of $13.25 per proof gallon. $10.50 per proof gallon is in permanent law, and the remaining $2.75 per proof gallon requires periodic reauthorization of Congress. This legislation would amend Section 7652 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, making $13.25 per proof gallon the amount covered over by law until 1032, enhancing long-term sustainable economic growth in the 2 U.S. territories. Now, this seems like a light thing for a lot of us, and we have had instances in the past over many, many years where the rum cover-overs was extended over and over and over again. You'll see from the chart that I have here that this has happened periodically over and over again. From 1999, extended in 2001. 2001, it was temporary, extended to 2003. 2005, 2007, 2009, 2011. Unfortunately, what has happened is that the extension has expired for a couple of years now, and we have not been able to recoup this money. Now, I know that the chairman, Mr. Smith, Mr. Estes, and others have agreed to work with us because the economy, 25% of our revenues are dependent on that 1325, particularly because in order to stabilize our retirement system, the government of the Virgin Islands used the 1325 to securitize funding to be able to keep the employment system, the retirement system for our government employees moving. And so I'm asking that my colleagues continue to work with us to ensure that this money can be recouped by both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands so that our economies can continue to move forward and we can gain that financial independence that we so desperately are looking forward to. I yield back at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. Does anybody seek recognition? Mr. Estes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this amendment being brought forth by Ms. Plaskett. We are working together on this. This is obviously something that has a big impact on both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. And as mentioned earlier, obviously it has a good support for the pension system in Virgin Islands and used in Puerto Rico for operating costs as well as conservation program within the island there. One of the things I think that's been problematic with this process and why we want to make sure that this gets renewed for the reimbursement is just the variable nature of it and how it's difficult to plan and move forward on this. So I know we didn't get this wording into the bill as we pulled together the one big beautiful bill, just because there were so many provisions to pull through that. But I think this is an ideal scenario where we can work together and have a bipartisan solution. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Congresswoman Plaskett's amendment, and I want to thank her for bringing forward this important amendment. I know how vital the rum carryover program is to her constituents as well as to the people of Puerto Rico. At its core, this amendment is about providing stability and certainty, two things that every jurisdiction we represent need for long-term planning and growth. The uncertainty surrounding the current rum carryover rate has made it difficult for both Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands to confidently budget and invest in their communities. The rum carryover has been part of the U.S. tax system for over a century, helping Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands make critical investments in infrastructure, education, and public services. In the Virgin Islands, it accounts for about 1/3 of the general revenue. Without that stability, the territories face financial strain. The temporary nature of the current rate leads to unpredictable funding, which affects not only the day-to-day operations, but also the territory's bond payments and retirement systems. By locking in the $13.25 rate until 2032, the amendment would provide much-needed financial certainty, enabling better budgeting, planning, and long-term growth for both territories. This change is essential for the continued development and economic health of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd like to also briefly mention another proposal missing from the Republicans' bill, the Supply Chain Security and Growth Act, which was brought to my attention by my colleague, Resident Commissioner Hernandez. It would help reshore critical manufacturing and supply chains in Puerto Rico and the smaller island territories. I urge my colleagues to help our territories get the certainty and the ability to plan for their future. So I urge them to support Congresswoman Plaskett's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Sanchez yields back. I'll recognize Ms. I was going to go to Ms. Maliotakis first.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate Ms. Plaskett as well bringing this amendment. I think it is something that we do need to work together to resolve. I visited Puerto Rico, was visiting some of the distilleries there, and this is so critical for their economy. The rum industry is so incredibly important to the economy in Puerto Rico, and we need to do what we can as a body to make sure that they have this income, which is used not just for stability in the government, but for their ecosystems and so many other things. And this is one way that we can help Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and I think we need to work together in a bipartisan fashion to make sure that this gets done by the end of the year. And I thank you for putting this issue forward, and I join my colleagues who have spoken in favor of supporting a solution here, and I look forward to working together with the committee members to get this done.
Thank you, Ms. Maliotakis. Now recognize Ms. Moore of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I did not know about this problem in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and I appreciate the fact that, Ms. Plaskett, you seem to have bipartisan support with regard to increasing the rum cover over rate. But I think that had you brought us some samples of this, we might have been more inclined to pass this morning. I yield back. So I yield the rest of my time to Ms. Plaskett, but I was just wondering.
Well, you know, Ms. Moore, Yesterday, it's officially now, yesterday was my birthday. And in my office, I not only had food, but you can be assured that at any day, given day, that the product of my home, rum, will be available to any and all members of the Ways and Means Committee, how and should they need it. Whether that's dark, white, flavored, however you want it, rum and Coke, it's available. But on a serious note, I really am, if you understand that, the territories are in a very different position because we rely on Congress to determine so much of what we do. We don't have the independence that the states have. And Congress decides so much of our very existence. And this is just one other example of that, where our economy, which, we have moved rum to be something that is a benefit to us. My ancestors 4 or 5 generations ago, rum and the creation of sugar was the thing that was the oppressor of them. So we have moved this to be something that benefits us as a people, benefits our economy, but we rely on Congress to do the right thing, to give us the amount so that we can stabilize our government at that additional rate. And so, Mr. Chair, as you can see, we have bipartisan support in this. I'm grateful and thankful to my colleague from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, who I know has a large number of Puerto Rican constituents, as well as people from other Caribbean islands. And of course, my colleague, Mr. Estes, thank you so much for being the champion of this in this Congress. I know our former colleague, Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Gonzalez-Colon, who's now the governor of Puerto Rico. I hope she's not watching at this very moment and that she's getting some rest. But this is something that we are all really very keen on and looking forward to. And so I'm asking if the chair would commit to working with us to ensure that there can be some work done on this matter so that our governments of both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico can continue to have certainty in how we work on ensuring that our economies move forward and are not as dependent on the federal government as we would propose we are right now. We want to be independent and mature, and that requires us to have the full funding that we need to be able to stabilize our economy, and I'm asking for your support as we continue to work on this. May I have that support?
Thank you, Ms. Plaskin. We look forward to working with you in a collaborative way.
And with that acknowledgement and from the chair, understanding that, as well as the bipartisan support of my colleagues, at this time I withdraw the amendment. Not the rum, just the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
If you'll pause for a second, we'll distribute that. You may proceed, Mr. Evans.
I ask that you consider my amendment, which would restrict the undue special treatment of millionaires. My amendment would make sure that millionaires face the same paperwork requirements that Republicans are forcing onto poor Americans. Specifically, in order for the rich to receive Republican tax giveaways, they must provide monthly address verifications, complete eligibility checks every 6 months, and provide that they are working 8 hours a month. Republicans want paperwork requirements, not workers' requirements. Most people who are already working multiple jobs will struggle to navigate Republican red tape and won't see the benefits they earned. One paperwork earned could save one unsure for a lifetime. Let's put the same requirement on paper cuts for the rich. It is only fair. So I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans yields back. Anybody else seek? Ms. Moore, you're recognized.
Mr. Evans, your amendment is spot on. You know, we have verification for, $200, $500 benefits for people who are poor. And yet, these people who benefit from the 199A, we don't know what they're doing. I mean, they could be rock stars or something that, have one show every 3 months and claim the benefit and do nothing for 3 months, but lay on the beach and drink rum and Coke. And so I do think that it's spot on to create some parity between people who work hard and have to report and prove that they're working, and those people that we give gargantuan amounts of money to, how much work do we think Dick and Liz Eline are doing to get $115 million? I want to know how much work they're putting in for that $115 million and what value they're creating. This is, we require this kind of accountability from welfare recipients, and indeed, I think that many of the 199A recipients are in fact welfare recipients, and so I would yield back.
Ms. Moore yields back. Recognize Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just mention again, 199A is one of the most pro-growth provisions in this bill that we're considering today. It's important to every small business that is a pass-through. We don't have work requirements for the corporate rate. We don't need work requirements here. These are individuals who are running business, who are working very, very hard. So this is an important bill that, as I mentioned earlier, or provision that I mentioned earlier, allows businesses to reinvest more into wages for their employees, reinvest in equipment, expansion, and reinvest in their communities. So I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker. Recognize Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the Evans Amendment in increasing the reporting requirements for those 199A recipients. These are citizens who are making over $10 million, and the reality is, I think that the tax code is not fair when it comes to these reporting requirements. I represent, in my district, in the Alabama 7th Congressional District, folks who are making literally $25,000 are 32% of them get audited for EITC. And why? Because it's easy to audit someone whose income is $25,000. It's the $10 million folks that actually get away with murder because it's probably very complicated and whatever. So I think in the interest of parity and fairness, I think that Mr. Evans is spot on in increasing the reporting requirements. Why not? I mean, I'm sure that this is something that won't be onerous for these 199A recipients because they probably have a team of lawyers and auditors all on staff that will probably do the work. So at the end of the day, I think that we should try to make our tax code a little bit more fair. So I do support this and ask that my colleagues do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Anybody else seek recognition? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Evans. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell. Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Del Bene. Miss Del Bene, yes. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore. Miss Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer.
Yes.
Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Miss Plaskett. Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order. Ms. Chu, you're recognized for your amendment. If you'll allow us a minute to pass out here, please. You can proceed, Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, my amendment would strike 3 sections from this bill designed to rip health care away from the very people who need it most. These are the sections that use red tape to sabotage the Affordable Care Act. First, let's call this bill what it is, a deliberate attempt to gut the Affordable Care Act. This bill attacks one of the most basic protections of the ACA, automatic re-enrollment. For years, that provision has kept working families covered even if they missed a deadline or had trouble navigating complex paperwork. But now, Republicans want to kill it. Under this bill, every family would have to manually verify their income every year or lose access to their advanced premium tax credits. If they can't perfectly predict their income 12 months in advance, they'd be forced to pay the full premium out of pocket with no assistance. That isn't how any other health coverage works. Employer plans, Medicare, Medicaid, none of them force you to reapply every single year under threat of losing your care. This disastrous bill also guts the special enrollment period for people under 150% of the poverty line. And that means that people making roughly $23,000 per year or less will no longer have the chance to enroll in an ACA plan year-round. This deliberately shuts out workers who face unstable hours, part-time jobs, or are only offered junk employer coverage. And if that wasn't cruel enough, the bill also removes the cap on how much the federal government can claw back from people who underestimate their income. Think about that. Gig workers, Uber drivers, freelancers, small business owners, and hourly workers often have no idea how much they'll earn in a year. They do their best to estimate the accurate amount, but under this bill, if they misjudge their income even slightly, the government will claw back every single dollar of their advanced premium tax credit. This provision alone will impose a $19 billion increase on consumers, and it will bankrupt people who did nothing wrong. And what's it for? Not to lower costs, not to improve care. It's to push 13.7 million people off health care to free up trillions for Republican tax giveaways to billionaires. In my district, that includes people like Stephanie from Rancho Cucamonga. At 64 years old, she lost her job and now relies on the ACA for coverage until she transitions to Medicare. She told me if subsidies are cut, she'll have no choice but to go uninsured because premiums would exceed her entire monthly budget. The last thing she needs is a new set of administrative traps designed to take her coverage away. So I asked my Republican colleagues, how many of your constituents are you prepared to push off their health insurance just to give one more tax break to billionaires? If the answer is none, I encourage you to vote yes on my amendment. Otherwise, to my constituents and Americans watching this debate, when you see your premiums go up or you misestimate your income a year in advance and lose your coverage, you'll know that this is because this bill puts billionaires first and working families last. I yield back.
Ms. Chu yields back. Anybody else seek time? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Moore. You're recognized.
I'll be very brief. Ms. Chu, this is an extremely important amendment because peppered throughout this bill, we have seen our colleagues, and I'm trying to think of the word for it, something, where they, almost like actuarial tables applied to people's failure and human foibles, people forgetting their appointments or forgetting to open their mail, things that are really common among sick people or disabled people, and monetize, scoring that failure for savings for your bill. It is really, really nefarious, I think. And all peppered throughout this bill, we see this is a major strategy, and next door over in the Energy Commerce Committee, they're doing that over there too. If you're late for an appointment or you miss an appointment, you lose your Medicaid. Here you lose, under our jurisdiction, the ACA. And to actually sort of rely on this for savings, to score it. And I've experienced this in my own lifetime. I remember I ended up starting the Community Development Credit Union because I had a washer and dryer that I needed desperately. I had 3 kids from a finance company, usury rates. And when I was like maybe a month or 2 from paying it off and was late for a payment, my kids let them in the house and they repossessed my washer and dryer. Where they had calculated, they had scored their belief that somehow And they were right, that I would fail, that I would be late, and that they were able to take my washer and dryer and then give it to some other poor mother. And so that motivated me. So I don't know what the word is, but I appreciate, Ms. Chu, your offering this and really shining a light on how cynical and nefarious we have become, so that human foibles become our way to claw back money, as opposed to making people who are billionaires pay their fair share. And I just want to thank you for offering this amendment, and I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I want to try to get my head around this. Just the basic concept of program integrity. We have someone commits, basically, I don't tell the truth about my income, so I get my subsidy, that society shouldn't want the excess monies that were provided because you didn't tell the truth. So we want an amendment that basically says it's okay to commit fraud, and it's wrong for society to ask back the dollars that were fraudulently taken. You know, this is how you end up getting the public actually despising these programs that you say help, because you create the cascade of incentive. It's okay to cheat. And I know that's not what you mean here. If the goal is saying, look, if someone, you know, within the margin of error or these sorts of things, but we know we have a problem of systematic saying, my income's here, wink, wink, nod, nod, and it's not, and getting excess subsidies and the ability to recapture them. So, look, it's not to be cruel. It's actually, if you want programs to continue, we can't basically tell everyone, hey, but it's okay if we have lots of fraud. So if there's a better mechanism, be happy to take it. Do you want me to yield, or? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. Just following your same train of thought, what's the difference between that and a big corporation or billionaire evading taxes?
But both of them require it. When they're evading taxes, they actually are subject to criminal penalties.
No, because you've underfunded the agency whose job it is to provide oversight.
Okay, but no, you're doing.
No, I'm asking. Quite frankly,
that's just a level
of
conflating things. If you have a mechanism to, like, I'm a huge fan, as you know, of using technology at the IRS because it's much more effective than people. We've already seen that. So, look, I want to, if you cheat, you should get caught, whether you be a big corporation or individuals. As we've had talk for years, I want to come up with a cleaner, better way on earned income tax credits. So there's not the 2-month delay, just use technology. If someone's earned it, get them their money and get rid of that 2-month delay. And we've even had troubles on that of just doing the data match and saying, let's just get rid of, let's get the speed to work. There's a way to do this, but we can't look like we're incentivizing bad acts. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert yields back. Ms. Delbenny.
I yield my time to Ms. Chu.
I just have to answer this. You are accusing gig workers, Uber drivers, freelancers, small business owners, hourly workers, all of committing fraud. And you think if they're deliberately doing that. And how about this? Does an Uber driver know how many shifts that they will necessarily be taking? Now, I also have to express a thing that happens in my district, because I'm in a district with a lot of creative workers, they're in the music, television, and film industry, and they don't know if they will or will not get a job. And maybe they predict at the beginning of the year that they're going to have so much in income, but then they ultimately may not get a job, or they may get a big job in some production. They cannot know exactly how much they will make in that year. And what this would do is punish them for that and will force them to give back every single dollar of their advance premium tax credit, and will bankrupt people who did nothing wrong. And it's so cynical that it imposes, basically, this is how you're making money. This is how you are giving money to the billionaires by imposing a $19 billion tax increase on these consumers. You're making $19 billion off of this. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Mr. Schweikert.
Okay, fascinating. So you now admit that you gave the number, there's $19 billion, so you now admit there is a scale of bad acts. That's actually very large. Having Scottsdale, I also, believe it or not, have a very creative population too. The number of Hollywood that actually live in my community, because it's much more tax effective. The fact of the matter is, if you've been overpaid, you're making an argument you shouldn't have to pay it back. Does anyone else just see the absurdity here? So, look, we can go back and forth on this. We obviously just see the world differently, that if you take something you shouldn't, maybe you should have to give it back. And with that, back to Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly yields. Any other member seeking recognition? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington?
He was taking a nap.
Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
of amendment at the desk.
Ms. Sanchez?
Of an amendment at the desk?
There's been a point of order reserved. Would you suspend while we distribute the amendment?
Surely. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This tax bill is a desperate attempt from Republicans to kowtow to corporations while they turn their backs on millions of hardworking Americans. Prices on everyday goods are rising. Retirees are watching their savings evaporate as markets swing wildly. Farmers are losing access to key export markets, and many small businesses are on the verge of closing their doors forever, and jobs are being lost. It's time to put an end to the economic damage. A tax bill that creates massive deficits and gives handouts to billionaires will not do that. We must use this opportunity to restore stability in our trade and economic policy before the damage is too far to reverse. That's why I'm offering an amendment to renew trade adjustment assistance and modernize the program, including by streamlining the eligibility criteria for farmers, workers, and businesses. This language comes from the Competes Act, which Congress passed on a bipartisan basis in 2022. Under my amendment, displaced workers would be eligible to apply for trade adjustment assistance through 2031. My amendment would also ensure port workers and workers in the trucking industry will be eligible to apply for TAA if they unfairly lost their jobs due to tariffs imposed by President Trump since January 20th of this year. Since its inception, TAA has helped millions of trade-displaced workers attain the necessary skills, credentials, resources, and support they need in order to return to work. At least 192,000 workers have pending TAA petitions with the Department of Labor. That includes 17,240 new applicants since President Trump took office in March, a nearly 10% increase in less than 2 months. Despite the fact this data was updated monthly, no new data has been available since March 3rd, just after Trump began to wreak havoc on our economy with the Canada and Mexico tariffs and the April 2nd global tariffs. Wow, I wonder why. Could it be that the Trump administration is scared of Americans finding out the real cost of his chaotic trade policies? Not only are prices going up, but Americans working in trade-related industries literally have their jobs on the line, including the thousands of port workers from Los Angeles and Long Beach that live in my district. Every one container that arrives in the port supports 4 jobs in the Los Angeles economy. Yet imports at the Port of Los Angeles are currently down by 35% from the same time last year. If this trend continues, empty shelves and layoffs will follow. We also cannot forget the truck drivers who help transport essential goods across the country. These truck drivers will lose from declining freight volumes and higher operational costs. We cannot abandon our workers. They need relief now. Over 8,000 workers with pending TAA applications are in my Republican Ways and Means colleagues' district. Chairman Smith currently has 1,272 workers with pending TAA applications. Representative Adrian Smith, 295 workers in his district. Representative Mike Kelly, 60 workers. Representative Schweikert, 250 workers. Representative LaHood, 1,097 workers. Representative Estes, 528 workers. Representative Miller, 35 workers. Representative Murphy, 120 workers. Representative Van Dyne, 1,382 workers. Rep. Feenstra, 197 workers. Rep. Carey, 387 workers. Rep. Miller, 125 workers. And Rep. Yacom, 2,442 workers, all with pending trade adjustment assistance claims. They cannot afford to be left in limbo any longer, waiting for Congress to renew trade adjustment assistance. I call on my Republican colleagues to support my amendment to renew TAA and offer some relief to their constituents who have unfairly lost their jobs due to this administration's stupid and irresponsible trade policies. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to note that given the job market right now, with employers underwriting the costs of training their employees, that's pro-worker, it's pro-taxpayer, and certainly eliminates the need for what used to be a bipartisan program, but I think a lot of reasonable folks would describe it as overly partisan now, and, as I pointed out, largely unnecessary. When you look at the tax bill and how pro-worker that is, when you go back to the negotiation of USMCA, a Trump priority during a Pelosi speakership that got done, if that can get done, pretty much anything could be done, I would think, around here, if we lean into what our objectives are. It's enlightening, I guess, when during his first term, President Trump proposes tariffs, and certainly the anti-Trump crowd opposed those. And then once the anti-Trump crowd had control to get rid of those tariffs, they did nothing about those. In fact, we saw 4 years of absence on the world stage as it relates to a trade agenda. And I think the world was watching, certainly, and the world expected more out of us and for us to be more aggressive in advocating for ourselves on the world stage as it relates to commerce and international trade. So certainly we have a more aggressive negotiator now in the White House who's moving forward, I think, in a pro-worker way. And that's why I think that ultimately TAA, certainly as it's been fashioned in the past, is no longer necessary because employers are actually picking up the tab and more efficiently training their employees. That is pro-worker, pro-employee, and pro-taxpayer. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Chu.
I strongly support this amendment, which would extend protections for workers who are completely left behind by this bill. That's because this legislation does nothing to shield consumers or workers from the devastation unleashed by President Trump's senseless trade war. He's unilaterally imposed tariffs on nearly every product or material imported into the U.S. from almost every single country in the entire world. Fortunately, he caved yesterday and paused the 145% tariffs on China for 90 days, but there's no reason to believe that any of these postponed tariffs will not come back into force soon. And that's why the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, which represents dock workers at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach nearby district, called these tariffs a direct attack on the working class. Their jobs are under threat as cargo stops moving through the ports. And because Republicans have refused to work with Democrats to reauthorize the trade adjustment assistance to help workers who lose their jobs due to trade-related impacts, they will be left behind if their jobs are lost. This amendment is a small step that Republicans can take towards addressing the havoc wreaked by the Trump trade war. If they were serious about helping American workers and families, they would join Democrats' legislation to cancel the Trump tariffs helping thousands of small businesses stay open and keep their employees on the payroll and ensure that families don't face any further tariff costs this year. President Trump has turned the global economy upside down through this trade war. Dock workers will be amongst the first to feel the worst impacts, but they certainly will not be the last. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to support the amendment by Representative Sanchez. And as a co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus, I strongly endorse the reauthorization of the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program. I'm actually a little shocked to hear my Republican colleagues on the other side abandon our constituents who have relied on this program through Republican and Democratic majorities. The Trade Adjustment Assistance Program provides support and job retraining for workers who lost their job due to trade, including due to other countries' unfair trade practices, and it helps them get back on their feet. And we know that the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program works. According to a study by the U.S. Census Bureau, TAA recipients earn an average of $50,000 more in income over a 10-year period compared to workers who did not participate in the program. But workers can't access this program because, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues refuse to reauthorize it. There are currently over 190,000 workers across the country who have submitted TAA petitions to the Department of Labor, but they're not receiving the assistance they're entitled to because Republicans refuse to reauthorize this important program. Let me say that again. There are over 190,000 workers who lost their job due to no fault of their own because of other countries undermining American businesses and can't receive the support those workers deserve. This administration claims to want to provide a level playing field for American workers. Well, we have a program that specifically exists to support workers who are negatively impacted by trade. Yet, congressional Republicans are cutting Medicaid and extending tax cuts for the rich. Meanwhile, the TAA is a program that has been championed by Democrats and that Republicans refuse to reauthorize. Sadly, they are showing the American people exactly what their priorities are. Tax cuts for billionaires, permanent tax cuts, and no help for workers who've been displaced due to no fault of their own. I commend my colleague, the ranking member of the Trade Subcommittee, Representative Sanchez. This is a common sense amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support. I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend Ms. Sanchez as well. The merit of this argument is clear. Part of the frustration that the American family has felt over the last 30 years has been because of dislocations in the workforce. Much more complicated than just unfair trade practices, relates to issues of technology, skill set, you name it, geography. But there's also, I think, some responsibility that Congress had along the way to have done a better job of updating, upgrading, and monitoring the Trade Adjustment Assistance Act. It's an ideal opportunity, I think, for the community college system in America to become immersed and then involved in, if not to administer. And I think this is a really good amendment, and if done properly, this would really be of great assistance to the American people. I would yield. Yes.
I just want to make one last point. Trade adjustment assistance is to help workers that have been displaced, and the crux of it is to provide them with skill training so they can move perhaps into other industries when those industries they've been working in have died out in their area. And to just make the blanket assertion that all employers are providing training to workers is patently false. It's not true. Not all companies are willing to invest and train up their workers. And that's certainly true in areas where there are few employers and where, whole industries may shutter because of unfair labor practices or because of trade impacts from our trade agreements. So I just want to make the point that you can't make blanket statements like, oh, there's no need for trade adjustment assistance because the employers are providing the training. That's just simply not true in many, many, many cases. I would say the majority of cases. And with that, I will yield back.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There's a point of order that's been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend as the amendment is distributed? Mr. Gomez, you can proceed.
All right, thank you so much. So I want to give my colleagues on the other side of the aisle another opportunity to show that they're pro-family and not pro-billionaire. I have an amendment that would adjust the paid leave tax credit in the bill found in Section 45S to ensure that it actually helps working families. Republicans created the 45X tax credit in 2017 but it has been ineffective in getting most Americans to be covered by a paid leave program through their work. I'd love for my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment to expand this credit and help us get one step closer to ensuring every American has access to paid leave. My amendment would increase the credit from 25% to 75% for small businesses and 50% for large businesses where the majority of workers make under $100,000. It would also put in place important protection for employees who employers claim the credit, like guaranteeing job protection, requiring employers to continue health insurance, and prohibiting employers from charging extra fees or discriminating against workers for taking leave. It would also support and strengthen existing state paid leave programs by offering a federal reimbursement to help more states create these successful programs. I've been hearing a great deal about President Trump and Republicans wanting to do more to boost the birth rate. As a father of a young son, I can tell you exactly what is making it hard for Americans to start and grow a family right now. Families want help with groceries, with rent, with affordable, high-quality childcare. And they want to know that when they have a child, they can take time off of work to care for their newborn son or daughter and still be supported financially. They want to know that they can go back to their job after their 12 weeks with their new family member. And we know that this isn't just good policy for families, it's good for the economy too. Paid leave helps small businesses keep and retain workers and remain competitive. Again, I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, you want to pass this bill to give billions away to the wealthiest Americans. Why not work together to do some good for working families for a change? By passing this amendment, we'll make paid leave a reality for more Americans and show them what policy that is actually made to help working families. So here's the thing. I expanded paid family leave in California. And one of the things that we saw is when we passed it, we were the first state of the union to pass paid family leave. We started all of a sudden seeing more people spend time with their loved ones, to be there to bond with a newborn child and to support their spouse. And what we've learned is when a spouse spends time with their wife, they're less likely to have postpartum depression, the health outcomes actually increase and improve, and it also means that there is just a stronger family bond. So if you want to be pro-family values, and not just for the billionaires, then I ask you to support my amendment. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the gentleman for his amendment. We have done a tremendous job in this bill on the Family Medical Leave Act. We worked very hard. Obviously, many of you know that that was a pilot program that was established in 2017 in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and we are extending it and making it permanent, which is very significant. What it does, it strengthens the paid family medical leave credit from the premium Trump tax cut. It also quadruples the maximum employer-provided child tax credit and adds additional relief to small businesses for providing child care. I mean, these are very important things to families, and I'm very proud of what we're doing in this bill. I'm proud that we're going down the path to make sure that we extend family medical leave to small businesses, that they can use their insurance, their disability insurance, to make all these, make this family medical leave work up to 12 weeks. So thank you for noting this, but the bill does a great job already in this area. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there additional discussion on the amendment? Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the National Partnership of Women and Families, only 27% of our workforce has access to paid family leave through their employers. In fact, the United States is one of only 6 countries in the world that does not guarantee any paid leave to our workers. I know how difficult coming back to work so quickly after having a baby can be. When my son Joaquin was born exactly 16 years ago, I was going to say today, but it was actually yesterday, I was back in this hearing room 3 days later to mark up the Affordable Care Act. Paid family leave is essential to any parent. We need it in every line of work, from the halls of Congress to office jobs to fast food restaurants. This amendment will vastly improve the paid family leave, allowing more workers to benefit from more time. It incentivizes states to allow all of their residents to have comprehensive leave policies. Paid leave isn't just good for families, it's also good for businesses. Small businesses are at a disadvantage if they can't provide paid leave to their workers, while big businesses can afford to do so. And paid leave keeps people in the workforce by allowing them to hold jobs and care for children at the same time. This bill makes it clear that my Republican colleagues don't care about the benefits that paid leave would bring to their constituents. They found ways to make big corporations richer, but at the expense of families. They made it clear that they don't care about their own constituents who are struggling to make ends meet, and they've made it very clear that they just don't care about working parents. I urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment to make paid leave applicable to all workers, protect American jobs, and help families afford to care for their children. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Mr. Gomez for offering this amendment. You know, it is, again, this is an extension of some remarks I had made earlier about the family supports people actually need in order to stay in the workforce. Not a single one of us sitting here this morning will lose money if, for some reason, we have a medical emergency or a problem, a funeral we need to go to, or sickness of a child. Not a single one of us will lose one dime. And this is a privilege that we have that other Americans don't have. And I do think that it's important to realize, as our colleague Ms. Sanchez has said, that it's embarrassing to call yourself a civilized first world country and just be one, be one of 6 only in the world that doesn't recognize the value of children and keeping people's connections to the workforce by providing paid, at least parental leave. And I do agree that we need to expand this beyond just parents and have paid medical leave, for our employees as well. I've been an employer for many years in one capacity or another, and I have some of the most wonderful, talented, intelligent, and loyal employees because I put their families first. Nobody ever has to miss a parent-teacher conference on behalf of coming to my job. No one ever has to come to work ill because of my job. Nobody has to come and bring a doctor's excuse. I respect them and take their words. And in return for that, I have people right here at 5 o'clock in the morning here staying with me. And that's the investment that I think we need to make in our employees, in our economy, and of course in our families. And I'll yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. I, like so many women here who had children before this became a thing, I have, my oldest son is 37 now, and I can recall having him my senior year at Georgetown and not having any way of just having the support of friends to be able to watch him while I went to class. And then having my second son in between law school, my third son, my second year of law school, while I worked a job during the day, went to law school at night, graduated with 3 of them under the age of 5, and there was no leave. I wanted to start a family, wanted to get it out of the way, have my children have each other, and the country was not in a place where it was offering support to families for paid leave. And now the United States is one of only 6 countries in the world that does not guarantee any paid leave to our workers. Now, the Ways and Means Democrats passed the first ever bill to guarantee 12 weeks of comprehensive universal paid family leave without a single Republican vote. We did that. They want to talk about what we could have done when we had everything. That's something we did. And we found ways to pay for it when we were in charge. And now, instead of expanding paid leave, this bill continues a failed fig leaf policy from 2017. We know that during that time, only 1,230 businesses used the credit that they were offering, and 89% of the spending went to pay 180 claims from firms with over $1 billion in revenue. Only 16% of small business owners support extending the credit. This is not going to get to the families and to the individuals and to the young, growing families that we need to support them while they're growing their families. We talked about being pro-life, right? Remember that discussion? How many hours ago was that? When we talked about supporting women giving birth. And as Ms. Moore said, we support until the baby comes out. And then it's done. The support leaves completely, and you're on your own. So this bill, this amendment is being offered to support the range of families, the range of individuals, to be there in a manner so that they don't have to be like Ms. Sanchez had to do 3 days after giving birth, being back in this dreadfully cold room for a markup. And it will allow families to be able to have what they need to be able to go back to work. Because oftentimes what happens is, as we said, decisions have to be made and women leave the workforce. We lose that intellect, we lose that knowledge with women having to leave the workforce because they are forced to make a decision which they don't want to make. So I support this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to support it, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gomez.
And one of the things I kind of just want to stress about paid family leave, it's also that could be there for people who are dealing with a sick family member, somebody that gets diagnosed with cancer or a terminal illness, that you can actually be there to take care of them, that you can be there during the most vulnerable and most emotional times in that person and your life. There's how many of it, most of us will one day, we will all, no, not most, we will all die one day. And don't we want our loved ones to be able to take off time to be there so that when we go gently into the dark night, that we have some comfort? That's what we want. That's what we want when it comes to paid family leave. And that's what it's about. That's why when I say, you know, if you want to be pro-family, support this amendment. Show people that you're thinking about them. With that, I yield back to the gentle lady from the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, and I yield back my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I know we've been coming up on over 15 and a half hours. I want to thank my staff and the entire Ways and Means staff for their hard work and effort and professionalism working so hard on these amendments that are incredibly important to our constituents. They didn't ask for all of this, but on behalf of our constituents, I just want to extend my gratitude. But Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk to rectify the damage that the Trump administration has caused to the tourist economy. This tax credit would incentivize domestic travel within the United States, ensuring that we can reboot America's tourism dominance that is being decimated by President Trump. Trump's blanket tariffs are already causing harm. The tourist industry is collateral damage, while Trump flip-flops on trade. The facts are in the numbers. Canada and Mexico make up the largest percentage of visitors to the United States annually, making up a total of 53% of visitors combined in 2023. But the damage has already been done. In March alone, the number of visitors in our country shrank by nearly 12%, and Nevada saw nearly an 8% decrease. Why? Because of Trump's repeated threats to our neighboring countries. It's being reported that Canada's major airlines have announced reductions in flights to Las Vegas due to the severe drop in airline bookings. So let's be serious here. Trump's harmful rhetoric and mismanagement of the economy is projected to cost the American tourism industry $64 billion this year due to both a decrease in domestic and international travel. While that number won't cause Elon Musk to blink, those are Nevadan small businesses and jobs that are on the line. In fact, Oscar Chavira, owner of a Mexican restaurant, Beretta Bite in Las Vegas, cannot keep prices down in his establishment because of these Trump tariffs. Most of the meat that he buys for the restaurant comes from Canada or Mexico. And he said that these tariffs will directly reflect in his prices, which he fears will cut back on people choosing to dine in his restaurant. Now, Las Vegas isn't the only place that's impacted by decreased visitors since the beginning of 2025. The fallout from strained relationships with Canada due to this administration can be seen in Arizona, for example. Canadians account for roughly $775 million in spending during the snow season, but because of this administration and their actions, they are reconsidering travel not only to Arizona, but also to Nevada and to places all around our country as a whole. So I would just really encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the light. This is happening in all of our districts. If this bill is serious about helping working class people and Main Street America, then we need this amendment so that American people have a solution to the economic crisis that's being caused right now. While Republicans in this committee continue clinging to their seats, desperately trying to win Trump's favor and prove their loyalty, I'm here to advocate on behalf of my constituents, and I will not sit here and let our tourist industry crash because of Trump's mess. I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment on behalf of not just the entertainment capital of the world in Las Vegas, but international travel to the United States, which is incredibly important. We have the World Cup coming up, we have the Olympics coming up, we have the 250th anniversary of our nation's birth. All of this is being affected because of Donald Trump and his flip-flop on trade. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Yakum. No. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Doggett. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the noes are 25.
There being 18 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Doggett,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
would you suspend while your amendment is distributed? And there has been a point of order reserved.
Oh, it's germane. It's short.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is one line. It deletes the voucher provisions in this bill. These voucher provisions are designed to really undermine our public schools. They come as a supplement to voucher plans that have been implemented in some states, most recently in the state of Texas. I believe that our public schools are essential to our democracy, and that measures to undermine those schools, which serve about 90% of the students in our country, are measures that not only hurt public education, but hurt the entire concept of democracy. Now, President Trump has, of course, already proposed eliminating the Department of Education, and his forces have done significant damage to the work of that department, undermining one aspect of federal aid to public education after another. President Trump had hardly moved into the White House before he issued an executive order calling on all federal agencies to shift as many federal dollars to private schools away from public schools as possible. This is all part of that plan to undermine our public schools. And it's very interesting on the development of this particular measure in that it did come before our committee last year and was voted on in this committee. I opposed it then. Democrats opposed it. It got out of committee, but Republicans never brought it to the floor for consideration. Instead of having this bill, this voucher proposal considered on its merits separately, it's being buried into this huge reconciliation bill in hopes that it can take a ride along the way and get passed when it might not be able to pass the House on its own merits. And that's been true of voucher measures generally. When they have gone to the public again and again, they have been voted down. We have also considerable experience from the states in these voucher systems. Take Florida, where in 2023 the state removed income eligibility limits for its voucher program. With these changes, 69% of new voucher recipients were already enrolled in private schools, while only 30% of them came from families earning less than $55,000 a year. In Arkansas, the state's own Department of Education reported that 95% of voucher recipients had never set foot in a public school before receiving public dollars. And in Arizona, over half of 2024 voucher spending is going to students who are already in private schools or not yet in school. And even within this bill, families who qualify include those making 300% of the area median income. In other words, in Texas, families making as much as $228,000 would be eligible for these credits. And credits to do what? To go to schools that don't have to accept everyone, schools that don't have to have certified teachers, schools that don't meet the needs of individuals with disabilities, of children with disabilities. And that's why I'm very pleased to work with our colleague, Congresswoman Sewell, in offering this amendment, because we believe in our public schools, believe in all they have to offer for America, and recognize that parents are fine to send their children to to private school, but don't use taxpayer dollars to do it. This is using taxpayer resources. It's just using it in a more obscure way through a tax credit system. So I urge the adoption of this amendment and the rejection of vouchers as the wrong way for us to go for education and the wrong way to go for democracy, and I yield back.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to my colleagues for their patience and willingness to have the discussions that we need to have. Certainly happy to do that. Happy to defend the provision that is currently in the bill relating to school choice. This is about empowering families. It's about empowering parents and children to pursue a brighter future with quality education. I think it should concern all of us that parents have been pushed away from the curriculum of schools, that have been pushed away from various decisions impacting their own children, and that's why we need to empower families rather than push them away. It should concern all of us that so much bureaucracy, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, the bureaucracy is actually standing in the way of the quality and efficient delivery of services that are vitally needed across America, especially in vulnerable populations where education, in this case, means so much. I certainly appreciate the very positive feedback that I get from families, especially students themselves, who have found greater opportunity through scholarship programs such as this, where scholarship granting organizations form basically around the needs of students. And the scholarship granting organizations, I want to have the freedom and the flexibility to meet the needs of the students and various communities so that brighter futures can be pursued. So certainly urge the rejection of this amendment and urge the adoption of the full bill so that we can see the positive impacts across America as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Doggett for his partnership on this amendment. This amendment strikes the private school voucher scheme that's in this bill. Under the Republican plan, donors who contribute money or stock to these voucher schemes will receive 100% of the contributions back in the form of a discount on their tax bill. This is a preposterous tax benefit that is not given to other charitable donations like those to churches. I know this issue well. My home state of Alabama has adopted a dollar-for-dollar tax shelter for donations to these voucher schemes in Alabama. And Alabama's public school children and teachers are paying the price, right along with taxpayers footing the bill. Mr. Doggett's state has poured $1 billion into a similar program. This is unprecedented to set aside $5 billion of taxpayer money into private school voucher schemes while starving our public school of their funding. We should not stand for this, and I know I, for one, will be very vocal about it. This proposal would advance President Donald Trump's agenda on establishing universal school choice by providing families nationwide the option to give their children an education different from the one offered in local public schools. As my questioning of Mr. Balto, unveiled, there are no household income requirements for students to receive these scholarships. Therefore, parents can give as a donation to these organizations as much money as they want, dollar for dollar, getting that donation as a deduction. And at the same time, their children, who of wealthy folks, could actually then use this to go to school. It's unfair. And what it does is it limits the ability, it's using taxpayer money in order to help private schools flourish. And I think to add insult to injury, in states like Alabama and the Deep South, the same type of scheme of choice, in the name of choice, cause so many of these segregated private schools to crop up. In my hometown of Selma, Alabama, I went to a public school. I'm a proud public school graduate. Having said that, in Selma, there were also 2 private academies. One private academy that came about in 1965 that came about for the purpose of making sure that the public schools were not integrated. And I have to tell you, the public school back in Alabama, when I was there in Selma, we had a debate team. We were the ones who had winning basketball teams and the like. And it was our kids that went on to Ivy League schools and to top universities. Whereas at Morgan Academy, named after a Confederate Ku Klux Klansman, Morgan Academy students, all-white school 40 years ago, and today it's still an all-white private school. And many of the parents utilize these school sponsoring organizations to actually funnel money through to their own children and to children similarly situated in terms of their ability to pay, and it's simply unfair. So I think that not only will it give them a dollar for dollar, in states that also offer the same kind of scheme, those same donors get to get a 1-for-1 on the federal side, and they get a deduction from on the state side. And it's simply unfair. So their $1 gets them, for every $1, it gets them $1.50 worth of benefit. And that's not the same benefits that we have in public schools. The program would be funded by donors who could contribute money or stock, and it allows stockholders to avoid paying taxes that would be levied if they donated or transferred the stock. This private voucher scheme is just that. It is one that will allow wealthier Americans to be able to provide private school education for their children at the expense of public schools. And I don't think that any of us would want that to occur. I know as a proud public school girl, I will be fighting to make sure that every dollar that can go to public schools will go to public schools. I am not adverse to private schools. I just prefer public schools, and I definitely don't want private schools that are segregated to flourish like they have. There is no choice in Selma. One public school, one private school. One's all black and one's all white. It's simply unacceptable in 2025, and we should not be in the business of promulgating it.
Mr. Yocum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I was a proud co-sponsor of Mr. Smith's bill. This bill was originally introduced by my predecessor, our friend and my dear friend and our mutual friend, Jackie Walorski. Time and time again, we see Democrat politicians send their kids to private school while railing against vouchers. Educational choice should not be just for the rich. Educational choice should be for everyone, no matter what your income level is. This provision, from my estimation, is a pro-middle class provision. This is something that allows anyone, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, no matter who you are, to be able to send your child to the school of your choice. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
I strongly support the Doggett Sewell amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Chu?
Well, I strongly support this amendment. As if the bill we're marking up today doesn't already do enough to cater to the wealthiest individuals in this country, Republicans have included this Educational Choice for Children Act, which would take federal funding away from public schools in order to subsidize private schools and some of the wealthiest families that attend them. If enacted into law, this proposal would take $10 billion per year of federal taxpayer dollars away from public schools and give it to private schools. Every single dollar redirected to private schools will come at the expense of the overwhelming majority of our country's students, the 90% who attend public schools. To make matters worse, these scholarships wouldn't even be limited to low and middle income families. Under the bill, any student whose family makes up to 300% of the median gross income in their area would be eligible, meaning this bill would force taxpayers to pay for high-income families to send their children to private school, even when they can already afford it. In fact, in schools that currently have school voucher programs, 70% of students receiving vouchers were already attending private schools to begin with. Furthermore, private schools, unlike public schools, are not required to provide a free and fair education to all children and are allowed to turn away prospective students and ignore civil rights protections, such as protections for students with disabilities. We must not use public tax dollars to subsidize the wealthiest families who send their children to private, expensive, and often religious schools that are not accountable to the public and are not required to serve every student equitably. For that reason, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Byer. Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington.
He's sleeping
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
somewhere in the hallway. Passed down the hallway.
Mr. Boyle. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There has been a point of order reserved. Would the lady please suspend while we distribute the amendment?
No. But you can speak on mine. Is yours about endowments?
Ms. Sewell, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to strike the provision in this bill that targets the endowments of America's leading colleges and universities for the sake of paying for corporate tax and tax cuts for the wealthy. In 2017, for the first time, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act imposed a tax on the endowments of not-for-profit colleges and universities with more than 500 students and endowments larger than 5,000 per student. It was a 1.4% tax. Now, this bill provides an even greater tax and expands the number of institutions that must pay it. Under this bill, it is a four-tiered tax proposal that ranges from 1.4% to as much as 21% tax. This is truly punitive. Imposing this punitive tax is an attack on American values. America's leading colleges and universities are nonprofit entities that benefit all Americans. They seek cures and treatments for diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer. These institutions generate discoveries in quantum science and artificial intelligence that are critical to America's security and prosperity. They spin out businesses and develop talents and entrepreneurs. They power regional economies and educate diverse regional workforces, and they truly change lives as well. It is an attack on college affordability. More than half of annual endowment spending goes directly to student financial aid, tens of billions a year. By reducing reliance on federal loans, endowments reduce burdens on American taxpayers and enable graduates more flexibility to pursue public sector or not-for-profit jobs. Now, I can personally attest to the college affordability. You see, I would never have had an opportunity to go to college, to my alma mater, had it not been for the fact that my alma mater used its endowment to provide a needs-blind admission. When I first got to Princeton, I didn't know how my family was going to afford it. Not only did they admit me on a needs-blind basis, but they provided me with every financial help that I needed in order to graduate. Princeton is one of the leading institutions when it comes to student aid. I can personally attest that even after 35 years, their commitment to college affordability and being able to use its endowment to help make sure that America's children that get in actually can get out of college debt-free. In fact, most families with incomes of under $100,000 pay nothing for their undergraduate students to attend college at Princeton, and I know that many of the other elite colleges have similar programs. Half of all Princeton students receive aid that covers the full cost of tuition, including most families with incomes up to $200,000. I think that the punitive nature of this tax is based on a fallacy that somehow these institutions breed liberalism. Well, I can tell you that this one institution that I went to, my alma mater, produced Terry Sewell, a Democrat, as well as Ted Cruz, a Republican. I think it's a fallacy that somehow going to these institutions create liberalism. It's an attack on higher education. University endowments are essential to America's preeminence in higher education. It's an attack on America's competitiveness by continuing to have this punitive tax. Our country needs to win the global competition in industries that will dominate in the 21st century, such as AI and quantum science and biotechnology. And endowments support essential American leadership in these areas. You know, I also think it's really unfair that similarly situated taxpayers should be treated similarly. Nonprofit colleges and universities are no different than libraries, museums, and philanthropic foundations in each of our districts. They are significant organizations impacting overall well-being of the local economy. I think that it is a shame that we are utilizing endowments to tax endowments up to 21% to pay for the wealthiest to get a tax break and for big corporations to have permanent taxes. I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge my colleagues to think about the universities and institutions in their own districts that provide opportunities that would not exist for vulnerable children and children in need. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Chu?
This bill is so outrageous and illogical that it would likely result in some universities paying a higher tax than many corporations do, despite the fact that these institutions of higher education are driven not by profit, but by their mission to educate the public and support research. And let's consider that university endowments enable many institutions to provide more generous financial aid for their students and to help fund groundbreaking research. In fact, U.S. colleges and universities spend more on student financial aid from their endowments than on anything else. Institutions like the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech, which is in my district, meets 100% of students' demonstrated financial needs so they can focus on making the discoveries of tomorrow without having to worry about costs or graduating with a mountain of debt. All told, this tax increase will undermine the teaching and research missions of affected institutions, harm students in need of financial aid, and curtail critical research without doing anything to lower the cost of college or enhance access to higher education. And for that reason, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sewell. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentlelady suspend while the amendment is distributed? You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would provide a refundable tax credit for fertility treatment expenses. Starting or growing a family looks different for everyone, and some parents need a little extra help. Everyone knows someone who's only been able to start a family because of fertility treatments. In 2023, over 95,000 babies were born via in vitro fertilization. Unfortunately, fertility treatments can be incredibly expensive and out of reach for many. With costs ranging from $15,000 to $30,000, IVF is cost prohibitive for so many couples looking to expand their families. We can and we should do more to help these families. Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order expanding access to in vitro fertilization. The executive order recognized the importance of family formation and mentioned that as a nation, our public policy must make it easier. This amendment does just that. The underlying bill already includes changes to the adoption tax credit. Why doesn't it address other ways that people start and grow families? Democrats are here standing up for families, and unfortunately, Republicans are working to provide tax breaks for the wealthy. This amendment is an opportunity to support families and the many ways that they are created. I urge all of my colleagues to ensure their constituents can build families however is best for them by voting in favor of this amendment. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Del Bene. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlemen can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, as we all know, President Trump regularly makes promises he can't or won't keep. For example, I remember a day not too long ago when he said he would bring prices down on day one. We can all see how well that's going. Prices are higher today than they were when Trump took office. The price of a dozen eggs has risen 27% since January, reaching their highest price on record. Coffee prices are up over 5% since Trump took office, but they're expected to climb even higher when Trump's tariffs take effect, given we cannot grow coffee domestically. And the price of used cars jumped as well, experienced their highest yearly price increase in a long time. These rising prices are hurting American families who are struggling to make ends meet amid surging uncertainty about the health of our economy. But rising prices aren't hitting all people equally. While working-class Americans need to carefully consider how these increases impact their family budgets. For the wealthiest, these jumps represent nothing more than pocket change. So it's not surprising we see the same kind of attitude apply to taxes as far as the president's concerned. Regardless of what Donald Trump promises, at the end of the day, he always up helping his rich pals over working people. During his first run for president a decade ago, Trump promised to eliminate the egregious carried interest loophole that allows the richest executives on Wall Street to pay a lower tax rate than their secretaries. The president was emphatic, declaring that we could close the loophole because, quote, the hedge fund guys didn't build this country. These guys that shift paper around and they get lucky. The hedge funds guys are getting away with murder, end quote. Well, when he's right, he's right. The hedge fund guys are getting away with murder. They've carried interest loopholes that hedge fund guys use is indefensible. For the uninitiated, carried interest is the percentage of investment gains, usually around 20%, that hedge funds managers, private equity executives, and venture capital partners take as profit, on top of a whole host of management fees they also charge their clients. And because of the way the current law is written, these rich executives don't need to put any of their money at stake to take advantage of this loophole and claim their profit as an investment tied to performance. What does this mean? It means that these profits are subject to low capital gains tax rates rather than the ordinary income tax rates that most people see on their W-2s. I'd like to say I'm surprised that my Republican colleagues are prioritizing tax cuts for the wealthy over playing the level field so hard-working Americans aren't disadvantaged, but we've seen this play before. Back in 2017, when my Republican friends passed the first tax cuts for billionaires bill, they failed to prioritize common sense reforms like closing the carried interest loophole, and unsurprisingly, Trump failed to push them on it. As a result, 45 private equity billionaires collectively hold $210 billion of personal wealth, which is now up a whopping 275% since Donald Trump's first term. This is perverse and absurd, and it needs to be changed. By closing the escaping loophole and ensuring these profits are taxed fairly, my amendment would raise billions of dollars and would help bring down our national debt that my Republican friends seem intent on blowing up even more with this bill. It is long past time to ask the richest people in America to start paying their fair share, and my amendment would do just that. So let's help Donald Trump keep a promise of his for once, because unlike so many of these other ideas, closing the carried interest loophole would be a promise worth keeping. I urge all my colleagues to support this long overdue amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Yocum.
I've got copies here of the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I guess my question is that for the amendment's author, when you had the majority and you put through 2 reconciliation plans, can you show me what page the carried interest loophole closing is on?
Will the representative yield?
Sure.
That was in the bill that passed out of this House, and it went to the Senate and was taken out by Senator Kirsten Sinema.
So that did not make the American Rescue Plan or the Inflation Reduction Act?
It did not, because we had one recalcitrant Democratic member who would not go along with it, and we had a 50-50 Senate.
So just to be very clear, when you had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you were not able to get that through?
Are you trying to foreshadow what's going to happen to this bill in the Senate?
I'm just making sure. Thank you so much, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Doggett.
When President Trump was first running for office, he said on the campaign trail, quote, "The hedge fund guys are getting away with murder. They're paying nothing, and it's ridiculous. The hedge fund guys didn't build this country. These are the guys that shift paper around." He was right then, but as with his promises to bring prices drastically down and to do so many other things, he abandoned his claims once he got into office. He did absolutely nothing to close this egregious loophole. As president, shutting down the tax break is exactly what he said he would do and what he did not do. Trump has since proclaimed again, as Mr. Beyer pointed out as recently as last week, that he objected to this carried interest loophole. But it's all talk and no action. And the result, in an outcome that should not have surprised anyone, the Trump tax scam of 2017 did not close the loophole, and there's nothing in this bill to close the loophole. A new joint report published this year by Americans for Tax Fairness and Americans for Financial Reform shows how wide open this loophole remains and why this amendment is important to adopt and close the loophole. The report highlights that just 8 top executives at 2 of the biggest private equity firms saved a collective $335 million in taxes over a recent 5-year span, all thanks to the carried interest loophole. One individual at one of these private equity firms, who is himself worth over $40 billion, saved over $93 million on taxes over the same period solely because of the carried interest tax break. If Trump were truly on the side of working Americans, if these Republicans were truly on the side of working Americans, they would join us to take action to fix a broken tax system replete with loopholes that allow billionaires to escape paying their fair share. A yes vote for this amendment will be a vote to trim hedges, will be a vote to assure that those trim hedges for a living are not paying a higher rate than those who manage hedge funds. A no vote is a vote that means the work of nurses, teachers, firefighters, and police officers is not valued as much as those who manage other people's billions for a living. I urge an approval of the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Beyer. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Horsford? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the nos are 25.
There being 18 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Panetta, proceed.
Thank you. My amendment would increase Medicare payments at the rate of medical inflation. It's an amendment to ensure that doctors and other providers are able to stay in practice and serve our constituents. Medicare payments to physicians in California's 19th congressional district, but also all around the country, have not reflected economic realities of the rising costs of health care. Since 2001, when adjusting for inflation, Medicare doctor payments have been cut by 1/3. As a result, more and more providers are closing their doors and leaving seniors and disabled Americans without access to vital medical care. Medicare is a promise we make to our constituents that if you pay into the system, it will be there for you. But unfortunately today, it's not about Medicare coverage. It's about doctors accepting Medicare patients because they can't afford to accept Medicare payments. For now, until you cut Medicaid programs, it's the #1 health issue I hear about from my constituents who can't find a doctor who will take their Medicare. I hear from seniors all the time who have to drive out of the district or wait months for an appointment because there simply are no providers accepting Medicare patients. This is a bipartisan problem that does have a bipartisan solution. The amendment I am introducing mirrors Representative Raul Ruiz's Strengthening Medicare for Patients and Providers Act, which last Congress had 172 co-sponsors, 47 of them were Republicans. The nonpartisan MedPAC, which was created to advise Congress on Medicare policy, recommended that Congress tie payments to inflation. The majority offered a bill today in Energy and Commerce that would give a modest one-time increase to doctors just for next year, followed by annual increases at just 0.1%, far less than even the current law. This means in the long run, doctors are going to be worse off than if we did nothing at all today. I'm proud to have partnered in the past with my Republican colleagues who I know are committed to getting this right and preventing further Medicare cuts. I urge all my colleagues to pass this amendment to finally link Medicare payments to the true cost of care and ensure that we keep our promise so that our constituents can always rely on Medicare. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Dr. Murphy.
I see the sun a-shining today. I see the light coming in from the east, my good friend from the west. I think it's going to be a Disney day. I am happy that finally my Democratic colleagues are seeing the light and that know that physician payment is a terrible, terrible disaster that we're all facing. I appreciate the interest in this. I really, really do. And my only problem is, Mr. Panetta, can I just ask a quick question? How much is this?
You know the answer to that, Doctor.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. We understand that, but we also know it's needed, though.
We absolutely do.
And if I may, I got to give you a lot of credit because you've been a leader on this. And you understand that although it's expensive, it's also needed, not just for doctors, for our patients.
Absolutely. And our colleagues over in Energy and Commerce, I believe, who knows, they may still be going. I think they're going to try to break a record over there. I don't think we need to do that over here, by the way. That's
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
That's under doctor's orders, please. Y'all just don't look too good over there. I'm just saying. We don't look too good over here. Just ask Blake. But our colleagues over at Energy and Commerce have pulled out $8.9 billion. I think that's a good start. I don't think it's enough. Personally, I don't think it's enough. I think we can squeeze another $4 billion out to make our physicians and all the other people who do benefit from Medicare payments enough. In fact, I'm not voting for the bill unless they do that. I'm not voting for the final bill. The only problem with this is $200 billion. And that's the reason I didn't sign on this bill when to do it last year. I want us to be fiscally responsible, but I also want our doctors to actually be able to survive in private practice. Hell, I knew this when I was up at 2 a.m. looking for the paper clips at my private practice. And sadly enough, when I left, all my younger doctors went, hey, we're going to have to go work for a hospital. That's the only reason I won't support this. I do support it, but I can't support it just because there's not a pay for it. That's all. Thank you for the initiative, and I pray this is the last amendment we have.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Ms. Plaskett, proceed.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to remedy some of the entirely unfair tax treatment reflected in this Republican tax deal. The bill serves 2%, the billionaires and the CEO class, not hardworking Americans who actually need tax relief. Independent estimates suggest that this bill could have extended all of the 2017 cuts, except for those ultra-rich making over $400,000 per year, for $1.8 trillion over 10 years. So for $1.8 trillion, we would have been able to extend the 2017 tax cuts to everyone under $400,000. That's a lot of money, but 98% of Americans do need tax relief. Instead, Republicans are looting the American people to the tune of over $5 trillion, cutting vital programs that everyday Americans rely on and skyrocketing their costs, all to deliver a massive handout to the wealthiest 2%. Republicans are giving an $800 billion gift to billionaires by permanently increasing 199A for pass-through business owners. Republicans are permanently increasing the estate tax exemption so that hardworking heirs of the rich and famous can fill their trust funds tax-free. Republicans are bending the knee to the investor class at every turn, renewing the failed Opportunity Zone program, giving the wealthiest Americans another chance to shelter capital gains in already gentrifying areas of major cities, and funding the real estate portfolios of multimillionaires. Republicans offer the world to wealthy and expect the 98 to be happy with the crumbs. The tiny boost to the child tax credit, poorly designed tax breaks for overtime tips, and meager contribution to children's savings accounts that this bill does contain all quickly sunset, while giveaways to the wealthy are made permanent. Those little crumbs are to keep the 98% quiet, give you something to believe that you're getting something, while they give themselves permanent meals. The Republicans are transparently targeting political enemies to pay for tax cuts for the rich. This bill exploits the deficit driving up interest, explodes the deficit, driving up interest rate. This bill replaces targeted and strategic tax incentives with inefficient and complex giveaways that won't grow the American economy or help raise the take-home wages of American workers. Simply, this bill redistributes from poor to rich. My amendment is for the 98% of Americans who this bill takes from. This amendment will assure that the bill will not take effect until the Congressional Budget Office assures that the benefits of this bill are distributed across taxpayers making under $400,000 in an equitable manner. Oppose the billionaire boondoggle, support this amendment. I yield back at this time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Plaskett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yocum. Mr. Yocum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Bean. No. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. No. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider.
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett.
Yes.
Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi.
Aye.
Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Ms. Moore, proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm hoping that with the rising of the sun, we could just sort of pull back from the brink for a moment. Earlier this morning, we considered an amendment offered by Ms. Sewell to to strike the excise tax on university endowments. And I understand that that this endowment, as she indicated, went from a 1.2% excise tax all the way up, depending on the size of the